I'm not even religious.
We need to dock. What? Wait,
My
who,
kids are. Who else? What other straight heterosexual non-fetishized men's dicks are hurting right now?
wait, Mel, you're a flat earther, right?
X. Yes.
Ex flat earther. What are you now?
I just have a deeper understanding of the situation, but when I first got into it, I had no idea. So you know what I mean?
Are you single?
Yeah, at the moment.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
Do you mind 26-year-olds?
I don't really like younger women.
What about men?
No, I think you need to be about in your 30s or maybe even in your 50s because this is one for the
you like
ladies.
gilfs? Yeah.
Well, apparently your clitoris grows and gets more sensitive the older you get, and so you can have much deeper orgasms.
I just shaved it in real life.
That's all I mean.
Good morning,
Merle.
Bacon. Good morning,
Merle,
Bacon.
what
How are
about
you?
making babies? What's up, Bacon?
Hey,
Yo.
Bacon. I have a serious topic. The Flat Earth University guy. So there's new news on him. There apparently his
that?
merchandise is real. He has real
Who's
courses.
that guy?
Huh?
Who's that guy? Who's Flat Earth University guy?
Oh my god, can I give the summary on him?
Yeah, go for it, Sarma.
Okay, so Earth is made of giant.
These people, I mean, they're making fun of flat earthers, but they're just wasting. Like, what about people that believe in Jesus and people that believe in other nonsense? Why are you so obsessed with just one cult, just one religion, just one false belief? Why is this one false belief? Like, why do you care so much about it? Anyway. Let's see what this guy says. Quantum physics.
Of good and decent people with thousands of years of history behind them of Hamas and Hezbollah. Party of Iranians know it. Ask Nasrallah. There is nowhere in the Middle East Persian people. Our world deserves better. I know leaders of Iran. If it did care, leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, I want to address you, the people of Iran. I want to do so directly with leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, I want to address you, the people of Iran. Leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment.
I don't get it. I'm trying to start from the beginning. What is he saying? What's the first word?
Leaders of Iran. Yet
He's talking to the leaders of Iran?
at this pivotal moment, I want to address you, the people of Iran. I want to do so directly, without filters, without middlemen. Every day, you see a regime that subjugates you make fiery speeches about defending Lebanon, defending Gaza. Yet every day, that regime plunges our region deeper into darkness and deeper into war. Every day, their puppets are eliminated. Ask Muhammad Dev. Ask Nasrallah. There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country. With every passing moment, the regime is bringing you, the noble Persian people, closer to the abyss. The vast majority of Iranians know their regime doesn't care a whit about them. If it did care, if it cared about you, it would stop wasting billions of dollars on futile wars across the Middle East. It would start improving your lives. Imagine if all the vast money the regime wasted on nuclear weapons and foreign wars were invested in your children's education, and improving your healthcare, in building your nation's infrastructure, water, sewage, all the other things that you need. Imagine that. But you know one simple thing. Iran's tyrants don't care about your future, but you do. When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different.
This is such nonsense. This is such communistic talk. The government, instead of wasting money on wars, it could invest in infrastructure. Why is it the government's business to invest in infrastructure? This is like communists talking to communists.
Our two ancient peoples, the Jewish people and the Persian people, will finally be at peace. Our two countries, Israel and Iran, will be at peace.
What is this nonsense? The Jewish people and the Persian people. It's such nonsense.
When that day comes, the terror network that the regime built in 5 continents will be bankrupt, dismantled. Iran will thrive as never before. Global investment, massive tourism, brilliant technological innovation based on the tremendous talents that exist
But he doesn't mention free markets.
inside Iran. Doesn't that sound better than endless poverty, repression, and war? From Qom to Isfahan, from Shiraz to Tabriz, there are tens of millions of good and decent people with thousands of years of history behind them and a brilliant future ahead of them. Don't let a small group of fanatic theocrats crush your hopes and your dreams. You deserve better. Your children deserve better. The entire world deserves better. I know you don't support the rapists and murderers of Hamas and Hezbollah.
The question is, okay, let's say some people in Iran want to listen to you. What are you offering? How are you going to help them, like, overthrow their government? I mean, they're being repressed. How can you help them overcome their governments? Are you going to join forces with them? Are you going to organize a rebellion? What are you offering? I mean, what can they do? It's people against a repressive regime. It's hopeless.
But your leaders do. You deserve more. The
You
people of
should
Iran
say,
know
okay.
Israel stands with
You should say, all right, I'm organizing a rebellion. We are organizing a coup. I mean, you shouldn't even say it. You should do it in secret without anyone knowing. That's what you should do. But just telling people, why don't I don't what do you expect? What's the purpose of this speech?
with you. May we together know a future. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you. May we together know a future of prosperity
How? Action. What are you offering? What are you putting on the table?
and peace. I speak a lot about the leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, I want to address you, the people of Iran. I want to do so directly, without filters, without...
So it's on repeat by CNN News 18. What is this nonsense?
Every day, you see a regime that subjugates you make fiery speeches about defending Lebanon, defending Gaza. Yet every day...
I don't get it. I don't get it. Israel begins ground raid in Lebanon.
That would not be international news for long.
So this guy, I think he's Lebanese. He said that he has family in Lebanon.
Because that's just Arabs fighting Arabs, right? Nope. I mean, I'd like to visit, but, condition. Don't lie to me. Don't try to. I decide where I am, actually.
Welcome to Electron Line, and now let's take a closer look at electron degeneracy, because understanding electron degeneracy helps us understand white dwarfs and why white dwarfs eventually cause supernova explosions. So what is electron degeneracy? Well, in order to understand that, let's go back to a simple atom. Let's say we have an atom that has...
So are you going to explain to me quantum mechanics? You mean quantum mechanics is understandable? But I thought quantum mechanics is unknowable and not understandable, and it's magical, and it's... how can you have numbers about the quantum world? You actually have diagrams that a baby, like this, a baby might understand you. God forbid, a baby might understand you. Don't draw, only use difficult math to explain yourself. Don't draw anything.
Has a nucleus and a boundary of the atom defined by the electron orbits. So there's orbitals and cause electrons to exist around the nucleus of an atom. And typically, the diameter of the nucleus is very, very small, around the neighborhood of 1 × 10⁻15 meters, which is 0.001 picometers. Now, the diameter of a typical atom is about 100 picometers, or about 1 angstrom. So when you relate the diameter...
100, this is micrometers. 1 angstrom is 100 micrometer. Did he say what did he say?
Electrons exist around the nucleus of an atom, and typically the diameter of the nucleus is very, very small, around the neighborhood of 1 × 10⁻15 meters, which is 0.001 picometers. Now,
oh, it's P? It looks like a mu. That's a P? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it can't be a micro. Micro is way too big. Anyway, let me try and understand him from the beginning.
Welcome to Electron Line, and now let's take a closer look at electron degeneracy, because understanding electron degeneracy helps us understand white dwarfs and why white dwarfs eventually cause...
Okay, I don't know what electron degeneracy. I think it's like the electron leaves the neutron and you end up with a proton or something. No, it should be the opposite, that all the protons become neutrons. No, that would be a neutron star. So I don't know. Okay, let's listen.
Cause supernova explosions. So what is electron...
Wait, what?
Degeneracy, because understanding electron degeneracy helps us understand white dwarfs and why white dwarfs eventually cause supernova explosions.
Oh, white dwarfs eventually cause supernova explosions? Supernova is the black hole. They become neutrons. So this has to do with a neutron. All right, let's listen.
So what is electron degeneracy? Well, in order to understand that, let's go back to a simple atom. Let's say we have an atom that has a nucleus.
Is this the atom?
and a boundary of the atom defined by the electron orbits. So there's orbitals, and cause electrons exist.
So this is the nucleus? I can't. He's impossible to understand.
Let's say we have an atom that has a nucleus, and
Yeah, this is the nucleus, and this is the orbit, the electron orbit.
a boundary of the atom defined by the electron orbits. So there's orbitals, and cause
Orbitals is something else.
electrons exist around the nucleus of an atom. And typically, the diameter of the nucleus is very, very small, around the neighborhood of 1 times 10 to minus 15 meters, which is 0.001 picometers. Now, the diameter of a typical atom is about 100 picometers, or about 1 angstrom. So when you relate,
So it's 0.001 to 100. So 100 to, so 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000.
the diameter of an atom to the diameter of the nucleus of an atom, you realize that when you start stacking up atoms, that the nuclei are about 100,000 times the diameter of the nuclei apart from one another. So when you stack up material in matter that you find anywhere in the universe on the Earth, except for special places like white dwarfs, the typical distance between the nuclei is about 100,000 times the distance of the nuclei diameters themselves. So there's this enormous ratio between the size of the nuclei and the size of the atoms.
Wow. So the size of the nucleus to the next nucleus is 200,000 times the diameter of a nucleus. Wow.
So now what happens is, and actually the numbers are a little bit
So it's 250,000 worth, 250,000 multiples.
bigger than that, but that's a good estimate right there. So what happens is normally the nuclei, I have all the positive charges in the terms of protons and neutrons. They're stacked up together very densely within the nucleus. And then we have electrons existing around it in orbitals. And those orbitals are defined by quantum mechanical equations like the wave equation, the Schrödinger equation, which when we calculate them, we know the shapes of where these electrons are at the typical probability level. So what happens when you take material like white dwarf material and you squish it together much, much denser than normal material on the Earth, which is what happens in white dwarfs. What happens then is the distance between the squeeze somewhere from 100,000 times the diameter of the nuclei between each nuclei to about 1,000 times the nuclear diameter.
So there's pressure on the electron orbit. So the electrons are forced to orbit in a smaller orbit. Wow.
Well, 1,000 times is still a lot, but 1,000 compared to 100,000 is a very small amount. It's only about 1% the distance that we're at before. So they're much more tightly packed together. And so what happens to those electrons that normally take up all that space? Well, they're now being squeezed down tremendously into much smaller volume. So it affects the shape of these orbitals. They get squished and pushed and pushed, and the electrons are close together. They tend to repel each other more strongly. And so there tends to be this repulsive force keeping the material from getting any more dense. So normally at the cores of stars, which are also enormously dense, not quite so dense as white dwarfs, but still enormously dense, there's this delicate balance between the force of gravity trying to push the nucleus together.
Wait, when? Where?
They tend to repel each other more strongly, and so there tends to be this repulsive force keeping the material from getting any more dense. So normally at the cores of stars, which are also enormously dense, not quite
Okay, cores of stars are normally incredibly dense, but not as dense as white dwarfs. Okay.
so dense as white dwarfs, but still enormously dense. There's this delicate balance between the force of gravity trying to push the nucleus together and the thermal pressures caused by the radiation pressure, and the thermal pressure, the enormous heat generated in the nucleus pushes back against gravity, and it forms a nice balance. That's why the core of stars are much larger than a white dwarf, because white dwarfs are much more dense than the typical cores of stars when they're fusing nuclear material from hydrogen to helium and helium to carbon. So we have this extremely dense material that normally, because the lack of temperature, even though it's very, very hot at the center of these white dwarfs, they're not nearly as hot as when they're producing nuclear fusion. And so therefore, normally gravity would be much stronger and push the nucleus of these white dwarfs closer.
No, the pressure is the same. It can't be. When a star cools down, basically you can imagine a star cooling down. As it ages and it stops the furnace, it stops burning, or it stops the fusion, you can imagine it starts cooling down. Let's go slow. So it starts cooling down. As it starts cooling down, nothing changes. It starts shrinking, but the pressure at the center doesn't change. The pressure at the center is just you can imagine it's the same weight, right? You can imagine the center. Let's say this is the electron at the center of a star. So you can imagine on top of it is a mass or a weight. It's holding on top of it the weight of a column of all the molecules to the surface of the star. As this thing cools down, and each and every one of these cools down, right? So as it cools down, it's no longer as energetic. You could say that it starts shrinking, and all these guys start shrinking, but the mass of the protons, which is most important, but the mass of this column doesn't change. So the pressure on this guy never changes. So the pressure at the center of the star versus the center of a white dwarf, there is no change in pressure. There cannot be a change in pressure.
Hot is when they're producing nuclear fusion, and so therefore normally gravity would be much stronger and
No, gravity is the same. The pressure is the same. Gravity is the same.
push the nucleus of these white dwarfs closer and closer together, much more dense together. But somehow this repulsive force of electrons, something we call electron degeneracy pressure, is keeping the nucleus or the white dwarf from collapsing any further. So the balance is kept not by the thermal energy inside the white dwarfs, but by electron degeneracy. It's not exactly the repulsive forces between the electrons, because that's not really what produces the electron degeneracy pressure. What's really going on there is that electrons are bound by nature to exist in certain orbitals, in certain energy levels, based upon the Pauli exclusion principle. You can't just dump an infinite number of electrons, even a non-infinite number, let's say 5 or 10 electrons in the same energy level, in the same orbital. It just can't happen. We've discovered that in nature, you can't stuff more than 2 electrons in a particular orbital, one that's spin up and one that's spin down. If you try to
Why don't you just say that electrons are both negatively charged, so they repel each other?
push 2 of them into the same orbital, both spin up, it will simply
Why do you need the Pauli exclusion principle? Isn't it enough to say that electrons are in a balance of they're being, because of Coulomb's law, they're being attracted to the protons at the center of the nucleus, but they're being repelled by each other. All the electrons are repelling each other while they are being attracted to the nucleus. So there is a balance. Why do you need the Pauli's exclusion principle? I don't know.
not want to be together in the same orbital. So it is this refusal of electrons to occupy orbitals in great quantities, they're limited to 2 per orbital, that causes the electrons to have to push out and make space for themselves.
The question is, what's the story with only 2 per first orbital and so on? What's causing these laws of the orbitals, the arrangement? Is it defined by the wave equation?
Exist in these additional orbitals. Since electrons are there, they have to exist somewhere, and they push back by wanting to be in these orbitals, and that's what we call the electron degeneracy pressure. That prevents the white dwarf from collapsing any further. But we already noticed that the more mass white dwarfs have, the tighter and the more dense they become. And as they become more dense, the gravitational forces keep on increasing. And eventually, we realize that there must be a limit. As to when we exceed that limit, we exceed the mass limit of white dwarfs, the electron degeneracy pressure can...
Yeah, but that's only for white dwarf. Is in a an example, a binary system, and it cannibalizes its sister star. So in such a case, it grows heavier with time, and then it might blow up in a supernova. I think that's a type M1 supernova.
no longer hold back gravity, and the star will collapse. And Chandrasekhar had calculated that this was about 5.7 times the mass of the sun divided by mu sub electron squared, which is 2 squared or 4. If you take 5.7 divided by 4, you get about 1.4 times the mass of the sun. Now, this is an extremely simplistic equation. Calculating that was much more complex, and we have to keep in mind that as the white dwarfs are packed tighter and tighter together, the speed at which the electrons moved within that white dwarf would increase and eventually gain relativistic speeds. And because it gained relativistic speeds, it increased that degenerative pressure, but only to a limit, because it also caused the mass to decrease down to the point where it could actually begin to collapse. Because if it wasn't for the fact that electrons moved at relativistic speeds, the size of the white dwarfs would fairly well maintain a size where the electron degeneracy could hold back the gravitational pressure. But that's not the case in reality. The equation, of course, is a lot more complicated than this, and at some point I may show you how that's calculated. But here it suffices to realize that eventually, if the mass of white dwarf exceeded a certain amount, which is about 1.4 times the mass of the sun, the electron degeneracy pressure could no longer hold back against gravity. And at that point, something begins to happen inside the white dwarf, and a supernova explosion of it.
So the name of this video is electron degeneracy. I don't know what electron degeneracy is, so it's a terrible video. I still don't know what you mean. This is from 10 years ago. Just a terrible video. It's not clickbait, but it's just bad title. I don't know what is electron degeneracy. What is that? The fact that the electron shells shrink under pressure? That's electron degeneracy?
In quantum mechanics, particles are things we only see when we measure them, but how they move around is described by a wave function. A wave function that...
Let me just look into... Make sure the audio is still good.
I don't really like...
Around is described by a wave function. A wave function that...
Let me... Sounds okay. Let's see if there's anything interesting happening at Globe Meatballs.
So if you have a better inclinometer and you have something better than what he used as a site, then we might get better than 10 miles of error.
Did you and Shubil use the sites for this?
No.
I have not used the inclinometer yet. I only have my theodolite work.
But But it's still looking very good. Very good.
I did test.
All right, whatever. Not interesting. Let's see what they got here.
That satisfies the Schrödinger equation, which I talked about in my last video. It's important to note that wave functions are not unique to quantum mechanics. We use wave functions in many other systems, like the motion of ripples of water, sound waves, vibrations on a string, or electromagnetic waves. And each of these systems has their own wave equation, which all have similarities as they all express the change of the wave function in space and time. But the key difference between all of these
Wave equation for a wave on a string. Electromagnetic wave equation. See, it's both dt squared. This is the same. This is 1 over c squared. I think this is 1 over v squared, if I'm not mistaken. And this is the second derivative with respect to x. But this is different. Here is the derivative with respect to x. But it's only the first derivative with respect to time. So for some reason, it ends up being a little different. I don't know why. Because Schrödinger started from the wave equation. He started from something like this. He started from... He assumed a solution to this. But he got... The wave equation ended up being a little bit different. I wonder why.
These waves is that the quantum wave function isn't a real physical wave. There's no medium like water or
That's nonsense. Why would you say that?
electromagnetic field that's wobbling. So we can't say that quantum waves are real with our current knowledge because we can't measure them directly. Physical waves.
What did you say?
As they all express the change of the wave function in space and time. But the key difference between all of these waves is that the quantum wave function isn't a real physical wave. There's no medium like water.
Why would you say that? I mean, Schrödinger. I mean, you wouldn't say that about what de Broglie said. You wouldn't say it about Bohr. Why are you saying that about Schrödinger? Schrödinger just took de Broglie and Bohr seriously. Why are you saying no physical medium? Why would you say that?
Water or electromagnetic field that's wobbling. So we can't say that quantum waves are real with our current knowledge because we can't measure them directly. But they do describe the behaviors of quantum.
I don't even know what you... What? They can't be real. You can't measure them directly. What are you talking about?
Particles very well. So there must be something real going on. The question of...
What?
Real with our current knowledge because we can't measure them directly. But they do describe the behaviors of quantum particles very well. So there must be something real going on.
They do describe quantum particles very well. They do describe... I mean, the wave... Schrödinger's equation is built on de Broglie and on Bohr, and it makes predictions, many predictions that end up being true. It's based on, it tries to model experiments. We have experiments, we have a history of, of physics, and it tries to take one more step in the same direction, makes predictions. These predictions come true. The end. Everything is okay. Why do you suddenly say something is wrong, no physical medium? Why suddenly are people behaving so bizarrely?
Waves are real with our current knowledge because we can't measure them directly. But they do describe the behaviors of quantum particles very well. So there must be something real going on.
They describe experiments very well. So there must be something real. Okay, so why did you just finish saying that they're not real?
On. The question of whether the wave function is real or not is a big question veering into the interpretations of quantum mechanics. So I'll just refer you to my previous video on that subject. But even though we'll never be able to see a quantum wave function, we can do the next best thing and visualize the mathematical equation.
What do you mean you can't see a wave function? This is not English. This is in no language do you speak this way. What do you mean see a function? What?
Refer you to my previous video on that subject.
This is such a waste of time. I don't want to waste my time. Oh my God, this is such a waste of time. This is such a terrible use of my time. What's this?
To get a PEC. We can look at the lifetime of this PEC. It was back in the day when, people like me said molecules were just too messy to do anything with. And, it looked like they were too messy to do anything with. But given some persistence and cleverness and hard work, they were able to do some pretty impressive stuff.
This is live from Columbia University, U.S. Department of Energy.
And Sebastian has moved on to Colombia now, where he's making good on the impressive stuff that he told me that they would be able to do someday. And
Creating and exploring. Wait, how long is this? 34 minutes. Creating and exploring Bose-Einstein condensates of dipolar molecules. Yeah, this, I don't know what that is. Misconceptions about.
There are certain misconceptions about tensors. Number one is that tensors are just fancy matrices. Absolutely not. Matrices can be up to a certain dimensions, but tensors.
Okay, what's going on?
Tensors can go up to any dimension. So tensors have a mathematical formulations, and they are not just fancy matrices. Number two is that any multidimensional array can be a matrix. No. Also here the question is that tensors have certain strict mathematical rules in terms of transformation, etc. So there need to be a certain method and parameter in order to a matrix to become a tensor. So all multidimensional arrays are just not. Third is that you need to be a mathematical genius in order to know tensors. Absolutely not. You need to have a basic understanding of linear algebra, differential geometry, a little bit of partial differential equations, and you can learn tensors. Third is that tensors do have a lot of practical applications. It is not that tensors are just theoretical. They have got a huge amount of practical applications. Now, there are certain misconceptions.
This jumping robot is built to search for.
Yeah, I'd like to learn about. Wait, is she joining me or what? Okay, so yeah, I'd like to learn tensors. That's a good thing. I saw a good video about tensors. Israel eliminates Nasrallah. Who is next? The supernova. What is a type 2 supernova explosion? It's possible to prove Born rule of quantum mechanics, Looking Glass universe, 2 years ago. Sorry, 1 second.
So quantum mechanics is random, but that doesn't mean that it's completely unpredictable. There's a rule in quantum mechanics called Born rule, which lets you figure out the probability that something will happen if you do a measurement. But the thing is, that rule kind of feels tacked on. Like, there's the main equation of quantum mechanics, which is called the Schrodinger equation, and that governs all the rest of quantum mechanics. And then you have the Born rule, which is only for the specific circumstance when you're measuring something. And it actually is tacked on. When Schrodinger came up with the Schrodinger equation, there originally was no Born rule in there, but it was added on later because people realized that that was the only way to get the correct predictions out. But is it actually necessary to add it on? In this video, I'm going to talk about a few proofs that people have come up with in the last couple of decades that show that actually you can derive the Born rule.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. I was just talking to my friend about like my family and my old job.
Your family and your job?
My old job. Like when I used to live in New Hampshire.
So, what's up? What are you doing?
Not much. I'm just hanging out.
Ivan, what's up? Oh, you brought him with you?
Yeah.
Great.
I was taking a walk. Oh, I didn't bring this guy. I don't know who he is.
Rover Da Vinci. Remind me, Rover Da Vinci, where I know you from? I don't remember.
Word.
This one time,
you came.
We were both kidnapped by aliens, and we managed to stop the massive, huge, grand, large, massive army. Giant armada of the alien ninja, pirate, robot, zombie wizards from the future, hell bent on destroying the Earth. We just obliterated all of them.
Stop.
Completely non-violently, using purely diplomatic means.
Stop. Okay, remind me. Last time, what discussion did we have, Rover?
I have no idea. I think it was we talked about Trump. We talked about economics.
Okay.
I can't remember what else we talked about.
Okay, I'm just.
nicotine.
That's fine. I'm just letting you know I'm tired of nonsense because I go to Discord servers and people spout literally nothing but nonsense for hours. So I'm tired of that. So please understand me if I don't let you say nonsense. Anyway.
I would listen to that.
What?
Nothing.
Anyway, yeah, so we were talking, Amber, you said you were talking to friends and family about your life.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I discovered this new server. It's called Globe Bundles or something, Globe Gangsters. So they are like they're anti-flat Earth. That's all they do. So I was invited by the server owner to come and talk to people. He said, "Oh, you have such wonderful theories. You're gonna enjoy talking. We have a bunch of PhDs in math and physics. You're really gonna enjoy talking to them." So I joined his server, and for 2 days I couldn't get them to talk seriously. They were nothing but joking and they were having such a laugh at everything I was saying. Like I couldn't talk about anything serious. And and he wasn't there. And then I spoke to him and I told him, listen, your server, it's a complete waste of space. It's like I cannot do anything productive on the server. You said I could talk to smart people, but they don't want to talk. They just want to joke literally 100% of the time. It's like, what?
I said, this is so sad.
Oh, I mean, sad is, doesn't begin to express my heart. Anyway, so I told him, so he said, okay, come on now. So we came in and me and him together, and we started, and for the first time, these people were beginning to have a conversation with me instead of about me and and endless jokes. But it didn't last. I mean, it was too good for too long. It was like just a couple of seconds, just a couple of minutes. And that's it. That was last night, and today I tried again. What?
Look at this place. Look at where Google Maps took me.
What?
I'm lost again.
That looks not safe.
It's telling me that the PlayStation is here.
It looks like a harmonica.
You're holding your phone sideways. We see everything sideways. Yeah, that's better. So what are we seeing? I mean, looks like abandoned.
I don't know. Google Maps told me to go here.
For what are you looking for?
Train station.
Are you like in
It
Europe?
looks like it was a train station like 30 years ago.
This place is sketchy. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go before something finds me.
I'm scared for you.
Don't be. I'll be fine.
What country are you
Okay.
in? What is this, Europe or US?
Is Europe?
Oh, it's Europe?
Yes. That's how all of Europe looks.
Europe looks abandoned?
Yeah, you've pretty much seen the entirety of it.
What? I can't hear
I'm
you.
just
What?
kidding.
Europe?
Nah, it's nothing. I think it's up this road.
I can't hear you. You're muffled. You're hiding your mic.
No, I'm on my earbud.
Oh, what do you have? Apple AirPods?
No.
Oh, because Apple AirPods sometimes they muffle you completely. Like,
Man, that car that ran past me almost ran me over.
yeah, I saw that. Anyway, so I tried having conversations. Anyway,
Yeah, I think it's over there. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Anyway, so I was having conversations on that server, and 99% of the time, it's a waste of time. And I gave them my papers to look over, and all they did was trash the papers. I mean, trash them, physically trash them. Like, they wrote, all the comments they had were jokes, nothing but jokes and spam and nonsense, and and caricatures.
What papers did you give them?
I'm writing a bunch of papers about my, my grand unified theory and the ether and physics. It's revolutionary. What?
That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, no big deal, really. I mean, I'm curious to get feedback and stress test my theory and, get questions. Because when I speak to like an average person, by speaking to them, I see the issues, I see the problems in my theory, and I fix it. So you would think that if you talk to a PhD in math and physics, you're going to get even better feedback, like more productive. But you'd be completely wrong. All you get is, what is your record? What degree do you have? And so on and so on and so on. Who are you? What?
No, I'm just talking.
I can't.
Continue.
Anyway, so all they did was just talk about me. Endless conversations about me. When they're serious, it's how dare you think and stuff like that. Like, it's hardly ever a conversation about the topic itself. Like, do you have a question about my theory? Can you show a contradiction within my theory? Can you show a contradiction between my theory and any experiment? No. I mean, sometimes I am able. It's like pulling teeth. It's like sometimes I am able to have like a short conversation in between all the endless joking. I am able to have like a 2-second micro conversation that is productive, and then it goes back, it degenerates back to a waste of time. So
This is so sad for you.
Oh, it's
You should just go to a different place.
Yeah, I mean, the only other server that I know of that entertained my theory immediately insta-banned me because I shared a link to my server.
Oh, you should never do that, yeah.
Okay.
They auto ban that in most places.
Because I said, why don't you come and talk to me? Here is my link to my server, and here is a link to a YouTube video. Insta-banned. Permanent insta-banned.
That was probably a bot that banned you. Like, you should probably do that in DMs. Like, hey, here's my invite.
Anyway.
You're supposed to ask first, like, can I post a server link? But like, I do it anyways. 'Cause
Anyway, I didn't know. Like, what do I know? I don't know the rules.
Well, now you know. You can probably appeal that ban.
I did, and they refused. They gave me basically in a couple of days. They said no, and that's it. It's all erased, all gone.
Well, that's another place for you then.
Anyway, there's very few physics servers on Discord that I know of.
yeah, the flat Earth servers are pretty much the only place you can talk about it.
Yeah, so I'm on one flat Earth. So there's an ether. There was an ether server, and they banned me very quickly because I was asking questions about like the Michelson-Morley experiment. Apparently, you're not allowed to ask questions. So
try to find a university or something, like a server for like students, and then people might talk about it more often.
No, so I
wouldn't recommend that.
I tried a server that actually discusses students' problems in physics, and they warned me. They said, this is not the place. We actually solve problems in physics. We don't present our theories, our personal theories on this server. Anyway, the promise of...
Honestly, go to 4chan. 4chan is pretty good for stuff.
What did you say?
I said just go to 4chan science board.
No, I don't want to... I don't know. What is that? What is 4chan? I've never been to 4chan. How do I go to 4chan? Like 4chan.com?
What is this 4chan?
It's
I can't hear
.org.
you. What? Wait, I can't understand what you're saying.
Amber, just tell him.
Amber, tell
It's
me.
.org. It's not .com.
I write 4. What do I write? The number 4
Yeah, the number 4.
and the word chan.org.
Yeah. I don't know what you're gonna find there.
Verify you are human. Yeah, it's an old style text screen.
It's an image board.
I can't hear you. What? What are you saying? You gotta fix your mic. It's useless. If every time I have to ask you what you're saying, then what's the point?
I said it's an image board.
No, I can't hear you. I don't know what you just said.
Give me a sec.
Okay. I wish I could share my screen with you, but I can't. Which is 4chan? It's possible to prove no quantum video. Why doesn't 4chan show up in the list? 4chan.org. Share. Oh, there it is. Okay. Anyway, that's what I'm seeing.
You should go to the science board.
Science
I
board.
forgot that was there.
So I have to look for the word science.
SCI.
I think.
Science and math. Okay. Any
Yeah,
chance
you can just go there and talk to people there.
Any chance you fix your mic?
It's the environment. It's not me.
Okay. All right. So, what do I do with this? I don't know what to do with this. This looks like the.
Go all the way down and it should say catalog, and then where it says catalog, you can click and you can see all of the threads at once. And you should be able to search for something physics related.
This is the physics and math thing. I don't see anything here. This looks like this is completely useless. I mean, I want to be able to talk to people. I mean, information I have on YouTube, plenty of information.
You give up too easily.
Give up easily? Show me the benefit of 4chan. What was the benefit? I don't get it. I could use X, Twitter. I don't use Twitter.
I can't read instead of you.
What?
I said I can't read instead of you. You should just read what people are saying there.
What do you mean read? Read the internet? Read 4chan? I don't know what you mean. What do you want me to read? Okay, the first one is
website you're on.
Okay. The first is file the phenotype JPG. Welcome to Psi Anonymous Mod.
Oh my god.
To use MathJax, put your text code between math. The second one is I want to become an archaeologist but have low IQ. This is like a complete waste of time. Well, what's the point?
You can use search function on the website to look for something that you're interested in. You might find some threads. If
I'm
there
interested-
aren't any threads, you can just make one your own.
I'm interested. Make my own. Like I'm
Yeah, you can
interested.
just make your own threads.
I mean, I've used Reddit. So in Reddit, it's the same thing. I present a theory and I get bombarded by hundreds of who are you? Why do you think you're smart enough to why do you think you're smarter than, fill in the blank, Einstein, and, the list, the endless, the usual list. Why do you think you're smarter? People have dedicated their entire lives. Why do you think you can come into this field and improve it? Who are you? And so on and so on and so on. The endless.
That's very pessimistic.
I mean, I could show you what happened to me on Reddit. It was, was like, I thought, I'm going to explain to these people, I've come to this realization. It's really interesting. And it's such an amazing theory that I have that I can so easily improve or like how we understand the universe. And the response is, who are you? Why do you think you have anything new to say? Nothing. Not a single person said, let me think about what you're saying. Here is the contradiction between what you're saying and an experiment. Here is the contradiction between what you're saying and nothing. No one referenced anything I said. No one. And I got hundreds of responses. Nothing. And of course, some of them are just, like just terrible. You should not, just terrible responses. So it's either, the responses on the internet are just toxic. It's either way, it's toxic. It's toxic in we're not. It's a complete waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. The only thing I have left to do is just watch YouTube and study physics on YouTube, and that's it. That's the only thing that is still productive. So that's the end of that. How's your life? Anyway, does anybody want to talk about something interesting? Does anybody want to talk about physics?
I don't like physics.
I'm in management myself.
You're impossible to talk to. I don't know what you're saying. You gotta fix your mic.
Have you ever watched like alternative physics, like those crazies on YouTube? Like, it's that guy that wants to blow up the world, and he has his own theory of physics.
Oh, dude, yeah,
You know-
I meant to watch that. I didn't get to.
in Mentham. In Mentham.
In Mentham?
Yeah, he has a YouTube channel called Draft Physics, and he has another channel called
Giraffe?
Is it
Draft?
Yeah, Draft Science. Draft Science. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Draft Science. I wish I could share my screen with you, but Discord is not advanced enough. So, Draft Science. Stop consuming physics dope. KE1/2 VMV is a free energy nut theory.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in kinetic energy.
Okay, that's a waste of time. I need someone who starts from. I don't know what you're saying. You gotta fix your mic.
Why are you so dismissive?
Why am I so dismissive? I mean,
Yeah.
because
This is.
I don't know.
You're complaining that people don't want to listen to you, but you go around and do the same thing.
Look, I mean, I have my standards, so I start from mainstream science. I'm a mainstream person. I just have for me, it's really a minor modification to mainstream science. If you believe that mainstream science is a conspiracy theory, then for me that's a waste of time. Unfortunately,
He doesn't believe it's a conspiracy. This guy just rejects kinetic energy.
so he rejects.
To be honest with you, that sounds interesting. I would listen to that guy.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, people do. People do.
I don't.
And it's hilarious.
I'm not.
All of the planes would crash, and none of the rockets would work, or the trains.
Yeah, I
or
mean,
the catapults,
there's
or the cannons.
That
So-
sounds interesting. I want to listen to that guy.
Yeah, will I link him in chat or for you?
You can link anything you want. I mean, I'm not interested in having a laugh. I'm interested in writing a
Oh,
paper.
sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you just asked it. It's my only reference to physics is that one guy who doesn't believe in
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I'm not looking for anything hilarious at this point. I'm looking to do serious scientific
Now
research.
what?
Wait, now what?
What do you mean now what?
I'm just
Man,
bored.
where's my train? I bought the ticket. I have no idea what am I supposed to wait for it.
What is your modification to physics that you would make, Mr. Slave?
My modification, it's really it's so tiny that when I tell it to these physics people, they say, "Oh, you're just renaming things." But they also say that it's too revolutionary. So it's like the Heisenberg.
I'm sorry.
What do you want to talk about, Amber?
Nothing. I don't know. I'm just reading something. Sorry.
Mm. So the modification is it's a grand unified theory of all of physics under ether. So I just discovered that I can explain all of physics using ether. That ether explains special
Hasn't
relativity.
someone else already done that? Yeah, I've never heard of the
Hasn't-
ether thing before.
Yeah, the ether is old, sure.
Oh, okay.
The ether is an old theory that basically everyone used to believe until 1905, until Einstein. And that's it. It fell out of favor, and you're not allowed to say ether. If you say ether, then you're a crackpot. So I discovered that you can use the ether to explain first and foremost gravity, and then obviously electromagnetism, and then quantum mechanics and special relativity. I mean, that's just a bonus. So all of physics comes out of ether, whether you like it or not. So it's a very powerful, and it comes out of it like a little child. A little child can understand it. It's not like, I'm not saying you need any math. You don't need any math to understand how ether creates special relativity and general relativity, which is gravity, and quantum mechanics. So it gives you everything that a baby can understand it. So when I tell it to the physics people, they lose their mind. How dare I simplify physics to such a level? That's like, you're not allowed to do that. Physics, they keep saying, no, physics must be mathematical, and it must be complex. Anyway, so Amber, do you want to talk?
Yeah. What's up?
What do you want to talk about?
I thought we were gonna watch the thing.
Navi, I don't know what you're saying. What did he say? He wants to watch the thing?
I thought you were gonna watch the thing. Is what he said.
Watch the thing? Well, I can't show you. I wish I could. Look, I wish I could share my screen with you, but Discord doesn't support that. As long as I'm streaming, I can't. It's not Discord. I think, I don't know who's at fault. It's Windows? I don't even know who does that. But when I share, here, I'm
Man,
going to...
everyone's plotting against you.
I don't know what you're saying. So here is draft physics. I'm sharing draft physics. But now, if I play a video on draft physics, you're not going to see it. Playing a video. You don't even know that I'm playing the video. I'll stop playing the video, or I'll let it continue running. Wait, maybe you are able. I don't know. Oh, you might be able. Are you able to see it?
Wait, let me look at my screen.
What? Oh my God! Amber, are you able to see this video?
I'm not even looking. I'm just waiting until we can talk, basically. Like, what is even going on right now? Some sort of technical thing? Like,
I can
Amber,
see it perfectly.
wait, can you see this? Is it playing?
Yeah, it's playing.
Oh, so it's playing as long as I'm watching it on this. Okay, so it's playing. But if I switch.
Don't switch them.
Okay. So here is what he has to say. Okay, that's good. Let's start from the beginning. Let's see what he says from the beginning. Well, so far so good. I agree with him that it's impossible to find anyone to have a normal debate with. It's basically impossible. It's either you find someone who completely agrees with you and is looking also to debate people that don't agree, or you find people who don't agree and it's impossible to debate them. Impossible. Anyone who disagrees with you, you will not be able to debate them. They will absolutely not debate you. Absolutely not. But his audio is, can you hear him?
Yeah.
it sounds like shit, but
That's his audio. I mean, I there's nothing I can do about it.
You can
yeah.
like do audio from your.
We're talking about you.
My audio is bad?
No, I'm trying to tell him, like, we're talking about him, not like the video.
Oh,
Okay.
Navi?
Yeah.
Yeah, Navi got to fix your audio.
I'm gonna restart my phone. Hopefully that helps.
Okay.
I don't think restarting your phone. I think you should just detach your AirPods. Like speak directly to the phone without AirPods, without speaker. Just speak to the phone. Try that. Or is it too late? Did he disconnect?
I don't know anymore. I feel so annoyed.
Why? What do you want to do, Amber? Tell me what you want to do. Come on.
I would rather have a conversation than talk about physics. That's not much of a conversation.
What do you want to talk about? Talk.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay, Amber. You gotta present something. You don't want to talk about physics? What do you want to talk about?
I don't like the world.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Thanks.
There's nothing I can there's nothing I can do about this world. I have my issues with this world. The least I can do, in the meantime, is just study physics. That's all I can do for now.
Can you call me later so I can tell you something when you're not live streaming?
Sure, I'll text you later when I'm done. I'll go eat like in an hour. I'll text you. All right, bye.
Alright, I'm not gonna leave. I was just asking.
Oh, okay. But what do you want to do? It's fine, but what do you want to do right now? Like I don't want to do something that you're gonna disconnect from. Like, tell me what you want to do.
Yeah.
You want to watch? You want to watch random?
Text for like my notes.
You want
So you
to?
watch random stuff, yeah.
You want to do random stuff? Random stuff on my YouTube is like physics. the Born Rule. So I was watching her video about the Born Rule. Yeah, that's that. This is called the Dirac notation. Wait, what just happened? Oh, we lost. He's restarting.
Yeah.
So this is the Dirac notation that I'm actually studying right now. It's just a notation. It's just a way to summarize experiments. Let me see. Having a meltdown. This should be interesting.
Yeah, we've been looking into that because obviously my husband follows the Israeli politics, so.
Yeah. So this guy's name is Haris Sultan. Maybe he's like an Arab. Yeah, I was listening to all these military intelligence, and they said, "Oh, Israel, Hamas is going to conquer Israel," and then Israel wiped out Hamas. And then they said, "Oh,
Yeah, dude.
Hezbollah is going to wipe out Israel," and then Israel wipes out Hezbollah. "Oh, the Houthis are going to eliminate Israel," and Israel wipes out the Houthis. It's like, what are you guys talking about? What are you talking about? It's like there's no balance of power in the Middle East. Israel can wipe out the Middle East. Like what? It's not even an objective. It could be done in an hour. In an hour, Israel can wipe out the Middle East. The Middle East is nothing but it's garbage. The Houthis and the Hezbollah and Persia and Iran and the Hamas. It's nonsense.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But you listen to people. You listen to them. Oh, Israel, the Hamas is going to conquer Israel. What are you talking about? What are you talking? In what universe do you think that? In what universe would you say that? And the same people, they say, America is in the decline and Russia is stronger. It's like Russia can barely handle Ukraine. Barely handle a single country. So Russia is strong against the U.S. The U.S. can wipe out the planet in an hour. A single carrier can probably wipe out the planet. In what universe do these people live? And they're so convinced of their truth that, like, that after the complete annihilation of the Hezbollah. So I listen to these experts, military intelligence. So they say that the Hezbollah didn't want to attack Israel. So Hassan Nasrallah didn't want to attack Israel. That's why Israel ended up killing him, because he didn't want to attack. He could have. He has the military might, and Israel is weak. But Hassan Nasrallah didn't want to fight Israel. It's like a little child in the playground that gets his ass handed to him, and he says, "Yeah, I didn't want to fight you. Yeah, I didn't want to. That's why you handed me my ass." Yeah, but that's because I didn't want to. If I really wanted to fight you, I would have killed you. You know that, you know what I'm talking about? Anyway, do you want to listen to this guy?
I think I already did, but yeah, we can play it.
No, I don't care. I mean, let's play Lonerbach. You know Lonerbach? Did you know that he's Lebanese?
No, I kind of wondered what my ex was saying about all this, though, because he was Lebanese and he was pro-Israel, so I kind of want to know.
He's not pro-Israel.
Yeah, my ex was like vehemently pro-Israel, so.
I mean, I'm somewhat pro-Israel, but I don't. I mean, it's very difficult. The situation is very difficult because it shouldn't be. Israel shouldn't need to resort to using force. It shouldn't come to that.
They didn't until they were attacked.
I know, but look, it's like a parent that resorts to beating their kids. It's like it shouldn't come to that. You shouldn't need to beat your kids. Your kids should be well behaved. If you were
But the surrounding countries are not Israel's responsibility.
Look, this thing started when Israel attacked the Hamas. The Hamas is a creation of the Mossad. There's no question about that. The Hamas is a direct creation from the beginning, from its inception until the end. The Hamas is the Mossad. There's no question about that. Israel created the Hamas. Israel funded the Hamas. Israel brought the Hamas back to life after the Hamas basically collapsed multiple times. So the Hamas is Israel. And everything started because of the October 7th Hamas attack. So the whole thing is Israel's creation. So it should not have come to this. Israel should never have created the Hamas. Obviously. How many times does anyone need to say obviously? But when you talk to people, they say, no, it's a good strategy that Israel created the Hamas. Because it's good for Israel to have an enemy. Because otherwise they would have to make peace and create a Palestinian state. So it's good for, and that's exactly why Israel created the Hamas, in order to avoid creating a Palestinian state. It's like, who escaped from a mental asylum and is running Israel? That you have to go through this thought process, that you need to take Gaza, create a terrorist government in Gaza, have that terrorist government suppress the people of Gaza, and then have that same government attack Israel, and now the whole Middle East and the whole planet is burning up. This is all because you don't want to create a Palestinian state. So let me give you a shortcut. How about you just don't create a Palestinian state? How about that? Well, I mean, why do you need to go through all this trouble of destroying the planet in the process in order to not create? You think it's not good to create a Palestinian state? All right. How about you don't do that? Why is it more complicated than that? What do you think?
I think that members of our own military in the United States could band together and start a terrorist organization too. So I don't think it's fair to just blame Israel for creating Hamas.
What do you mean?
Especially like if Hamas was planning on attacking Israel, at that point it doesn't matter who created it. It's about neutralizing the threat.
I'm saying it should not have come to that. I understand that if you have a child and the child is losing its mind, you need to restrain the child. But it should not have come to your child losing its mind. You having a child, or a person having a child who's losing its mind, it testifies, it's an attestment as to the terrible job the parent is doing. It shouldn't come to that. Your child is losing its mind. That's all I'm saying. The fact that Israel has the Hamas, Israel created the Hamas. It's like a child, right? It's a child. You created the Hamas. The Hamas is Israel's child. So you created a child that is going to war against you. Okay, it should not have come to that. Now that Now,
That happens either way a lot of the time. So,
No.
like, what are you gonna advocate for? Like, defending yourself or not? Like, it doesn't matter.
yes, no, I mean, I agree. When your child loses its mind, you need to restrain the child. You have no choice. Let's say the child is going on a murderous rampage. Yeah, at that point, you have to restrain the child. But why did it come to that? So obviously, you're not a normal parent. A normal parent doesn't have a murderous child. So
Yes, they do a lot of the time.
sure. So now we know they're not normal. They're not good parents, let's say. Or it shouldn't
They
come.
could just be like not well equipped to deal with the situation. Like that's more likely. Like people have children who are psychopathic,
Yes.
children with brain damage, or
Yes.
sometimes even an
Definitely.
external factor affects them like later.
Yes.
So I don't think it's fair to blame people for the situation they're in when they're being attacked. They're the victim. It doesn't really matter what led up to that.
That's called Munchausen syndrome by proxy, what you just described. And that's the illness of the Jews in Israel. That is the illness of the Jews living in Israel. That is
I do not see that as an equivalency.
That's exactly-
like Munchausen is when you intentionally make somebody sick in order to appear like you're a good person.
That's
by taking
exactly
care of that.
That's exactly what the Israeli government did by creating the Hamas, maintaining the Hamas, funding the Hamas, reinvigorating the Hamas after it basically collapsed again and again. The Hamas is not organic. The Hamas is Israel with intent. So that is Munchausen by proxy. I'm sorry. It's in order, and the purpose of this nonsense, this madness, is to garner sympathy from the universe, from the world. We are poor Jews. Look at us. Everyone hates us. The Palestinians.
I don't think that's working. Most of what I see are people caping for Gaza. So I don't even think that if what you said was true, I don't even think it would be considered effective.
Look, the theory that I hear is the Mossad created the Hamas so that no one asks Israel to create a Palestinian state, because the Mossad came to the conclusion that a Palestinian state is too dangerous. So they said, let's create a tiny danger called Gaza. Let's create something dangerous in Gaza and have that in war, in constant war with Israel. But let's maintain the war on low power. It was a controlled war. But unfortunately, this controlled war went out of control. But it was...
Wow.
This was engineered. This was engineered by the Mossad. There's no question about it. We know the facts. We've known the facts all the years. Every time the Mossad went to Qatar to bring suitcases of money to be hand-delivered to the head of the Hamas, every time. So this was in the headlines every time. So we know that this was engineered. Definitely engineered.
All right, dude, I have to go. Just text me in like an hour.
Yeah, man. I'll talk to you later. Anyway, Navi, are you there?
Yep.
Do you want to talk about physics?
Sure.
Do you know any physics?
I've heard of them.
I don't know what you're saying. Okay, it's going to be impossible to talk.
I used to have mechanics in my high school.
I heard mechanics in my high school, but it's going to be impossible to talk because your audio is shite. You don't have an audio. I can't talk like this.
I'm gonna go.
All right, that's good. Let's go see what's happening on the crazy server.
And those motherfuckers out the tunnel like as fast as they fucking can.
Yeah,
That's
like
protocol because they get some serious fucking earthquakes out there.
yeah, and that's the thing because I'm from San Diego, so we get the tail end of all those bad ones, and I'm like, fuck that. I wouldn't even live in San Francisco. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck's sake! You didn't let Sean G in, did you?
Hey, what's up?
That's this one.
Does anybody want to talk?
Oh God, what's up, Mr. Slave?
Wait, Sea Lion, you don't want to talk to me?
But we were talking. You didn't hear us talking just now?
No, it's okay. It's okay, Mr. Slave. I love you. You're good. You're good, buddy. I have to go to a meeting though, but you should talk to Sean about your definition of science.
Let's talk
Yeah,
about how
your
Jesus Christ
definition-
loves you, Mr. Slave.
Oh my
your
God.
definition of science, I heard it last night, is just completely wrong. You can't just make up a new definition. You should say, my opinion of science is, instead of the definition of science.
Well, you've got to remember that his alter ego, his soccer count is Prolapse.
Anyway, look, when it comes to
my back is hurting.
definitions, when it comes to definitions, so the purpose of a definition is to agree on the words that we use in a conversation. That's the purpose. So anyone can offer a definition to any word if they feel that it's going to produce a better conversation, a more efficient conversation. That's the purpose of words.
Yes, you
Oh,
are.
I
You
could see-
are correct.
Yeah, I could see we need a product. We need the ultimate globe Earth, flat Earth dictionary so that we can get
Hang on,
get away from whether or not fucking level is a straight line or a equipotential surface.
Man, this is fucking with my brain, Shoebill.
I gotta say,
this
Shoebill's-
mic is tripping my brain out right now.
Yep.
So it's the only level list on the Globaline model is between us, the sun, and the moon. Is that the only thing that's level?
Anyway, I don't want
goal
to
is
get
back.
distracted. Like, if somebody wants to talk to me about the definition,
No
of
one wants to
science-
talk to you.
Mr. Slave, since we can't agree upon the definition of science, then there's no use in having a conversation, as you stated yourself.
That's not what I said. I said, look, a word we can negotiate. We can negotiate. We can negotiate.
Okay, how about this? How about this? So we can just get science is just the quandary of wonder. Can we just agree on that?
We could, but then you could. It's still, you would still have to entertain magic.
You need magic there. Yes.
No.
I'm trying to separate.
Okay, so wait, hang on. So is magic supernatural to you?
Look, I'm trying to separate magic from science, right? I'm trying to say there is.
Okay, and now what I'm doing is I'm trying to define what you mean by magic. So when you say magic, do you mean supernatural or trickery?
When I say magic, so this is why the definition of science is so critical and so precise. So science is basically the universe is
magic. No. Magic. We're talking about magic now.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
Magic.
Yeah.
Supernatural.
I'm about to answer.
Or
I'm trying to answer.
trickery.
I'm trying to
I
answer.
don't know, but I don't want to talk about. But I don't want to do the definition game for everything else besides what we're talking about. So magic is magic supernatural or trickery?
So, look, what do you want? Okay, you offer a definition of magic.
He's got sort of a definition.
No.
It states-
No. It's me asking you,
Mhm.
when you say magic, do you mean magic as in supernatural, unexplained by science, or trickery, like all us adults know magic is?
I don't look. It's very difficult to define magic, but I can. So look,
Okay. Is a rock supernatural? No. Nope. Rock's not supernatural. Are things falling supernatural? Nope. Those aren't supernatural either. So when you say magic, now that I really need
What's
to
your
understand when you say
definition?
magic, what you mean. Because magic to me is trickery.
What's your definition of trickery? I'm just
All
trying
right,
to
does anyone else
understand.
want to play this game?
No.
I'm not interested in this shit. I don't do
What's your
this.
definition of definition?
No.
Mr. Slave, I want you to understand something. I've been doing this for a very long time.
Doing
and the
what?
last thing I'm going to do is play this game. So if you want to have a conversation, I will have a conversation. But that's going to entail you having a conversation.
You're not letting me speak. You're trying to have a one-way conversation where you're the only one allowed to ask me questions, and I'm like,
yes.
Anytime I'm trying to say something, no, I'm not allowed to say that. I have to go. I have to follow you.
Okay.
I'm not allowed. You don't want to have a conversation. You want to have a monologue.
I want to start. No. I want to have a conversation. And what we're doing now is not a conversation because this is what I expect. Hey, Sea Lion, you there? I think you're.
No, he went to a meeting.
Stefan.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Is magic supernatural or trickery?
I think it's trickery. I don't believe that magic is real, but in theory,
Damn.
I'd say it's supernatural.
See how that worked? His answer is his answer.
He
That's
didn't
all I'm looking for
define.
is an answer.
He didn't define.
I didn't ask you to define magic. I asked you, when you say magic,
then
do you look at it as something that is
why-
supernatural
Sean,
or a form of trickery?
You're repeating yourself multiple times.
I know because you still haven't answered it, and I've
I
asked it 3
can't.
times.
You don't want to have a. Can we have a conversation without you cutting me off every time I start saying something? Is it possible?
Okay, I will not talk at all until you answer the question. Go ahead.
Why? Why don't you want to have a conversation? Well, what's the problem with having a
No.
conversation?
I said I will stop talking until you've answered the question I've asked.
I can't. I'm trying to have a conversation to resolve your to help you.
Hang on.
Why
Yeah,
are you being?
You were talking about we had to agree up a definition. That's exactly what it's asking for.
Yeah, I asked him.
So that both of you agree or sort of disagree on what you mean by magic.
Fantastic.
He asked you a simple question. Yeah. Did you think it was supernatural or trickery? You could easily just say yes or no. Then you can explain why.
I can't.
You can say neither too. You can say neither if you want.
I can't answer the question. Certainly not easily. I'm trying to. I'm doing my best. I can't. I'm trying to express myself to let him know I can't answer the question. Let's have a conversation. I'll do my best to convey an answer to your question. I'll do my very best. He doesn't want to have a conversation.
Try.
I
Why
tried.
can't you answer the question?
He cut me off every time I started speaking.
You can try now. Try now. Why can't you answer the question?
Why can't I answer the question?
Yeah, you said you can't answer the question
nothing-
if magic is
Because the words have not been defined. I can't answer the question as long as words are not being defined. I don't know what to answer.
How do you define magic then?
I asked him. I was willing to define it. I started defining magic and science, and he blocked me. He stopped me multiple
now.
times. Gladly.
Do it now. Keep the meta. Yes.
Gladly. And I've done it multiple times. It's not like I'm not going to surprise anyone with my definitions. We've done this many times.
Of magic.
So I'll start with science with your permission. Give me.
No. Hang on.
There you go. There you go.
The question here
There you
was
go.
if you define magic as supernatural or trickery, you can easily answer yes, no, or neither.
I can't.
Then give us an explanation for what you mean by supernatural or magic.
You're wasting time. I'm telling you, I can't. What do you want me to do? Tell me what to do.
So you don't have any opinion on how you would define magic.
I will help you. Does David Blaine do magic?
Depends on the definition of magic.
For fuck's sake.
That's what we're trying to get at.
Let's do a quick follow-up question. Mr.
Well,
Slade,
that's a fair
no,
response.
let's ask the follow-on question. What's your definition of magic, Mr. Slade?
I tried many times to finish a sentence and I get blocked every time I start. You promised me, no, this time you can say it. This time you can say it. And I tell you, no, you're not going to let me say it. You're not going to let me say it. No, go ahead.
All
the time you
could have
justified the word.
Let's all of us shut up and let's see. It's
All
1, 2, 3, start.
All right. So I've done this multiple times in multiple discussions. I've defined science, and from science, we can extract my definition of magic, which is really not clear. And that is a problem with magic. That's why, obviously, real magic, obviously, cannot exist. It cannot even be defined. But the best I can do is define science. And from that, we can understand what magic could be. Anyway, so the definition of science is that the universe is under an explicit obligation to be simple, mechanical, understandable, intuitively to a little baby.
The universe owes
I see.
That's my definition. That's my definition of science. Hold on, let me just finish.
The beginning of this conversation was not to spark a conversation.
If I may just
it was to fucking segue into his spiel.
No. I don't have an agenda.
He's reading this off a script.
I don't have an agenda.
Yes, and now you claim that the universe owes.
No, wait.
The universe doesn't owe us anything.
Stefan, don't let him do that. What he just did was his avoidance of not fucking defining what
You
magic
didn't let
is
me
to him.
finish. You didn't let me finish. I was about to finish. Anyway, let me finish. Please let me finish.
You had 2 minutes, motherfucker.
Let me finish. Anyway, so that's the definition of science. Now, if you don't abide by this definition of science, then I claim you believe in magic. Now,
so basically, we discussed this before, and basically what you're saying, if science can't explain causality
never said
of
that.
something,
Never said
it's magic.
Never said that.
That's what you said earlier
Never.
today.
Never said that. Never said that.
You didn't?
Never.
Should we go back a few hours?
We don't need to go anywhere. We're having a conversation right now.
Okay, continue with the definition of magic within science then. Why is something which is magic?
I don't understand your question.
What is magic? You said it has something to do with science, yes?
Yes. If you don't
Is it a trick, or is that something a whore does for money?
If you don't accept my definition of science, then I submit to you believe in magic.
No.
Okay. Do you consider ghost magic?
You could say that's like a magical universe. Yeah, it would have
Okay,
ghosts.
so for you, magic is fucking supernatural. Jesus Christ. It only took 30 minutes.
He wants to believe, Sean. He wants to believe in magic. Because do you?
Well, wait a minute. I'm not clear. He says it's either his way or the highway. Is that the deal? If his definition of science is the overruling, authoritative, that's the statement. If you don't agree with it, get the fuck off the mic. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just his opinion, isn't it? His opinion is if you don't follow his view.
Does anybody?
Where's the agreement?
Let me ask you. You know what?
Because you remember,
It's
you said you
impossible.
use agreements and definitions, but if we don't agree with your definitions, why are you the arbiter of those definitions?
Sean, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
So,
absolutely.
In order to have a debate, it's critical to have it one-on-one. Do you want to have a one-on-one discussion?
No, you've already cut those ties. It would be pointless for us to have a conversation.
Okay, does anybody here want
talking to me, and it aggravates me to talk to you already.
I'm sorry. Does anybody want to have a one-on-one with me?
Hawkins, Christopher Hawkins. Hey, no. What's the guy's name? The guy, motherfucker. Say no. The actor I'm talking about. The guy, fucking the one. what's his name?
Hey,
He
Sly,
sounds exactly like him.
Movie.
Clint Eastwood?
What's the name of the movie that he shows up in?
Hey, Slave,
Meet
your
the
question
Fockers?
is wrong. It's not whether or not anybody wants to debate you. Is anybody here capable of debating you?
There's only one. There is only one. The man that has no name.
Sea
The
Lion.
master of syllogisms.
Sea Lion.
The master of all logic.
Sea
The
Lion.
universal standard of intelligibility itself.
Sea Lion. You were on
Hey, you
my
don't need to build me up that
server.
much, Sea Lion.
Sea Lion, you were on my server. We had a nice conversation. And then you had Omnivore come in, and I had a nice conversation with Omnivore. I miss those conversations. I honestly miss those
Marty?
conversations.
Marty, have you asked him your questions?
Okay, so
No,
nobody
he hasn't yet.
nobody wants to have a normal conversation.
Who is he?
Mr. Slave, or as I call him, Prolapse.
I don't know if he's deservable.
Mr. Slave has not been treated nicely by the server.
Look, Sea Lion, I don't know what to
Okay.
tell you. I mean,
Okay, how about
you,
this?
Sea
How about
Lion,
this? Mr.
you
Slave,
invited me
try
to this
this.
server. You
Hang on,
said, come
Mr.
to my
I know, but hang
server.
on, Mr.
There's
Slave.
all these
Mr. Slave, you
PhDs
have to
and
try this out.
mathematicians and physicists. They'll engage. So far, I like.
But here's the problem.
It's like pulling
You
teeth.
you start the
Having a conversation about any topic
Mr.
other
Slave.
than personal
Is that what you're
attacks,
doing right now?
personal attacks for hours.
Mr. Slave? Really? Mr. Slave. The problem is when we started our conversation, it started off good. You made a clear distinction in this for our conversation to happen. You said that we must agree on definitions. Then when I tried to ask you about definitions, you stated that you didn't even have a way to define these things. So how are we supposed to have a one-on-one conversation if my definitions don't suffice for you and I can't get a clarification of your definitions for your opinion? So where does the conversation start where the definitions are agreed upon?
Look, Sean, I asked you, I'll ask you again, and the door is always open. Do you want to have a one-on-one? Yes or no?
If when I ask you questions, you're willing to answer them and not gish gallop, or
Okay, it's up to you. It's up to you. But look, the first order of business.
No,
First
thank
order of
you.
business,
No,
Sean.
it's actually no. It is fully up to you,
Sean. The first order of business. My first requirement is a one-on-one. I can't have multiple people talking to me at once. I need one-on-one. That's the first thing. Second thing, I need.
Well, hang on. I get one too. My first requirement is that when questions are asked from either one of us, that they are answered and not gish galloped around.
Look, if I don't have an answer, what do you want? What do you want me to do? What? Tell me what
you
to
say.
do.
You say, okay. Oh, perfect. If you don't have an answer, you say, I don't know. It's very simple.
Well, sometimes I don't know. Sometimes things are unknowable. But if I don't have an answer, I don't have an answer.
Well, yeah, perfect. So if I say, what is your definition of magic? This is just an example. I'm not asking you. If I say, what is your definition of magic? You say, I can't explain it or I don't know. Not, let me tell you about science.
But it's a
You see where
definition.
the problem started there?
But that's a
It's not
definition.
a
You can't.
definition.
No, you
But you also said you don't know the definition or you don't understand how to explain the definition. It's an easy, I don't know.
No, it's not. No. So a definition is a negotiation between two people, right? Two people.
No, it's not.
Okay, this goes to the theory. Look, I'll gladly have a conversation with you, but first we need to decide that it's going to be one-on-one so we can have a quiet one-on-one, no interruptions, slowly talk to each other.
This guy in charge again. Hi, see?
Yeah, it's not working. For
Every
him.
time I leave, this guy's fucking running the room here.
Well, I can tell you right now we're playing negotiation game, but it's not really working out for him very well.
Look, it's up to you.
That a definition isn't a negotiation; it's an agreement upon terms on a specific
Anyway,
subject.
look, I've given this server. This is like
Very
my
simple.
fourth day on this server that I'm not getting
We'll see, man.
anywhere.
Maybe you'll keep coming back.
Yeah, I
But,
keep
you're not
coming.
gonna just run the gambit each time. You maybe want to nail down a point you're trying to make so we can respond to it.
I look at this point. Look, I'm trying different strategies. I've given this server multiple days.
I'm trying to help you.
Ooh, wow.
I'm
How
really
much
trying
are you
to
going
help
to
you.
invoice us? How much do we owe you for all the time you've spent here? Like, what the fuck are you trying to say?
I'm wasting my time. That's for
You might be wasting your time, yeah.
until now. It's been mostly a complete waste of time with like interruptions of actual productive conversations.
What
So-
productive conversation were you having that got interrupted? I
Yeah,
highly doubt
it's
that
the
you
it's
were
the
included in
opposite.
it.
It's the opposite. It's unproductive conversations that were interrupted momentarily with actual productive conversations. I wish it were the opposite.
Dude, you're fucking crazy, dude. Like, why don't you just make a point so we can have a conversation instead of this weird meta fucking bullshit?
Because I've given this server many days.
All right, then fucking be gone. I don't want to hear you say how much you've given this fucking server if you're not going to actually make an argument, dude. Nobody wants to hear your fucking grandstanding.
Anyway, so I don't know what to say. Anyone who wants to have a conversation one-on-one, that would be a
Well,
good
it's a
start.
room full of people. Why don't you bring up a topic so we can respond to it?
No.
Stop fucking crying that everyone is like talking or something. Like, it's fucking dumb, dude. You've never made a single point since you've been here. Would you like to try?
Look, it's impossible to have a conversation between a person and a room. I need there to be one-on-one. I need to know.
Then go have a one-on-one with somebody, but quit your fucking bitching.
I'm not bitching.
You're not going to take over a VC and demand that everyone else be quiet. You could do that when it's a debate or like an event, but like, why do you got to be so weird?
Because I've given this server multiple
Oh my
days.
God, you're going to go there. Nobody gives multiple days of what? And why do you think we deserve it?
Deserve what? I have tried to have productive conversations on this server for a few days, and I find it.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a you problem if you aren't able to accomplish that.
Anyway,
are you blaming everyone else for your inability to communicate?
I'm not blaming.
That's what it sounds like.
No, I'm not blaming. Look, there is a dynamics that is created between me and this server, and I'm trying to separate variables. So when C-Line first
What?
came onto my channel and we had a conversation, it was very productive. And then he invited.
Are you streaming this right now?
Yes.
On your channel?
Yes.
Hey, how about this fucking get fucked? I can't stream here, but this fuck can. Do you see the channel right now? What does it say on it?
What do you mean?
It says no live.
Where?
No live streaming from the general.
The general says no live streaming? Where?
I don't know. Maybe we need to change things up because I can't live stream here. So
C-Line.
turn your stream off or get
Hold on,
fucked.
hold on a second. I've got to do something here. Bad, Mr. Slave. Bad.
Wait, C-Line told me explicitly.
No. Bad, Mr. Slave.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah, I said it's fine to stream. I don't know. I don't know if anyone minds. We ended up just using this channel most of the stride, but I don't honestly care if you stream from here.
I can't. My bot can't come in here. I don't have the permissions.
Okay, let me get that fixed and we'll figure it out.
I mean, I'm streaming on YouTube.
Cool, you're fucking special, I guess.
I asked for permission from the server owner, so I don't know. Like if I were told not to stream, I would definitely be gone right away. I don't visit servers from which I can't stream. So, but it's like anyway. Look,
Well, I guess we've uncovered your grandstanding motivations. Your audience is.
Then why am I asking?
How many people are watching you right now? I'm curious. Like,
Then
who do you
why-
think you're talking to?
Then why
Or do
am
they
I
think you're winning?
Then why am I asking for a one-on-one if my intention is to grandstand? I'm begging for a
Who would you like
one-on-one.
to have a one-on? Who would you like to have a one-on-one with? Let's try this. Let's see if
Anyone.
you can actually make a point.
Anyone.
All right, me.
Yeah.
I'll one-on-one you. What's your fucking topic?
No, but I'd rather go to a separate room, so no one interrupts, because they're gonna interrupt.
Well, then go. Then go away.
No, let's go together.
Yeah, go down there and somebody will join you. How about that?
Okay, I'm gonna go to live stream VC. Let's see who joins. He's gonna say, "Ha, fooled you, made you go to another." He's not joining. Oh, he came in and then he left. Why? What's he gonna do? Anyway, let's wait for him. I don't know what's his point. Like, he's joking. Is he back there? Yeah, he went back there. So he was just joking.
Like a wrecking ball.
So I waited for you. So didn't he say he wants to go to a one-on-one in one of the?
No, he said if someone wants to, they'll come and join you, Mr. Slave.
Does anybody want to have a one-on-one?
Gregory does.
Stop. Only mainstream scientists. Only someone who abides by mainstream science.
Gregory is the he is the ultimate mainstream scientist.
Yeah, I heard enough
He
about
has the true knowledge of all science through his powerful deductive logic.
I'm not interested.
It cannot be beaten.
I'm not interested.
We should get Blartek down there.
Yeah, is Blotek here? He left.
I
Where'd he
spoke
go?
to him.
Oh, damn. He would be perfect for this.
I spoke
Yeah,
to
well,
him.
he was earlier.
I
You had a good
spoke
time
to
talking
him.
Blotek, right?
I
Yeah.
spoke to him. I spoke to him.
You wear glasses, Mr. Slave.
I don't respond to anything personal. So
That means you do.
anyway,
That's why you can't see because you're blind.
So Demonstride claimed that I'm grandstanding because of my YouTube channel. So I told him that violates the fact that I'm trying to get a one-on-one and I'm unwilling to have a conversation otherwise.
No, you're grandstanding because you're holding the room to hostage.
But that's not
until they do what you want.
I'm not holding the room hostage. Why would you say that?
Yeah, you are, because you do these big bloviating explanations. You explain the same thing over and over again. When someone asks you a concise question, which is kind of yes, no, I don't know kind of thing, you go off on these big diatribes. And you're basically continually pestering people to get what you want, which I think is obviously some content for your YouTube channel. Hence, saying that your grandstanding is not that unfair a point. I don't think I would phrase it that way. I'd say needy is a better word.
Look, the best content for YouTube is drama. And that's the last thing I'm looking for, right? If I would want drama, I would answer questions about my personal life and we would have yelling matches and stuff like that. Everyone loves that. That's how you grow your channel. That's the last.
Why don't you just take part in the conversation? Join in with the group. You don't have to be the sole focus of everything that's going on.
But I'm not interested.
What is your YouTube channel, by the way?
I'll give you a link. I'm not interested in joining a conversation. I could join many conversations on
That's fine, but that's what this room is for. This room is to have a conversation, not for you to demand a one-on-one with an individual and then continually repeat that until someone acquiesces to your demands.
I put my channel in the side chat. I usually use the side chat. I don't see the point of going to a different chat. Anyway, I don't want to just join a conversation. I was invited to this server by the owner because he said that there's plenty of smart PhDs and physicists and mathematicians who would love to pick my brain and would love to stress test my theory. And
Sea Lion, why'd you lie to him like this?
I was sleep deprived, okay?
Are you the owner, Sea Lion?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, I try to keep a low profile, except when I overshare about personal life.
Sorry about that.
You've been outed as the owner of the server. I'm going to spread it around everywhere.
He's a Sith Lord.
I am.
Well, you see, I thought the Globe Gangster people, the ones that have the Globe Gangster, tags, were the ones that were in charge here.
No, I'm in charge of Malaysia.
Oh my god. Anyway, look, if somebody feels that I'm what did you call it? Grandstanding or hogging, or if I'm being
You're doing it right now.
Okay, I'm asking if you want me to leave, I'll leave.
Yeah, I don't care, man. How about you bring up a topic instead of like stating again that you'll go if blah 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 this or that, or you want to like you've made your fucking points clear to everyone now over and over. I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna lose my shit, man. Just fucking bring up a topic or leave.
Wait, demonstrate. In general, I don't respond to violence. So, like, why are you being so mean?
Is mean the same thing as violent?
It's a little bit.
Are you butthurt?
Look, stop. Look, my point
Are you
is.
butthurt right now?
No, but there's no reason to be mean like this. There's no reason. We can be nice.
No, but he's being so mean. He demanded I actually engage with him in a conversation. I really want to just keep grandstanding and holding the room hostage. But he's being mean to me. I'm gonna tell everyone how he's being mean to me, and I'm totally not grandstanding and holding the room hostage right now.
If you feel that I'm holding the room hostage, then there's
Jesse, speak, please. Help us, Jesse. Save us, Jesse.
Oh, I don't know if I can save this situation, but I just did want to address Mr. Slade. It is a community room, so we kind of just have community chit chat here. If you want a 1v1 with somebody, the way to do that is to ask in the text chat if there's anyone that will agree to have a 1v1 with you. And then if you find somebody who will have a 1v1 with you, then ask Sea Lion to schedule it. And then you and your opponent can have, or your partner, your discussion, whatever, can have that. But otherwise, it's generally kind of a community chat. So if you have a reasonable expectation of that, then you won't be offended and other people won't be offended, and it kind of helps us all get along better. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, initially Sea Lion offered that and I refused, but now I agree. Yeah, Sea Lion, do you want to schedule something like a one-on-one? Anyone willing to step up to the plate?
I'll do it.
Now?
Yeah, let's have a 1v1 right now. What's your topic?
Where? Here? Hello?
Yeah, why didn't you say? Let's set up some parameters. One, Mr. Slave, you need to define what the plate is that you're stepping up to. 2, it's a debate of 30 minutes. 3, no more than 30 to 45 seconds for any specific answer.
Sure, I'll abide by any conditions.
Cool. So what's the plate? Let's start off with that. What's the topic you want to engage Demon Stride on?
My definition of science.
Great.
Well, how can you debate your definition of science, because that's something that's your opinion?
Fine. So my
anything tangible that we can debate.
Yes. So my definition of science. If you don't accept my definition of science, then you believe in magic.
Yeah, we've heard this.
Well, now we'll have one-on-one, and he'll be able to, show me where I'm wrong, where my logic.
How can you show someone's wrong in their opinion?
No.
When it's just their opinion.
No, it's logical. It follows. So he can demonstrate.
In that case, then you need to create a syllogistic argument and present that.
I don't know, formal logic, so I can't help you with that.
So how do you know it's logical then?
I don't know formal logic. I don't know these things. So
so formal logic is what defines what is logical or not. And if you don't understand formal logic, you can't say that your conclusions are logical. Therefore, reasonable?
No. not reasonable. That's like in your universe, it might be reasonable. In my universe, I don't know what you just said.
Maybe a better word for you to use rather than logical is intuitive.
I'll say whatever I want, and you're willing.
I'm only offering a suggestion. I'm not making a demand.
No. I'm not saying you're making a demand. You can say whatever you want. I don't know what you said.
I know.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know.
Okay, so fine. So, Demon Stride, are you happy on the topic? Are you happy on the time frame? Are you happy on keeping stuff pretty snappy and short and to the point?
I prefer an actual topic, but we can do this one. That's fine.
You can offer an alternative topic, like anything in physics. Physics
okay,
or
yeah, all right. How about
like if you want to do
the magnetosphere?
I don't know anything about the magnetosphere. I don't care so much about it. I'm not a flat earther.
You said anything in physics?
No, I'm not a flat earther. These things don't bother me. Like I could care less.
Okay, so why don't you pick something then that's actually worth debating?
So-
What do you disagree with in physics?
So I have an ether theory. So I can present to you my ether theory, and you can try and show the contradictions or show me where it's not a good theory, it's not scientific, where it contradicts any known physics, why it's not as powerful as I think it is, why it contradicts
Is
itself.
this the same one from the other day, and or do you have something different? Because I mean, just go with that one then. Let's hear your theory of ether.
Okay. So the universe is, well, let's begin with how I came up with it. So I was just looking at the Newtonian gravity that says that F equals ma, but F equals gmm over r squared. So you can say F equals F, the F of acceleration equals the F of gravity. So ma is equal to gmm over r squared. That should explain how a free body falls. Okay, but then the little m's drop out, so you get a equals gm over r squared, meaning even light should bend. So already you see that light should bend, which is something that no one has noticed, which is already revolutionary in of itself, but it's negligible at this point. So a equals gm over r squared.
45 seconds.
What do you mean? Why is
You've got 40? Everyone gets 45 seconds, and then it flips over to the other person. I mean, that was what you agreed on.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. You said that light does not bend, or it's not been observed to bend.
No.
We've observed lensing effects around stars, and rainbows are bent light.
I actually said the opposite. I said you can see from Newton's gravitation that light should bend.
Okay.
Because A equals gm over r squared. You don't need.
Let's get to the contention then. What's your problem with it?
I don't have a problem. It's just that what you see is from Newtonian gravity. You see that wherever you put a test particle in the universe, it should start moving towards the Earth instantaneously. It should instantaneously start moving towards the Earth. And as it falls into the Earth, as all these test particles flow into the Earth from infinity, my calculation shows that they impact the surface of the Earth at 11 kilometers per second. So something.
Is this universe devoid of all matter except for the Earth?
Yes. So yeah, it's an empty universe with just Earth at the center. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So A
And
equals.
how far away were the test particles?
Infinite distance. They started at zero velocity.
How did? Hold on a second. It's something at an infinite distance. How did you calculate at what speed it would achieve its destination if it's infinitely distant?
It's okay because the limit at infinity is 0, so it converges. So mathematically, it's fine. You do the integration from infinity, but at infinity, it's 0. So you get. I mean, this is basically identical to the Schwarzschild radius calculation, and it ends up the same calculation gives you the Schwarzschild radius from Newton. but I'm not the first person.
And this is going to prove your ether theory, right?
Nothing proves my ether theory. These are just evidence. These are just multiple pieces of evidence that I submit to you as evidence for the ether theory.
Okay, still not seeing the correlation yet.
I'd like to circle back to something you said. You said Newton predicts that light should bend. Can you describe how you arrived at that conclusion?
Sure. So the equation is that A equals gm over r squared, right? Do you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So so just before that, so ma equals gmm over r squared, but it doesn't matter what m is. So as m tends to
It very
zero,
much matters. It very much matters. It's mass. So what's the mass of light?
Sure, but as you now let's take this equation and add the limit as little m goes to 0. As little m goes to 0, this equation still holds.
No, it results in 0.
No, ma equals gmm over r.
Yes, 0 mass is 0 force. Light should not bend, according to
No,
Newton.
no, but I'm not.
Or do you say that light has mass?
No. What I'm saying is that the test particle. Okay, let's go back.
No, you said light. No. You said light
Yes.
bends
Yes.
in Newton's gravity.
Yes.
I'd like for you to
Let me
derive that.
Let me. Before that, let me even escalate the stakes. This comes out of Galileo's gravity.
I'm not interested in Galileo's
What?
gravity. I'm interested in your claim that
No,
according to
it
Newton,
will-
light should bend.
No, it
so
will
what is
s-
the mass of light?
No, it will simplify the proof. If we go back to Galileo, it will just make a simpler proof because we don't need any math. So,
So
going
you
to-
have
No,
to
no,
able to
this-
answer that?
You
Are
need
you
math.
able to answer that simple question though that he asked you? Like, what is the mass of light? Can you
Yeah,
try and answer that before you go backwards more?
You need to be able to. You need
I
mass
am-
for
I
Newton
am-
to kick in.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
That's just a term in the equation. I'm sorry if you don't understand that, but if you multiply something by 0, the result is 0.
The force is 0, but the acceleration.
Okay,
The acceleration. So let's go back to. Let's prove this from Galileo.
Wait. So you're saying that force is 0, but the acceleration is non-zero,
Correct.
even though you have 0 mass?
That's what I mean. That is what the equation says. Look, but we can prove it from Galileo, so we don't need math. Yeah, let me
That
go.
then doesn't really say anything. It's 0 equals 0.
Let me go. Right. Look. Let's use Galileo's equivalence principle and prove it from that. If you, I submit a retraction. Everything I said, I retract. I'm going to escalate my contention, so it's going to be easier for you to disprove it. No math. So Aristotle said heavier bodies fall faster. So Galileo said, let's have a thought experiment and disprove it. So Galileo said, let's take a mass, cut it in two, and put it and connect it with a thread as it's falling. So obviously it shouldn't change the rate of falling. Therefore, heavier bodies fall at the same rate as lighter bodies. This is called the Galileo's equivalence principle. But according to this principle, you can cut the big mass into tinier and tinier and tinier pieces. As the limit of each piece, as its mass goes to 0, the argument still holds. As long as it's non-zero, certainly the argument still holds, meaning as you tend to 0, meaning even light should bend. This is from Galileo's thought experiment. So we can prove light should bend even from Galileo's thought experiment.
That's cute, but could you quantify it? Because if you're talking about Newton, he has a mass term in there, and if the mass term is 0, nothing should happen.
There's a mass term in Galileo too. I mean, but it's a simpler. It's just a simpler equation. I mean, in Galileo there is no equation, but there is mass, and there is falling, and faster and slower. So it's minimal. It's a minimalistic proof.
Can you stop mass? I'm sorry. Can you stop light? Can you hold light?
As far as I look, I believe in mainstream science.
The short answer is no. So that's a category area. You cannot treat light as matter.
You cannot answer for me. That's rude. And I'm actually not debating you. I'm debating someone else.
You cannot treat light as matter, right? Or would you, or do you disagree with that statement?
No, I don't.
Can I hold a bucket of light?
Look. Slow down. Look, first,
No, just
when
try
you ask
answering the question. Don't run away. Don't run away. Just try and answer the question. Can you treat light as matter?
Hold on. Look, please.
No, just try answering the question. Nobody's holding on to anything. Just try and answer the question.
No, you're being rude. Stop being rude. No being
okay.
rude.
So you're not going to answer the question. You're going to do this fucking him-hawing, tap dancing bullshit again.
Okay, so one of the conditions of a discussion is no one is rude. We're not rude.
Discussion's over because you won't fucking even answer the simplest of questions. Do you agree with the statement that light can be treated as mass? Yes or no?
Okay. So
because here's the thing: you just made that claim. You literally just made that claim, but now you don't want to justify it and be like, "Hey, I do believe that."
You're not letting me answer.
Tell us you believe it, or tell us you don't believe it.
But this is the second time that I'm being. I'm not allowed to answer a simple question.
Yeah, you're not allowed to just do the thing you want.
I'm just trying to answer a question. Why don't you let me answer a question?
You're tap dancing around the question. And
I'm trying to answer.
So do you? No. Hold on. It's yes or no. Do you agree with the statement? Yes or no?
I will not look. One of my conditions of having.
You will not. Yeah, you're.
You don't let me. You don't let. Look, you're not going to restrain me from free speech. That's not a discussion. If you tell me,
you're not gonna control me, buddy.
A what?
Let him leave him be demonstrated. Let's let him hang himself some more.
Where are we in the discussion? By the way, who am I?
Light is treated as mass, right?
1 second. I need to know who am I? We decided it's going to be a one-on-one. Now it's 2-on-1. I just want to know who am I debating.
No, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter, but let's leave Demonstrate aside, and you can go ahead and answer me.
Okay.
Does light have mass? And can you hold it? Can you put it in a bucket? Does it matter?
Okay, who am I speaking to?
Totoro.
Oh, Totoro. Look, so as you know, I believe in mainstream science. So I've never conducted any experiments. I have very little knowledge. As far as I know, the light always travels at the speed of light. That's as far as I know.
Totoro, what does mainstream science say about the mass of light?
Massless.
Okay, cool. So Mr. Slave therefore agrees that light does not have mass. Good. Let's move on.
I don't even yeah. So, but we proved from Galileo's equivalence principle that light should bend under gravity.
No, we have not.
Okay, what's the question?
Because by Newton, there should be zero force acting on it.
Wait.
Therefore, it should not change direction. Hang on. What is Newton's first postulate?
Hold on. Let's go back to Galileo.
Any object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by an external force. What is the force on the light in a gravitational field? Well, it has zero mass, so therefore force is zero. Therefore, it continues on a straight line. Boom, done. Newton does not predict light bending.
Okay, let's go back to Galileo. So by Galileo's equivalence principle, we can cut up the mass into tinier and tinier pieces, and the body.
Can you cut up light? Can you hold light? Can you put a knife to it?
Why are you asking this question again? I answered this question already.
You literally said, if you can cut up mass, can you hold light to cut it up?
I answered.
You can hold mass.
I answered.
Cut it up.
So what? That's irrelevant to the discussion.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're committing a category, or you're equating two different things, light and matter. And I'm telling you, by Newtonian principles, I'm not even going to go for Galileo. I'm going to go for Newton, which is the rigorous mathematical definition. First postulate: objects in motion stay in motion unless acted on by an external force. Calculate the force. Force comes out zero. Therefore, it stays in uniform linear motion. QED, job done. Light should not bend, according to Newton.
Okay, but okay, so I already explained why, according to Newton, light bends, and according to Galileo. So, what do you want to do now? I don't know what to do. I proved it.
Well, you apparently didn't quite, because Newton disagrees. So you go ahead and have a chat with Newton, I guess.
Look, I don't know. I don't know what Newton thought or didn't think. I'm not claiming anything about Newton. I'm talking about Newton's equations. If we use Newton's second law and gravitational law and put them together to see how a body accelerates, a massive body accelerates, we see that it keeps accelerating as m goes to 0. That's all I'm saying. Light, let's say m is 0, but as it mathematically tends to 0.
Wait, you said mathematically, and you said Galileo doesn't use math. So which one? Are we using the mathematical version, or are we not using mathematics?
No, I mean, if we're using Newton, then it's mathematical. If we're using Galileo, it's less. It's there is no equation, right? Galileo only has
right. So if we take the limit of mass going to 0, the force in Newton comes out to 0. 0 force,
but the
no
acceleration,
force, uniform linear motion.
The acceleration,
job done.
But the acceleration doesn't change.
You cannot conclude anything about acceleration
what
if
do you
your
mean?
force is
But
0.
you agree that according to Newton, the mass of the body is irrelevant when you want to calculate the acceleration, right? It drops out.
The acceleration cancels. The acceleration comes out as a constant to the mass and the force canceling out. Yes. But if you have 0 mass, 0 force, you cannot say anything about acceleration, because you can make acceleration be 10 trillion, -5, whatever you want, and you're going to come out with 0 equals 0.
No.
So you have no answer.
No. A equals gm over r squared. It's all bodies, regardless of their mass, fall at the same rate as the limit of the mass goes to, regardless of the mass, including as the limit of the mass tends to 0, which for all practical intents and purposes is 0, is light. So I don't see why you don't see that this demonstrates that Newton could have predicted that light bends if he knew everything I know right now, just from Newtonian second law and gravitational law, that light should bend. But he could have known this from Galileo. Galileo could have known this.
So you're saying that in a gravitational field, light slows down when it goes away from the field,
yes,
speeds up when falling towards the field.
Yes.
And it will, well, that's wrong, by the way, but whatever.
Okay.
It's a minor detail.
Well,
it seems to be a major disagreement with standard physics, or is that me?
I mean, we can discuss when he says, we can discuss. He entered a new contention, he can present his evidence, right? It's by the way, it's not, we of course I have my evidence. We can have a discussion about everything like we're having now. Just to say that he says that mainstream says something, that's meaningless until I present my my point of view.
Well, we've already concluded from Newton that light should not bend.
You have.
That is just a straight up consequence of the first postulate and the gravitational equation.
No, light should bend. Look, okay, we're at a stalemate regarding that. It's, I don't know, it's you could say it's not critical. It's fine. We can go on. We're at a stalemate. I don't know what else to do.
If you're at a stalemate, what's the rebuttal to the point that in Newton's first postulate of motion, that this isn't the case?
I already explained we're at a stalemate. Look, it's a one-on-one. You're allowed to have stalemates in a one-on-one. I'm not here to win.
You're just here to... Sorry, go on, carry on.
Yeah.
I don't want to get the meta going.
That's good. Anyway, so we can continue the discussion about my ether theory, my grand unified ether theory. I think I've said everything I can about something that is actually irrelevant to the main theory. I just said, by the way, we already see from Newton that light should bend, but that's not my theory. I can write a paper about that, and I don't think anyone has ever said this before me. Certainly not about Galileo, but fine.
So you're trying to basically treat light as a sort of going like the gravitational acceleration being something like centripetal acceleration, right?
What? I didn't understand that. What? Centripetal?
You're saying that the gravitational acceleration should apply to light just as it does to physical objects, correct?
That's not how I would express it, because my ether theory says that the ether flows and light is a propagation of energy in a fluid.
You just said Newton predicts bending of light because of the gravitational acceleration, and you're saying that the acceleration applied to anything should be irrespective of its mass.
Correct.
Yeah. So you're basically treating light, if it was traveling, let's say, near to the sun, let's say, parallel to the sun's surface, it would be acted upon by the gravitational field as if it was being acted upon as a centripetal acceleration. It's being pulled towards the sun.
Yes, I get
Right.
it. Yes. But for me, it's because the ether flows as the light. The light is a wave traveling in the ether, and the ether is being sucked into the sun. That's why you get the deflection.
Okay, cool.
I agree.
Well, hang on. You don't get to just, you don't get to just dismiss the mechanistic part of Newton and the mechanistic part of classical mechanics here. So you're saying it's being acted upon as if it was being acted upon by an acceleration. We're going to treat it as a mechanical object here because you're the one who wanted it. You wanted to treat light like matter. So let's go there. Velocity of light, 300,000 kilometers per second. Acceleration at Earth is about 9-10 meters per second. Let's go to say an acceleration of the speed of light. Your Schwarzschild radius for a black hole, right at the event horizon. Now, that would be 300,000 kilometers per second. You can calculate the radius of curvature for a centripetal acceleration using an equation, which basically is the radius of acceleration is the tangential velocity squared divided by the centripetal acceleration. So it's essentially 300,000 squared over 300,000 kilometers. So boom, from your output, every black hole ever should have a radius of 300,000 kilometers of its event horizon. That is not the case. That is extremely wrong.
I calculate again from Newton. It's possible.
Here's the problem. That this is the logical conclusion. When you take your wrong assumptions to their logical conclusion, you come up with nonsense.
Let me just answer. I understand, but that's a meta comment, so I'll ignore it. So I use Newton's gravity, the same equation that gives me the velocity of 11 kilometers a second of ether flowing through me right now. That same equation is the Schwarzschild equation. It's the same equation, just instead of looking for the velocity, if I plug in the speed of light and I release the radius instead of the Earth radius, then that gives me the black hole. Whatever the mass is, I get the black hole radius, and I get the Schwarzschild radius directly from Newton. I'm not the first. I wouldn't be the first one to do it. I think I've shown you people a video of someone on YouTube who's done this before. So I don't know what you're talking about that radius. So the calculation of the radius.
Yes, I can see you wouldn't understand it because the problem is that you didn't think this through. That's your problem.
That's a meta comment. I'll ignore it. Let's continue. It's again irrelevant. So, I mean, if you want to have a discussion, we can, but if you keep making meta comments, I'll ignore them. So
it is very relevant. It shows to me that you have not actually thought this entire thing through at all.
Meta comment.
Yes, meta comment, blah, blah, blah.
I'll ignore. So
whine some more.
Meta comment, I'll ignore. Anyway, let's continue. So my ether, so looking at the Newtonian second law of motion and gravitation, you see that there is an acceleration. Something is accelerating anywhere in the universe, right? An empty universe with only Earth at the center. Anywhere in this universe, you place a test particle, doesn't matter what its mass is, it's going to immediately start accelerating, which is weird in itself, but fine. So to me, it feels like something, there is this fluid that is flowing that anywhere you put a test particle, it just get dragged in. So my
quick question. Is this theoretical or is it practical?
I don't understand the question.
Is this something that's theoretical physics or is this practical?
I don't understand the question. You just repeated your question. I didn't say I didn't hear you well. I just don't understand what you're asking.
Do you understand the difference between practical physics and theoretical physics?
I'm going to skip talking to you. Let's get back to the debate. Anyway, so wait, are you streaming something?
Yeah, I'm going to demolish your derp about light acceleration.
Okay.
So you're basically going from GMM over R squared. And you can go MA, you can cancel these, you end up with A is equal to GM over R squared, where A is the acceleration that an object feels. Right, okay, cool. So with that in hand, if I find an object that has an escape velocity, you can actually use this to calculate an escape velocity. If I calculate a object with an escape velocity of c, and by the way, what I'm talking about, the centripetal acceleration, that's talking about an object going around something in an orbit. Centripetal acceleration would be vc over here. I'm sorry, ac over here. And centripetal acceleration can be calculated.
I'm lost. You lost me.
Yes, I know you're lost in the sauce here, but don't worry about that.
You're
We'll
being
get there.
mean. No. I'm not going to
It's
talk to you.
Tangential
being
velocity
mean.
v squared here
I don't
divided by the
understand.
radius.
You lost
r.
me. Wait, you lost me.
Okay, that's okay. R is v squared over ac, and since we know velocity of speed is light, we can reformulate this, and our AC here is the speed of light as well. That'll be the surface of a black hole. We're going to end up with c squared over c,
What is
which
A? Is A acceleration? What is A? I don't understand.
A is the centripetal acceleration. That'll be
A
the
equals
gravitational
C?
attraction, the gravitational acceleration of an object going in an orbit.
Hold on. A equals C? It says A equals C. The acceleration
Yes.
is
Well, I
to the
set
right?
it. I set it to basically be really be the speed of light as an acceleration. We're basically talking about a case where this would be really 3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second squared.
But what does it
such that
mean?
these then
What does it mean A equals C? The units are, something is wrong with the units. I don't understand A equals C.
again, I'm talking about gravitational acceleration and escape velocity. If you have a gravitational field where the escape velocity would be the speed of light.
The units of A equals C don't work out. The units, the dimensions. A equals C. It's meters per second on the right and meters per second square on the left. Fix the units. I don't understand.
Yeah, let me think about it.
Okay.
Oh, meters squared per second squared. Yeah, I know it works out. So these units here would be meters per second squared.
A equals C.
These
Can you
units
fix?
here would be meters squared per second
Can you
squared,
fix? Can you fix A?
and ends up with meters. There you
Can
go.
you fix A equals C? What
You
is
just
it?
did.
What is
I
A
just-
equal? What is
there
A
you go.
equals C? Oh, okay.
Happy?
Why are you being rude? Why are you being rude? Why? What are you getting out of being rude?
I'm trying to show you that what your conclusions are is nonsense.
That's fine. That's
because
fine.
we've now just said in your theory, it should be such that the escape velocity, that light should orbit in a 3 times 10 to the power of 8 meter radius around a black hole, and that would be the event horizon of a black hole.
I don't know. I mean, so you want to go
If
through
you treat light
Mhm.
as a particle with mass, or as a conventional mechanical particle, this
Mhm.
is the conclusion, which is nonsense. Because black holes have different radii depending upon their mass. So you can't treat light this way And what's one of the failings of Newton is Newton doesn't predict light bending, because Newton basically says.
Wait, could you go through the proof? Could you go through the proof again? Because you went really
I
fast.
just did. I'm not going to do it again.
Wait, but you went so fast, and I kept asking you what's going. Okay, you don't want to talk. Look, you're trying to.
I just did. If you have an escape velocity.
Wait, slow down. Okay, wait. Hold on. I'm begging you, please let me try and understand it. I'm not asking for much.
Well, up until here, you understood it.
Yeah, sure. Okay, now this is where you went like really, really fast. Okay, so you're saying there's a velocity, you're saying there's a centripetal acceleration, and there's a radius. Now you're saying AV, A something is equal to AV.
V is the tangential velocity of an object in orbit. AC would be the centripetal acceleration for the thing to remain in a stable orbit.
Let me ask you questions. Hold on. So V squared, so AV is equal to V squared over R. That's always true?
Yes. AC, not AV. This is the centripetal acceleration equation.
There's no AV, that's AC. So AC is equal to V squared.
Centripetal acceleration, this part here.
Yeah, that's a C?
Yeah, that's supposed to be a C.
So that's A centripetal. Okay, so that's a centripetal.
Centripetal
is V squared over R. Okay, and then R
is tangential velocity squared over the radius.
Is this equation true? A is always V squared over R?
This is basic mechanics.
Okay. So
you can look up the centripetal acceleration equation if you want.
Sorry, I can look a complex question very quickly. Sorry, Mr. Slave, for Totoro. Totoro, you're called Totoro, but your icon has a Moomin in it. Why?
Has a what?
Moomin.
Okay, and then you're saying R
As a
equals
human?
V squared over A.
A Moomin.
And then you're plugging in.
What the fuck's that?
You're plugging in.
I'll put it in chat. Don't worry.
A. Wait, could you explain? And then you're saying, I'm lost. V equals C. All right. So R equals C squared over A, and then you're saying, yeah, R equals C squared over A. I can barely what, and then A equals. What's your proof? Could you talk? Can you explain?
My point being here.
What do you mean your point? Just
is
okay. R equals C squared over A. Yeah. Continue slowly from there, and let me ask questions. So R equals C squared over A. Go on.
Over AC.
Yes, and then what?
Yeah. So this would be 300,000 kilometers per second squared.
Sure.
And if we set this to equal to 300.
Set what?
Oh, movement. That you mean? No, it's not that. I'll explain later. Foolish.
Thank you.
So if you cancel this, you end up with 300,000 kilometers.
I can't see anything. You're talking about something that I can't see. Cancel what? Where's your mouse?
I'm just erasing bits here so you can.
Okay.
So if I said AC equal to the speed of light as an escape velocity, so I say 3 times 10 to the power of 8 meters per second squared.
What do you mean A? A is the acceleration. What do you mean?
That's the Schwarzschild condition. That's the Schwarzschild radius condition is when the escape velocity equals the speed of light.
Yep. The escape velocity equals. You already did. That's the C squared at the top. The V is C. You changed it. You plugged in the speed of light for V.
Anyway.
What do you mean anyway?
My point being,
no.
I want to do a little bit more integration here on this. Let's see if I could I do this quickly for the sun? I don't know, maybe. It's just messing about here. Let's see what happens. So anyway, my point being is you can't treat light as
no, you can't just
as
say your point being. You can't. You have to retract.
What?
Everything.
Say again.
You have to retract everything until you prove everything. You can't just say my point being after you tried to plug in the speed of light for the acceleration. I don't even know what. And then you stopped in the middle of the proof. Complete your proof or retract it.
Yo, Totoro.
What?
You doing my live stream?
Your live stream. What are you doing there?
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Nice. That's your Lorentz calculator. We're not even in Lorentz yet.
Yes. No, I know this is not related. I'm just
Okay.
saving you from the debate.
Okay.
Just kidding. So
Neat.
it worked.
Okay.
Like I solved all the bugs, and it does
Nice.
exactly what it's intended to do. And you can change the frame around, and it moves the value of the ratings. So if I put it here, then it measures from here, from this point. So I can
We
measure
can't see anything. I can't see
what the
anything. I don't know
timing-
what's going on.
I can see.
That's amazing.
Thanks.
Is it relevant to the discussion?
Yes.
At some level.
If you could see this, you'd solve the whole meaning of the universe.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so Totoro, do you want to retract or do you want to complete your proof?
For the time being, let's just say I retract because I don't want to be thinking this through all the way. It's gonna need some more integration, and I'm not really gonna be doing that live. But what I'm gonna say here is that my initial disproof of your claim stands. Objects of motion stay in motion, so that's Newton's first law of motion. And since your mass is 0, your force is 0, so therefore light should stay propagating in a straight line.
Yeah.
No force, no change.
Unless you disagree with
One at a
classical
time.
physics and
Okay,
say light has mass.
I'm debating Totoro. So so when you plug when you use F equals ma and F equals gmm over r squared. So as m tends to 0, these equations hold and light bends as, or that particle bends as its mass tends to 0 mathematically, which means mathematically it's not 0, but practically it is, because
Wait. You can't make that conclusion.
yes,
You can't just say
just keeps running away with it.
between me and Totoro. So that's your opinion. Fine. Look,
you can't.
it's really
you
not.
Can't
Impo-
just. Say,
it's really not.
You
Important.
can't just say that because
it's really not. Important. Look, it's not important.
Really it really is important.
No, not for
what you're saying.
It's
is
not for my theory of
that
ether.
If this is 0 and this is 0, therefore, what? Acceleration is 0. Well, funny
Have
part
we gone
is
there for ether yet? Like, have we gotten to that point yet?
No, we're talking. No, we're not getting.
Actually, funny part is that this will work for an arbitrary acceleration. So you could say that the acceleration is 10 trillion.
I'm not saying it's 0. I'm saying ma equals gmm over r squared. As little m tends to 0, the equation holds. The force goes to
But
0.
you contradicted the first law.
No, I didn't. I did not.
The first law of motion.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
No.
did.
Totoro,
force,
let's
no change
continue.
of direction.
Totoro, look, I'm here.
The mass, no force.
Totoro, I'm here to stress test my theory of ether. I really don't want to waste time with something that I find completely irrelevant and trivial. And
Okay,
it's
so
irrelevant.
then you can go ahead and
That was
concede.
a lie.
Then go ahead and concede that you have
Throw the
contradicted
facts out.
the
No
first.
facts allowed.
first.
I can't.
Yeah, then concede that you have contradicted the first law of motion.
I didn't. I said. I just
Yes, you
repeated.
did.
No, I didn't.
We just showed it. Force is 0 for a mass of 0.
I didn't
Therefore, no
say
change
the
of
mass
direction.
is 0. I didn't say the mass is 0.
Okay, well, in that case, let's go ahead and let's ask what's the mass of light.
As far as I know, it's 0. What do I know?
Jesus Christ, he's still like.
So it's 0.
This guy's
So as far as
free.
you know, it's 0. Therefore, you have either, by claiming that that Newton predicts light bending, you've either contradicted Newton's first law, or you have to say light has mass.
Infinitesimal mass, mathematically speaking, which is practical 0 mass. Infinitesimal mass is
Technically zero.
practical.
Yeah, no, it is 0. Yeah.
So
So you agree that light had 0 mass?
Yes, I mean, as far as I
Finally-
know, it's not. I
Okay.
don't know. I believe in mainstream science. I don't know.
Okay. Well, mainstream science says light has no mass.
Fine.
So
then
by that theory, force should be 0, and in order for the first
No.
law to hold, light must not be deflected by
force
gravitational field.
tends mathematically. The force tends to 0 as m tends to 0.
Yes, and it's at a limit of mass of 0. It's
But
going
it's
to be
not
exactly
zero.
0.
No, it's not.
There's
No.
no need for a limit here. This is a trivially solvable problem.
Look,
we can simply substitute mass of 0,
Look,
get the force of
so
0.
A equals something is what I'm saying is some space is accelerating, right? You place a test particle anywhere at infinite distance from the Earth. You place a
Are you
test.
seriously repeating this yet again? Dude, we heard it.
Wait,
like
demonstrate. We're doing one-on-one. We're doing
it.
Demonstrate. This
started-
is a
yeah, it was a
debate
one-on-one that
one-on-one.
started with me and you. Yeah.
Oh, so you gave up the mic. So do you
No,
want?
I didn't actually. I was told to be set aside and I fucked off.
Do you want me?
Yeah, just actually for the points of the debates.
Demonstrate.
So the time is now. Hold on a second, Mr. Slave. As the sort of person that helps coordinate this, as well as putting in some very pithy statements here and there. We've now gone over. We're now 45 minutes in. So that was a great debate. I think that was fantastic use. Hopefully, this has satisfied your need for a good, productive discussion, Mr. Slave. I think Totoro put up a robust and convincing points to his position. I think we all agree that light has no mass, and that's kind of, I think, where we got to. Brilliant.
This discussion.
Does anybody else have any questions about what went on or the debate, or any questions for either Totoro or Mr. Slave beyond the ones that have already been asked?
I'll move to closing. Anyway, so thank you, Totoro, and everyone for the opportunity to talk. I don't feel it was productive. I've been through this discussion. It's irrelevant. I said it's irrelevant. I tried to get away with it. I
You
wish
did try to get away with it.
Yeah.
Get away
I have a
from
question
it.
for Totoro. Will you be my loving husband, Totoro?
Abso-fucking-lutely not.
I like the way you strung a little bit of hope in there and then dashed it on the rocks at the end. That was.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That
I
was
thought
harsh.
that was like going in so many different directions. So it was a roller coaster.
That sounded like he was hesitant. I think if we were in
Totoro?
private, you would have said that.
For that statement, I'm awarding you an honorary British card. You can play this card once, and then you have to give it up.
Look, thank you,
Does it come with
everyone.
Marmite?
Thank you,
It does.
everyone. I'll be back.
Oh,
I'm going to take a break and come back. Thank you, Totoro and everyone. Bye.
All right,
We'll
Mr.
see ya.
Slave.
Oh my god. Well, it's good to have a debate for YouTube. It's good to have a debate. So how long was I? Yeah, this was like, yeah, it's a complete mess. Anyway, let's continue. So we were listening to her. Let's see what she says.
From the rest of quantum mechanics. It doesn't have to be added as an assumption. But the thing is, these proofs are honestly a little unsatisfying because they don't.
'Cause she's on point. And don't forget, she ended up trying to reproduce the double slit experiment at home. And she's trying to become an experimentalist. And she's like, what is going on? She's beginning to understand.
Is it actually necessary? One rule, which is only for the specific circumstance when you're measuring something. And it actually is tacked on. When Schrodinger came up
So she's talking about the Born rule of squaring the psi function to get the probability of finding the particle.
with the Schrodinger
I'm going to have to take a break soon because I'm starving.
equation, there originally was no Born rule in there, but it was.
One second, let me see. Didn't I get a phone call? Okay. Did I get a phone call? Let me check. Well, I'm gonna have to take a break soon either way. No, I don't see a phone call. No, I don't see a phone call. So everything is fine. Everything's fine. Okay, let's continue.
Was added on later because people realized that that was the only way to get the correct predictions out. But
That's interesting. So it wasn't theorized, it was just a patch.
is it actually necessary to add it on? In this video,
I'm wondering, what is the evidence that the Born rule even works?
I'm going to talk about a few proofs that people have come up with in the last couple of decades that show that actually you can derive the Born rule from the rest of quantum mechanics. It doesn't have to be added as an assumption. But the thing is, these proofs are honestly a little unsatisfying because they don't tell us.
I wouldn't say an assumption.
as a patch.
Why you have to have probability in quantum mechanics, or why quantum mechanics is random, or even why exactly does the functional form that the Born rule take make the most sense. It just tells us that there's no other way but the Born rule. That is the only consistent way to assign probabilities in quantum mechanics. Still, I do think that these proofs are really valuable because it means that there's one less assumption that you have to take for granted about quantum mechanics. Plus, as a bonus, they're fairly straightforward to understand. You don't need to know all that much about quantum mechanics. So I'm going to present the version of the proof that kind of mixes a few of them together that made the most sense for me personally. So we're going to start with the uncontroversial case, and that's where you have several options and all of them have equal probabilities. That is definitely the least interesting case, but the reason we're going to spend some time on it is because this is going to be the key to the rest of the proof. When you have a state that doesn't have equal probabilities, what you have to do is reduce it to a form where it does, and then because we know what happens in that case, we'll be able to find the probabilities and then go back to the original case. And so this case is super important to understand. Suppose I have an electron that can be in 3 different energy states. So it could be in energy state A, which is the lowest, or B, or C. Now in quantum mechanics,
It's so funny. When a girl teaches quantum mechanics, she has to put a face. This is so amazing. A guy would never think of doing this, but a girl, they have a need to do this. They need to see faces. This is so amazing. And she's so beautiful.
when you have a situation like this, you're going to actually have the electron be in
She is so.
all 3 of them at the same time.
Look at her
So the way that we
eyes.
represent this
She
is
has huge eyes. She is just a sight to behold. So cute. Incoming messages from Lionsgate. Yo, Sean G wants you in his show. In my show? What do you mean, my show?
It is true that you get an acceleration out of this. Problem is that you can't conclude anything from an equation that's that.
Yeah, Mr. Slave, I think you should do that derivation again, but include the dimension quantities of G, big G, and see how you can cancel it out.
You can't.
Nothing cancels out.
I agree. I agree.
You can't.
I know.
G's got the dimensions of meters squared in it.
All right, Blue Marble, define OG.
But nothing cancels out for me, just to clarify. I never can. I just said I set the limit of little m to go to 0, to tend to 0. Nothing cancels out. I don't need to cancel anything out. I just set the limit of little m to go to 0. And that means light. So light.
That don't mean light. Light 0. Light is 0.
But when you tend to 0, that's 0. A mathematical tends to 0 is 0. There's no difference. It doesn't really, I don't think it really matters. You can drop it out. The M's, I mean, Lenny Susskind, you can watch his lecture. He also derived it just the same as I did. He says he doesn't even use limits. He divides by both sides by M, ignoring the possibility that M is equal to 0. He didn't even say, assuming M is not 0. He just divides both sides by M and he gets A. And he says, well, you can view it as there is a fluid flowing into the earth. He explains gravity as he models, I should say. He models gravity as a fluid flow, and he uses Gauss's theorem. So
Wait, so I derive. So what you're saying is you just derived acceleration from F equals ma, and then from that you just jump to fluid flow through the Earth. What?
Wait, repeat. I'm sorry. I'm doing multiple things at once. What's the question?
Focus.
I can't.
Being a forced homosexual.
I'm not a forced homosexual. That is not what I am.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm not a woman. I can't engage in that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you also have to be a very attractive woman is another requirement.
Correct. Super hot. Like if you're not super hot, then it's useless.
I see.
So I'm watching right now a super hot chick. I love her so much. I'll show you 1 second.
What?
He's watching porn or talking to us?
Yes.
What a Chad. That's some Chad behavior. Honestly, that's kind of.
And you're streaming this to YouTube right now, saying
she's the hottest thing. Here,
I want to see Mr. Slade.
Yeah, here.
Ban that man.
Chat.
Yeah, on the side.
Ban him.
In the side chat.
No porn.
No porn in the server, guys.
She is
Gonna
the
get deleted.
hottest thing. That's it. This is the
Well,
hottest.
as long as it's just a woman, that's fine, right? Ceiling or women banned from the server. You're not allowed to post pictures of women.
It's gonna be a furry.
No,
Don't
you're
do
only
it.
allowed to
It'll be a
post
furry.
you're only allowed to post gay furry porn in the server, and only one user is allowed to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you want to know what my taste in women is, that's my taste in women. Like she can tell me
where is it?
in the side chat. Like she can tell me to do anything.
Oh my god!
Mixed
You gotta go look at
race.
that.
Oh, race mixing.
That's hot. That is hot.
Is she Bangladeshi?
I don't know what her origin story is, but I mean, she's perfection to the power of perfection.
Oh,
I
wow.
can just stare at her eyes endlessly until forever.
The limit of beauty as it approaches 0 equals a woman.
Her beauty as it approaches infinity gives me.
If she told you, right, Mr. Slade,
The answer is
I
yes.
want you to take as much. I want you to take 5 dicks in your ass sequentially. You'd be like, all right, yes, ma'am.
That's like warm up. Anything.
Right, okay. right.
Anything she says, her will is my command instantaneously, like instant time travel, instant action at a distance.
Yeah, I have a
Yeah.
quick question with the diagram. If you guys want to talk about it real quick, like 5 minutes max.
No, this is more engaging.
I'll talk about it with you, Concave, if you want to have a conversation that isn't porn related.
Yeah,
It's not porn related. Look at general chat.
I'm with Concave on this.
I posted a
Yeah, what are
picture.
we seeing here? It's the
It is
celestial
made
sphere.
in MS Paint. The top one is the global model. You've got the Earth in the center. I know this isn't exactly how it is, but it's simplified. You've got the Earth in the center. You've got your celestial sphere, which you use to measure your stars. But the thing is the celestial sphere from the global model, from Earth to the stars, you have your nearest stars, okay? And then as you go further and further back, you get your stars, your galaxies, your galaxy clusters, and so on and so forth, further into the celestial sphere. Eventually, the furthest into the celestial sphere, you're going to hit your cosmic microwave background. In concave Earth, you've got your celestial sphere inside of the Earth. The nearest stars relative to Earth are at the edge of the celestial sphere. And as you go more into the celestial sphere, it's a literal sphere. You.
Anyway, Jesus, how can these guys talk to these flat earthers forever? How do you do it? It's so boring.
To be the key to the rest of the proof. When you have a state that doesn't have equal probabilities, what you have to do is reduce it to a form where it does. And then because we know what happens in that case, we'll be able to find the probabilities and then go back to the original case. And so this case is super important to understand. Suppose I have a electron that can be in 3 different energy states. So it could be in energy state A, which is the lowest, or B.
Funny that her smiley is sad. It's like her poor photon or whatever, her poor particle. It's a poor particle.
Or C. Now in quantum mechanics, when you have a situation like this, you're going to actually have the electron be in all 3 of them at the same time. So the way that we represent this is by having the state have an A component and a B component and a C component. So usually if there's 3 different states that this electron could be in, it doesn't have to be in all 3 of them equally. It could be, for example, much more in A. And the way that we would represent that is by having a number in front of A that's sort of bigger than the number in front of B and C. But in this case, we're going to consider
Let me see how she says it.
reduce it to a form where it does. And then because we know what happens in that case, we'll be able to find the probabilities and then go back to the original case. And so this case is super important to understand. Suppose I have a electron that can be in 3 different energy states. So it could be in energy state A, which is the lowest, or B, or C. Now in quantum mechanics, when you have a situation like this, you're going to actually have the electron be in all 3 of them at the same time. So the way that we represent this is by having the state have an A component and have the electron be in, and this case is super important to understand. Suppose I have a electron that can be in 3 different energy states. So it could be in energy state A, which is the lowest, or B, or C. Now in quantum mechanics, when you have a situation like this, you're going to actually have the electron be in all 3 of them at the same time. So the way that we represent
How can you say that with a straight face?
this is by having the state have an A component and a B component and a C component. So usually if there's 3 different states that this electron could be in, it doesn't have to be in all 3 of them equally. It could be, for example, much more.
That's like a violation of rationality, of logic, of reality.
B component and a C component. So usually, if there's three different states that this electron could be in, it doesn't have to be in all three of them equally. It could be, for example, much more in A. And the way that we would represent that is by having a number in front of A that's sort of bigger than the number in front of B and C. But in this case, we're going to consider the example where these three numbers are going to be exactly the same. And so in other words, these three states are sort of equally represented inside of the state of the electron. I've made this number into a square root of a third. And I'll explain why for people who are curious, but if you want to skip ahead, feel free.
It's a square root of a third because you want to be able to square them and add them. So you square and add, square and add, square and add, and you get 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, and it's 1. You want your probability to add up to 1. It's okay.
So this is called normalization, and it's where when you take the modulus squared of each of those coefficients and you
That's normalization. Okay.
add them, that this will equal to 1. Now this might seem like it is due to the Born rule because it's about probabilities, but actually
Wait, what is she saying?
you add them, that this will equal to 1. Now this might seem
like cheating. Why? No, it doesn't seem like cheating. I don't care. As long as it's equal and adds up to 1, I don't see the problem. It's just math is just a model of reality. So if it models reality loyally, then it's fine.
like it is due to the Born rule because it's about probabilities.
Because these look suspiciously like probabilities. I don't know what you mean by that.
But it actually has nothing to do with probability. It's because in Schrodinger evolution, so the rest of quantum mechanics without the Born rule, you can assume that the length of every vector is 1 because
This is the length. I don't know what she's talking about. You can assume the length is 1. I don't know what she's talking about.
the evolution under the Schrodinger equation will preserve that
What do you mean? I never heard the term evolution under the Schrodinger equation. I guess the evolution of the wave?
length. And so you can just like pick what length you want it to be.
Don't worry if this part made no sense.
And convenience would be good to be 1. Okay,
It's not important. Okay, we're back.
so what does the Born rule tell us in this case? Well, you have these options A, B, and C, and if you were to measure the energy, you would get one of those with some probability. But what is the probability that you will see the outcome A? The Born rule says that you take the coefficient in front of A, so that is the square root of 1/3, and you take a modulus square of it. The modulus square is just the same as the square in the case where all of these are real, which is what we're going to be dealing with. So you may as well just think of this as squaring, which is the same as 1/3. And so that's the probability. But we didn't really need the Born rule to tell us that in this case. I mean, if we just looked at this original state, we can see that A, B, and C have exactly the same coefficients in front of them. And so whatever their probability
The probability of 1 out of 3 is 1/3. That's good.
is, all three of them ought to have exactly the same probability. We don't need to have gone by the Born rule. So this is one case where the Born rule is clearly completely unnecessary. But can we now use the same kind of thinking to prove that the Born rule is unnecessary for more complicated cases? Okay, so this video is sponsored by Brilliant, which I'm really pleased about because up until recently I was working for Brilliant and I really love what they do. Brilliant has some great courses on quantum mechanics, including a new course by Sabine of
She was working for Brilliant? Doing what?
YouTube fame. Anyway, these courses
I mean, she herself is a PhD in physics, in quantum mechanics,
use interactive course on linear algebra because
and quantum computing.
it's written by people who
She must be making a lot of money.
really know their stuff. The first 200 people get, you have something that's a superposition of,
Feels a bit surreal.
yeah, Brilliant's great, go check them out. Okay, so here's a more complicated state. You have something that's a superposition of A and Z, and you can see that it's
Let me just make sure the audio is maximum. And let me close this image that I snapshotted her. And oh, my audio is low. I don't know why the audio keeps dropping. I don't know. Okay.
more of Z than A because this number in front of A is smaller than the number in front of Z. In fact,
So now there's A and Z. It's a different case.
yeah, Brilliant's great, go check them out. Okay, so here's a more complicated state. You have something
Let me turn off the AC.
that's a superposition of A and Z, and you can see that it's more of Z than A because this number in front of A is smaller than the number in front of Z. In fact, according to the Born rule, you would say that the probability of A is equal to taking that coefficient and squaring it, which is equal to 1/3, and the probability of Z is equal to taking the coefficient and getting the modular square of that, which is 2/3. So this is the outcomes according to the Born rule. But is there some way for us to completely forget about the Born rule itself and still come up with the same probabilities? The trick is to break Z down into two different states. Let's call them B and C. So this is what I mean. The original measurement was of A and Z, but you can think of Z as just being a sort of coarse measurement where you can't tell whether the actual outcome is B or C. So for example, imagine we're back to the original scenario where we had these three states, A, B, and C, and they represented energy levels. Z would be the state where the energy is greater than A, but we don't
That's good, okay.
know whether it's B or C. So now the original state is one that says that there is some superposition of A and Z, which is itself a superposition of B and C. So another way to think
1 second.
logged out of the room, but I never entered my room. You know what I should do? Yeah, I can just go into my room. Yeah. Let me just check notifications. Earthling Ed, meat eaters try to convince vegan. Nah, he's always lying. Anthony Lenin and the origin of the Bolsheviks. Friendless women are going viral on TikTok. Friendless? How can you be a friendless woman? Let me open this in a separate window.
I don't know if this is just my algorithm, but I've been seeing a lot of videos going viral recently about women who are discussing not having a lot of friends. Hold on, I just realized I forgot to light the candles behind me. Just 1 second. There we go, much better. So today that is what we're going to talk about: female loneliness, women who don't have a lot of friends. We're going to watch some TikToks, talk about them, and then I actually have a theory about one of the reasons why I think a lot of women don't have friends these days. So I will share that after the first TikTok that I react to.
This is very dangerous. Very dangerous. And also your walls are going to be dirty unless these are electric. In time your walls will be dirty because like micro droplets keep getting spouted off the candle and hit the wall. The wall will become dirty. Plus, this is how people die. Check out my books. Wow, she's hot. Wow. She's like 1/3 Chinese. She is definitely hot.
Also, if this is a topic that you're interested in, just want to let you know that I just added some bonus materials to the connection course. Link below if you want to check that out. So let's start off with the first video that I saw on this topic of a woman talking about how she doesn't think it's fair when people stigmatize women who don't have friends.
I'm sick and tired of the toxicity that females have toward other girls that don't have a lot of friends. Like literally even trends on TikTok where they say when you find out the reason why the girl has no friends, it's actually heartbreaking and like actually feels like such a personal attack toward me. My whole life I've literally struggled to make friends, and as I've gotten older, I'm still struggling to make friends. I've never really had consistent friends for long periods of time or through different seasons of life, and I come to like grow up and have like self-awareness to realize like that they also have purpose and there are also like possibilities as to the people that I need in my life and the people that I don't. And I've taken it all in stride. I've taken it all in stride. I'm trying to be confident to find my people. And it's like the biggest thing that I'm manifesting at the moment. And I think I literally can't even do that because now there's like this ideology that's spread that if you don't have friends, then you're.
This is so interesting. So men are allowed to be lone wolves, but I guess women don't allow it or something. Like it's difficult for a woman to be alone. Like guys, like for me to be alone is like the best thing. It's like a gift. Leave me alone. Wow. In my alone time, I can do anything. But maybe women alone, like, I don't know what's going on.
You're like not worthy of having friends or people should want to steer clear of you. Like to me, that is the same as saying like, I don't want to be in a relationship with you unless you're already in a relationship, because if you're single, then clearly you're not good enough to be in a relationship with. Like, do you guys see how that doesn't quite work?
Infinite regress.
And it's just stopping me from achieving my goals. Like I'm actually afraid to continue to go after what I know I need and what I've worked toward and what I know I deserve because I care about what other people think, which is something I'm really trying not to do. But how can you not when you've almost created this species of person that I'm now falling into the category of?
Yeah, I mean, you can think about what people think. It's fine. And worry about it. It's fine. Just as long as you don't go crazy worrying about things.
So let's stop that. Okay, people don't have large groups of friends or any friends at all. Let's not jump to conclusions as to why that is.
So there's a lot in this video. I have some bullet points jotted down that I wanted to share. First of all, I love how she talked about how like she's had friends in different pieces of her life, but I think it's really important for us to remember.
She's having a problem getting consistent friends. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. But, yeah, I mean, I can certainly see the problem.
That not all.
But the question is it something that you appreciate? 1 second, is there a message? No, it's just a phone call. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, where I'm at. So wow, amazing. So it sounds like Israel is moving into Lebanon. You know what I think? Israel should just conquer different places in the Middle East and just set up military bases and just strike. Just, basically slowly have a plan to slowly
take over the Middle East. You know, Israel gave the Middle East a chance. The Middle East is not stable. Israel should conquer the Middle East, or the U.S. Somebody should conquer the Middle East, either the U.S. or America, and enforce, I wouldn't say democracy as much as capitalism. 1 second, there's a message. Wait, I just heard an incoming message. Oh, in general. What is OBS? OBS is an app to live stream. Nonetheless, everyone is rude, whether outright or not. Hey! How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you?
Well, okay, because I just finished my sexual perversion. So,
good.
Yeah, I was just cleaning myself off. I made a mess everywhere.
That's good.
I know. Good damn.
Oh my god, you're so funny. Anyway, so have you been we haven't spoken in probably 2 months.
Really? Well, that's a long time.
Yeah. So what have you been up to? Have you been on Discord or no Discord?
I haven't really been on Discord.
I see.
I've been reading a bit and just staying alive. You know.
That's good. So reading what?
Well, there's a book called Judas. You know Judas from the Bible, and whether he betrayed Jesus or whether he didn't. And
Right.
it says that he didn't betray Jesus, and
Yeah.
I completely agree. He didn't betray Jesus. He wasn't a bad person. He was a great person.
I mean, the story that he betrayed Jesus never made sense to me. But the story that Jesus planned out his fake betrayal makes actually much more sense.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, Jesus knew that somebody was going to betray him,
Yeah.
and he knew, and he chose Judas. He had to choose between the disciples who would do it, and he picked Judas. Also, if you trace back to the original Greek where the Bible was written, it didn't say Judas betrayed Jesus. It said Judas handed over Jesus. So there's no negative connotation at all on what Judas did. This is just a modern invention. The book's very
Right.
good.
And the question is, I mean, what incentive did Judas have? What
Yeah.
and what exactly what did he do? I mean, did he just go what he blamed Jesus for? Like, was Jesus an outlaw? Like after he turned the tables at the court in the temple? Did the
Yeah, the pagans, you know, the Romans, and that they considered Jesus an outlaw. One of the motivations for Judas, so-called betraying Jesus, outlined in the book, was that Judas was an informer. So, you know how people can snitch on the terrorist people, like they pretend that they're part of a terrorist organization, and then they reveal the secrets of the terrorism to the officials in America. One of the theories was one of that, but the different motivations he had. But yeah,
Anyway,
it never makes any
yeah, it
sense.
never made
Also-
sense. Yeah.
Also, why would Jesus induct Judas into his personal entourage if Judas was such a bad person? But did they want me to believe that Jesus never saw through Judas?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And look, the way when I read the story of Jesus from a secular point of view, it's clear that Jesus committed suicide. This is suicide by proxy, suicide by Roman execution. He kept saying that he's gonna die. One of you is gonna betray me. Like, he knew everything. So, from a secular perspective, well, that means you planned everything. This was all part of a plan.
Exactly.
And then I also heard that 100 years before Jesus, there was another Jesus. Very similar story. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be
There
surprised.
was a book on Amazon I was considering buying called The First Messiah, and it said that basically everything true of Jesus is true of the other guy as well. But there's several people who are predating Jesus who have similarities, such as Mithra, Dionysius, and so many other people. So
Yeah.
it's interesting, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't care much for religion. I don't care. I don't see the point of worshiping Jesus, Moses, or whatever prophets or philosophies. Like, my philosophy is my philosophy. I'm happy with it. I don't worship anyone. I don't demand to be worshipped. I don't think, like, what I have to say, I think, is very wise, and I think everyone should follow my philosophy. I also know it's hopeless, but
What is your philosophy?
egoism, that you should,
Egoism.
you know,
You are an objectivist.
I wouldn't say that I'm an objectivist. I'm an egoist. I don't like the term. Of course, I deny objective knowledge. So it's difficult for me.
No. I meant Ayn Rand.
Yeah. I'm saying that I don't know why she named her philosophy objectivism. For me, it's a no-go because of the name, because I believe that we have no access to objective knowledge. It's not that I believe, it's by definition. Objective knowledge is definitionally unattainable in any universe. So to call a philosophy objectivism, that's a no-go for me. And she says many things that I disagree with, but I don't think she agrees with me about egoism. I mean, of course, I have been. One second. I've heard what she has to say, and I like some of the stuff that she says, but I like many things that many people say.
I don't even understand her position.
Oh,
I haven't researched her enough, but what I've read, I don't understand it. Like, people are parading her as if she's some sort of grand intellectual, and I just don't see it.
No. She is the best there is. If I had to choose a philosophy or a philosopher, of course I would prefer hers over anyone else's. So she's a complete because no one else says you should be an egoist except for her.
Max Stirner.
I don't know him, so maybe he's
even better, and he's a man as well.
Wait, what?
Stirner is even more hardcore, and he is a man.
I don't care that he is a man. What do I care? But the question is, what do you mean he's more hardcore? The question is, are you correct or are you not correct? I don't know.
If your project is egoism, you're looking in the wrong direction. If you want to.
What? If I want what?
You're looking in the less good direction by appealing to Ayn Rand rather than Max Stirner.
I'm not appealing to anyone. You're welcome to present Max Brenner, whoever, and we can discuss him. What's his opinion? And we don't even know. It's not. I'm not even curious about him or her or anyone. I'm curious about what's the best life to live. So egoism for me is the best life to live for anyone. Egoism, I think, is the best life to live.
Why?
Why is egoism the best life to live?
Yeah.
Because you're literally living your best life. You're living your best life. You're optimizing your best life. You're optimizing your life. Let me just. I need to take a minute to go to the door to give someone something. Can you wait like a minute for me?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
This is ridiculous. How do I make the move? Wow.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So so what's the question? Do you have a question?
I was gonna say Max Stirner invented egoism.
Okay, but why should I care?
Well, it goes to show his influence on egoism.
Okay, I don't know if it's important. The question is, I want you to be an egoist. I want everyone to be an egoist, the same as me. I don't care about Ayn Rand or
Why?
Max Brenner.
Why?
Because
do you want everybody to be an egoist?
if everyone is an egoist, then this world will be the ultimate world. It will be the best. It will be the best life for everyone.
Can't you get there without egoism?
Well, what's the alternative? What are you offering?
No, you're saying like you can't, so I'm asking you.
1 second, let me just get a. I thought I had a message. Browser 919. Oh, okay. So, yo, Sean G wants you on his show. He asked me to get you to join his panel. Let me see if I can be on somebody. No, I can't have. No, probably not. Let me join. I want to join another YouTuber, so I'm gonna stop my stream.
Okay.
I'll text you back if I'm still around.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye. Yeah. Let me try and join the other stream. Let's see what happens if I am in both. Can I stream both? I'm backstage. So this is the stream. Hit the like button, sub. Oh, but there's nothing happening. I should be able to see a stream. Okay. I'm there. Nothing is happening. Here, you see, nothing is happening. Over here. So something is happening, but it just says hit the like button. Like, no, that's useless. Nothing is happening. Am I missing something? Let me show you what it looks. Let me show him. This. Let me take a snapshot. You know what? Let's take a bigger snapshot. So, okay, I don't know what to do. Nothing is happening. Who asked me? Is it Sean? Sean G? Sean G doesn't want to talk to me. What are you talking about? Let's see here. Ooh. Hello.
Hello.
Sean G wanted me to join his stream.
Yeah.
Well, his stream, there's nothing happening on his stream. It's empty. Am I missing
It's about to
something?
start.
It's about
Hey,
to
what's up, Tora?
Oh wait,
Continue.
Koshu is here.
Yeah, Coach Joe and Tora's here. Got the Earth Awakenings gang.
Anyway, when is his stream starting?
4 minutes.
Okay. Does he have a big channel? Can you link me his channel?
No, it's I mean, we usually have like around 10 viewers.
Wow. Whoa, that's a huge channel.
It's pretty big.
But he kept yelling at me. He doesn't like me.
Yeah, well, he wants you to come on.
You got to build rapport first, Mr. Slave. You got to say, "Hi, I'm Mr. Slave, and if there was a hot enough girl, I'd let a guy fuck me in the ass." And then you talk about the physics.
Oh, okay.
It's all about rapport.
I'll memorize that sentence. Hi, I'm
Yeah.
Mr. Slave, and if anybody wants, okay, got it. 1 second, I have a hot chick.
Exactly.
I have a
Now
hot.
you're learning it.
Oh my God, there's this beautiful chick that I just matched on Bumble. Jesus, in a bikini. Oh my God, perfection. Oh my God.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so what am I gonna ask her? Let me see her profile again. Wait, so do you want to talk about anything until the show starts?
I mean, I'll just head over there because.
Oh, you join us too?
Yeah, I'll be on there. I'm usually on. I've been on stream fairly often.
That's nice. What does he usually talk about?
You know, normal topics.
Normal, like flat Earth again?
Yeah, generally, but probably going to go over our gravity debate. So post the link to the stream if anyone wants to watch it here.
Our gravity debate? Whose gravity debate? My debate?
No, Sean and I debated general relativity.
You debated, you know GR?
Not really.
Does he know GR?
No.
So how did you debate GR?
Admittedly, it didn't go as well as we maybe hoped it would have.
Oh.
However, it was a lot better than
It's
when
the
I
same
tried.
way you do, not knowing GR.
Yeah, exactly. As Kosho can attest to, it was a hell of a lot better than my debate with Gregory about gravity.
Gregory's the flat earther, I'm assuming.
Gregory is a Gregory Arthur.
Oh, I see. Anyway, so it starts at half past the hour. Also in 30 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you go on Jeranism too and debate GR?
Yeah, I was on Jeranism and I debated GR.
Were you standing for that whole time?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a standing desk. That's usually how I roll. But that was mostly SR, not GR. I don't think I. Well, I guess our opening statement was about GR, but it ended up being mostly about SR.
Would you debate me on JR?
What is Jewish relativity?
From Dallas. JR. From Dallas.
Wait, so what's your position, Lionsgate, about GR? Lionheart, lion seal, sea lion.
Huh?
What's your position on GR?
Well, you got to find out. We're going to go to the studio and we'll talk about it there. See you there.
All right, I'm there already.
I'm there too.
You're in the backstage?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I bet.
Grr.
What's up, Tora? I haven't seen you in a long time. I keep getting myself timed out. I keep getting myself timed out at Earth Awakenings for excessive trolling in the text chat. So
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know that it's a good thing, but it's something that I've been doing.
No, I mean that you don't see me. That's a good thing.
Why?
Because then I destroy your whole worldview and everything every time you see me.
Yeah,
I'm sure
the
that's
paracosm
depressing.
collapses. Yeah, no, yeah, it sucks, man.
I don't even know why they would ever make a spirit level longer than just the bubble portion. So silly.
You should make a better one that isn't as long, and then
No, yeah, all you need is the little thing with the bubble in it, because that's the only place that's level, according to you.
So, Sealine, what did you think of my debate with Totorno?
I was on a call. I wasn't listening.
Come on. I mopped the floor with his face thoroughly.
Well, that's what Tora says about every interaction we've had, and I don't know if I agree. So.
I see.
I don't say that. I think you have debate potential. I think you're still new. Yeah, you're getting there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, the show should have started. How often does he have a show?
Every day, every weekday.
That's amazing. How long is the show?
Usually a few hours.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Yeah. Wait, Tora, did you catch my bit with Gregory though?
No, I had not.
Oh my god. You know how Gregory is. It was 3 hours of definition arguing.
I like Gregory.
I love Gregory.
Tora, what do you honestly think of Gregory, though, dude?
What do I honestly think of Gregory? I think he's fucking hilarious.
He speaks very eloquently.
He's funny as fuck, and he has the most ridiculous. He is so committed to making everything something in formal logic, even when it's completely unnecessary.
Yeah, there are flat earthers that you have to learn how to enjoy them. So if you take Gregory seriously, you won't enjoy them, right? It's just gonna be very, very fucking annoying. But
It's really
once you realize you shouldn't be taking him seriously, then It's a very funny flat earther.
Look, what I've noticed
The
is
funniest thing.
let me say something, please. So I've noticed
Yeah, yeah,
like logic was invented by the church basically, and it's used by vegans, and now you're telling me that it's also I'm assuming it's used by flat earthers. So it's usually people who are wrong that need formal logic.
Logic wasn't invented, dude.
Get him, Tora.
Logic wasn't invented.
Get him, bro. He's been terrorizing us all morning.
Yeah, please explain how X is X was invented.
I mean, like it's like all languages, right? Logic is a language.
No, sir. That would mean that it's not universal.
I don't know what it means, but like all
No,
like
you're
all
gonna claim
languages.
that it's a grammar or language construct.
Look,
then at that point it would not be universal.
I don't.
So then you're going to have to prove a place where X is not X.
I don't know what you're talking about. So logic, like
No, because philosophy scares you guys. I understand. That's why you can't take Gregory.
Wait, what do you mean, you guys? What do you
Mr.
mean, you
Slave's an
guys?
ether,
Don't
You
put
too,
us
Bacon.
and Mr. Slave in the same bucket.
Philosophy scares you as well, Bacon. You just admitted it. You said I can't take Gregory seriously. He's just always joking because you don't understand philosophy.
That's not what I said. The second
that's
half you edited.
What I heard.
No, oh, I think you heard like twice as much as I said, because all I said was the first half of your sentence.
You're correct. I
Tora.
heard the rest.
There's philosophy and there's Gregosophy, though. You got to distinguish the two.
Philosophy and what?
Gregos. Gregosophy.
Gregosophy.
anyway. So look, like everything else that humans or that that is related to biological systems, philosophy too has evolved. Like English evolved. Math evolved, so philosophy too evolved and probably still evolves.
No, but the laws of logic are the laws of logic, and those three laws of logic aren't an invention by man. They're just observation that we took into account about the universe.
Oh, I think they're more fundamental than the universe. I don't think.
You could say that about anything.
Oh, it's just like the laws like of physics and stuff. It's not like we invented them.
Well, we kind of did, because the laws of physics are descriptive. They are our way that we figured to describe the universe. Like first we used to describe gravity one way, and then we started describing another way.
So they're not universal.
Skill issue. Tora jumped on Mr. Slave in my VC, so
Well, the laws of physics have definitely varied between cultures, so they were wrong in different cultures. Different
no, the
cultures have
actual.
Hey, thank you. Glad to be here. How is everyone?
Let me. Where is that button? There it is. Nope, wrong one. Okay, so let introduce yourself to everyone, because not many people know who you are, and
Introduce
you are
myself.
an interesting fella.
Thank you. I usually don't introduce myself because I try to not say. I want to avoid having the conversation to be about me. But all I can say is a couple of months ago, I started a deep dive into into physics. Like until 2 months ago, I didn't get into quantum mechanics or anything physics, relativity. I didn't care too much for it. I mean, I was always curious about it, but like 2 or 3 months ago, I had a debate with someone about determinacy and indeterminacy. And after that debate, I mean, he brought up Bell's theorem. I got really upset that
he was basically able to say the universe is whatever I want it to be because quantum physics is indeterminate. We don't know anything. Anything could be. And Bell's theorem, and reality is not reality, and therefore there's no way for him to lose a debate. The debate was about, is the universe determinate or indeterminate? So anyway, after that, I went to sleep really upset. It was a 5-hour debate. After that, I went to sleep really upset. Obviously, I couldn't sleep. I woke up in the morning. I decided that's enough. Enough is enough. I'm going to stop everything. I'm going to start studying quantum mechanics. I'm going to figure this thing out once and for all. Enough nonsense. And that's it. So I'm 2-3 months into my deep dive into quantum mechanics and relativity. Immediately, I came up with this ether theory that is really helpful. And I'm making progress slowly. The universe is becoming more and more mechanical with every passing day. Quantum mechanics is becoming less and less weird with every passing day. So hopefully I'll be finished soon. And I have some papers that I started writing. I want to publish a few papers and move on with my life.
So you did say that you didn't have any physics background or schooling.
I have,
prior, right?
I don't want to talk about my personal life.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, but I like everything I'm doing is streamed live on YouTube. So I'm watching YouTube videos about physics, like mainstream videos. Like right now, I'm in the middle of watching the Looking Glass Universe about the Born rule in quantum mechanics. I don't know if you know anything about that. So I'm just, and yesterday I was watching a video about the Dirac notation, photon polarization. So I'm just studying, advanced physics, like I guess second year, third year, and so on.
Okay, so I was just kind of give people a background of it, because obviously in these discussions, people are usually trying to figure out if they're talking to a flat earther, are they talking to Glober, concave, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to assume you're a Glober.
I'm completely vanilla.
Evaluating.
I'm vanilla, mainstream, big physics person. I don't disagree with big physics on anything.
Okay, so it's not a situation of rethinking how things are working. It's more of a situation of just your understanding and you hearing people incorrectly interpret it.
It doesn't make any. It didn't make any sense to me. This claim that the universe is weird. It never sat well with me. So my intuition is or was that that cannot be the case, and the definition of science that so-called the universe is under no obligation to make sense to me, I reject that wholeheartedly. I feel the universe must be understandable, mechanical, intuitive, so that a little baby can understand anything, any of the fundamental things that you show it. So if you show a baby the most fundamental interaction of an electron with a photon, it's going to make sense to a little baby. If we could see it. Underneath, it's all... Yeah, go ahead.
Well, wouldn't you say that in that aspect of it, that the only way for it to be simple would be to know all of it? I kind of... So you said something that kind of rang bells in my head. So there's an issue with it, that you say that the universe should be understandable to a 2-year-old, basically. But I would say that yes, the universe there is an understanding in which we can have at some point, but it having to be easily explainable, I think is a far reach, only because I think if it was that simple, we wouldn't still have so many questions.
Okay, so I'm not saying that the universe is that I understand the universe, or I'm not even saying that that is a condition for my definition of science. That's not even a condition for my definition of science. I'm just saying it's understandable. So if I showed a little baby the interaction, if I could make a video of an actual photon interacting with an actual electron and so on, a little baby would see it and understand it. It should basically be like two billiard balls banging against each other and bouncing off or something like that. You know, it should be a mechanical cause and effect, simple interaction if we could see it. That's what I'm saying. The fact that
But
it's
isn't that
Mhm.
but isn't that statement in itself a contradiction?
Why?
Because mainstream explains these things that we can't see, that are conceptualized essentially. If it were that simple, then why would we have to come up with these conceptualized explanations for it?
Well, if you look at history, I mean, first of all, I'm just defining science like that. And I claim that if you don't accept this definition of science, then you believe in magic. Not because I want to like say something not as a pejorative, but as an honest understanding of who you are. You believe in a fantastic universe, and you know the science explainers, the communicators, as they like calling themselves, they say this. They say the universe is even weirder than we thought it could be, and stuff like that. They say that they live in a magical universe. It's not like I'm using a pejorative about them. That's what they say. As far as I'm concerned, they admit that to them the universe is magical. So there's no disagreement on anything. I'm saying the universe is not magical, and they're saying the universe is magical. But if you claim the universe is magical, then you believe in ghosts and demons and gods and goblins and heaven and hell and the rest of it. It's fine. There's many people like that. It's most of the planet. So it happens to be that the science communicators are also, they belong to this cult. It's fine. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'm just not one of those.
Who would you be able to quote someone that said the universe is magical?
They don't say the universe is magical, but they would say the universe is even weirder than we thought that it could be. And they say, you know, especially when it comes to quantum physics, they say, oh, it's not real. Every video I listen to about the wave equation, oh, the wave equation describes something unreal, and there's a wave equation to the universe. Like Sean Carroll, he has there's a wave equation of the universe. It's like, what are you talking about? A wave function of the universe? What are you talking about? The wave equation created by Schrodinger he just took de Broglie and Bohr seriously, and actually not even him. He was asked by the professor that invited him to speak about de Broglie. So the professor, after the lecture, came to Schrodinger and said, "Well, it's very nice that you presented de Broglie's particle wave theory, but if it's a wave, then what's the wave equation?" So Schrodinger said, hold my beer, took 6 months, and came back with a wave equation to describe the electron, because de Broglie said it's a wave, and Bohr took that seriously, and Bohr made predictions, and these predictions are very, you know, the Bohr model makes amazing predictions and explanations. So Schrodinger just took the next step. Oh, so let's assume a wave equation. Something is waving. Let's assume the electron is waving around the nucleus, and plug in the constraints, which are de Broglie and Planck and energy conservation, and voila, you have the wave equation. It's really very straightforward. There's nothing bizarre or weird about it. There's a video that I watched that derives the wave equation in literally 7.5 minutes from first principles. It's really very
When you,
straightforward. Go ahead.
which part, when you said magical, which part would be considered of that magical?
Like when you listen to people, like pull up YouTube and write the wave equation. Any video you watch, it's going to be about how it's not a real, it doesn't describe a real thing and stuff like that. On average,
Described it as a conceptualization.
I don't know, whatever they do, it's not a real thing. To me, if it's not a real thing, then you belong to that cult that is most
But
of the
didn't you
planet.
just- But didn't you just say you saw a video of these experiments, and that's why you think it should be simple and easy?
No. So my assumption is, my working assumption or my definition of science is such that the universe is under an obligation to be simple, mechanical, intuitive, understandable to a baby. That's my working definition of science. And my claim is, if you don't subscribe to this definition, then you believe in a magical universe. That's my claim.
I would say,
Mhm.
okay, I would say upon your claim that what you define as science is a magical claim. I think it is ridiculous to think that something that we don't understand should be simple to understand. That line of thinking, what I would consider to be more magical than the colloquial definition of science, which is the pursuit of application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. That is leading up to what you say should be done. So to make it a simple process, a simple explanation, a simple understanding, it takes science to be able to understand it, then to be able to explain it to quote unquote a 2-year-old.
There's no contradiction. No, first of all, you bring up a good point. First of all, it's a good point. So I need to contend with the good point. But the rest of what you said, there's no contradiction to anything I said. But let's go step by step. So what you said is that my approach, my definition of science is magical, which is, I can understand that. That is one of the problems with magic, that I don't have a good definition for magic. So my point is, my working definition of science, my working assumption when I wake up in the morning is that the universe is simple, intuitive, mechanical, understandable to a baby. That's just my assumption. Now, if you don't subscribe to that, then I don't know what business do you have with logic, with science? Like, why are you researching anything? Like, the universe is under no obligation to make sense. So why are you trying to make sense of it? If your assumption is that the universe is under no obligation to make sense, then why trying to make sense of it? Just say it's under no obligation to make sense, and done. And that's
the thing. But that would be the where I think you're contradicting yourself or not understanding the contradiction of it, because the universe is of no obligation. We don't have to understand it. There is no end goal to understanding it. There's no, there's no we have to. We choose to, which is why we call it science, because it's just a pursuit to understand it. To understand it all would be what I was referring to as the magical part of it. It's assuming that we should understand it all. It has to be science. You're putting science before the understanding.
Look, I'm not saying we understand it or I understand it. That's not what I'm saying. That's actually irrelevant. Whether I understand anything in this universe or not is irrelevant to my working assumptions. It's just an assumption.
But that's another contradiction.
What do you mean? What am I contradicting?
If for your definition of science, the universe should be simple, and anything beyond that is magical. But what you're saying is that you don't have enough of an understanding to know everything. So therefore, what you're saying is that science, and this is not you quoting, science, the magical thing, you're trying to understand, and because it's not simple, it's not correct. You're just placing the term science on unknown phenomena, or phenomenon which can't be explained or observed.
Okay, maybe we're not understanding each other because you're misquoting my definition and my assumption. So we might
Well,
not.
I stated, I definitely stated that what I just said was not a quote. It was my perception of your stance.
Okay, but then let's at least make sure that we understand each other. That you're not misunderstanding my position. I feel maybe you're a little bit misunderstanding my position. So my position is, I'm assuming the universe is understandable. That ultimately, if we could see the interaction of an electron and a photon, or two electrons, if we could see the interaction, a baby could understand it just by looking at it. That's just my assumption. Because what's the alternative? The alternative is that the electron and the photon are doing something we cannot understand. How could that? So what are they doing? If I cannot understand,
Wait. I'm sorry, Mr. Slave. I have to do this. Everyone, stop. Thank you for the super chat, Sea Lion Prime. He says, "If magic is all we've ever known, then it's easy to miss that what really goes on. But I've seen miracles in every way, and I see miracles every day." That was poetic. Do appreciate that, though. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I do. Just so you know, if I get a super chat, I stop everything to make that front and center.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Though. You're
Understandable. Okay, so look, again, it's just an assumption, right? I'm just assuming, but I have to. It's not like I have any leeway, any tolerance, other than to define or to assume the universe is such. I have to assume I can understand the universe. Because what is the...
Stop. Sorry. Thank you again, Sea Lion Prime. Okay. I was just making sure it didn't go together. Water, fire, air, dirt. Fucking magnets. How do they work? And I don't want to talk to a scientist. Y'all motherfuckers lying and getting me pissed.
Wait, this is Sea Lion? Isn't Sea Lion with us?
Do you not know the reference, John, that I just had you read out?
It's Steve's familiar.
It's from Insane Clown Posse.
Okay, now I know exactly. Now it
It's that
references
dumbass miracle song that they made that everyone made fun of.
Is it both super chats?
Yes.
Okay, then I want to do it right.
Yeah.
Okay. If magic is all we've ever known, then it's easy to miss what really goes on. But I've seen miracles in every way, and I've seen miracles every day. Water, fire, air, and dirt, fucking magnets. How do they work? And I don't want to talk to a scientist. Y'all motherfuckers are lying and getting me pissed. All right. Mr. Slave, continue.
Anyway, look, the universe splits in two. There's two types of people, or there's two ways you can go about living your life. You could either assume the universe makes sense and then start looking for the sense, meaning what I would say causality, the simple causal cause and effect. Or you can assume it's not. It's under, as they say, it's under no obligation to make sense to you. In that case, you have no reason to be a scientist. Why are you looking to make sense of the universe if it's under no obligation to make sense? I just don't. You see, you should be a religionist. Go worship.
Okay. Do you feel obligated? Okay, this is just questioning for understanding. Do you feel obligated to explain yourself to me?
No.
But I am inquisitive of your thoughts.
Okay.
So I am quote unquote applying science to better understand what you're saying.
Right, but if I were
Wait. I'm sorry again. Fucking sea lion, man. We talked about this. You're on the fucking panel. All right, hang on. Thank you for the super chat, Sea Lion. I do appreciate it. He says, "Is this fucking A? Is it all one thing still?"
You can just read the last one this time.
Okay. Are you sure? Because if it's one thing, I
No,
feel
it's
obligated.
It's fine. It's fine. You can read the last one.
I fed a fish to a pelican at Frisco Bay. It tried to eat my cell phone. He ran away.
That's also in the song. Yeah.
See, is it the next line?
No. I picked lines. I picked the best lines from the song.
Mr. Slave.
Yes.
You can blame about Sea Lion for this one.
No, I mean I'm not following. I wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
No worries. He wasn't in response to anything you said. He's just being silly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but just to treat what you're saying, because what I'm really trying to figure out is why you feel the universe is under any obligation.
Mm-hmm. It's a matter of speech.
Of course, known for us.
No, of course, the universe is under no obligation. I'm just taking what science communicators say in general. The quote is, "The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you." They keep saying that when they explain how quantum mechanics makes no sense. Oh, quantum mechanics makes no sense at the found-dimensional level. It's not that we don't understand quantum mechanics yet. They never say that. They always say we cannot understand. It's not understandable. It's like, okay, yes. What do you mean?
I don't feel like they say it's impossible to understand, but I feel like that the statement that you just made, the statement that you just made about it to me, all I took from that was science is saying that the universe isn't going to give us the answers. We have to search ourselves.
I never said that. Of course, I agree.
No. You didn't say that. But your statement about how science says that. Say your statement again about what scientists say about the knowledge of the universe.
What the mainstream, like a science communicator, which is usually a physics communicator. What a physics communicator usually says, I've never heard any one of them. Maybe Sabine Hossenfelder. She's less like everybody else. She's more mechanical. She a lot of the magic in quantum mechanics she removes, but I wouldn't say completely. She's not completely understandable. But in general, science communicators, they say, oh, quantum mechanics, we don't understand it, and we cannot understand it, and it's not understandable at the level of the very foundation of the universe. Stuff like that. And it's not just, we could talk about quantum mechanics, but I've heard people in special relativity also say this. People yeah.
Do you think quantum mechanics is more simplistic than is perceived?
So I told you my assumption. My assumption is that ultimately quantum mechanics is mechanical. Certainly, I believe in the ether. So the ether is a fluid in which quantum mechanical objects participate and interact. So of course it's mechanical. So that's as far as I'm concerned. And the fact that we don't understand the mechanics completely yet, that's 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, or a few thousand years ago. Go ahead.
What would be your evidence for an ether?
So there's a lot of evidence for ether, as long as you're willing to look at it. So
the very fact that light is a wave. Soon, when you decide that light is a wave, which we know from Young's original double slit experiment, not the particle duality double slit experiment. The original Young experiment, he just passed light through two slits and he got an interference pattern. So once you decide light is a wave, then the next question is, oh, then what is it waving through? Now, whatever it is that is waving, that it's waving through,
sorry,
it's okay. That thing must be all over the universe because we're able to see galaxies on the other side of the universe. That means we're able to see galaxies on the other side of the universe. No, we're not. What?
I don't think so. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Again, thank you, Sea Lion Prime, my biggest supporter. We're going to get married one day. There's something special between us now. How do I pick up chicks? In the post hoc, ergo, the fuck? Propter, Hector, Copter? What the fuck are you saying, man?
You gotta say it right, Sean. I gave you a lot of money today.
It's a logical fallacy.
How do I pick up chicks in a post hoc, ergo, propter, hoc, copter?
In my post hoc, ergo, propter, hoc, copter.
Fucking tongue twisters, man. Tex Lex, where are you? What the fuck? She's supposed to be reading these damn things. Okay.
And Gregory is my co-pilot.
Gregory, Jesus.
Because Gregory walks into the club and he walks up to a girl and he says, premise one. If Gregory is in the club, all women are attracted to Gregory. Gregory is in the club. Therefore, you are attracted to Gregory. And it works every time.
Does he third person it in regular conversation?
Oh, I'm sure he does.
That's crazy.
I don't know, man.
I wanna punch
He
people
would surprise me if he did.
I've actually met people on here that do that. It's
Oh,
very
really?
weird. You don't know him, guy named Chemo. You'd have loved Chemo. He used to do it a lot. Chemo would be like what I consider like the number 2 flat earther ever.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Interesting.
Yeah. I'll play you some old Chemos. That's what I was. Oh, speaking of which, I apologize, guys. I got to do this though. So I had been talking about my membership thing. I'm gonna do it because it just made me remember. Get things like Chemo, Debbie Durant, all these flat earthers from back in the day that really, I would say, really put flat Earth on the map. No one gets to hear them. No one's ever heard them. 99% of the people that, the servers that had these people there didn't record or don't have their links up or anything anymore. So I'm going to do the membership thing. I think it will be $199 a month, if I remember correctly. I got to remember. I don't remember because I changed it a few times. But basically every week I'm going to put out 2 of this just random fucking old school recordings that I have from back in the day. Only good stuff. It's not going to be boring crap. But that's what I'm going to do with that. So when you start seeing that come up, that will be so far what is entailed with the membership. It will just be uploads upon uploads of stuff that I put it this way. There'll be stuff I can't show on YouTube for worry that I'll get banned. But with the membership, I can put them unlisted and I don't have to worry about that part. So you guys will enjoy that. Back to what we were talking about. I forgot. All I can remember is Gregory's third person. What were we saying? Oh, we were talking about how quantum is much simpler. And then you were talking about the wave particle duality.
Mm-hmm.
So if that is a situation in your mind, is light a wave?
Yeah.
but wouldn't that?
It's a wave. It's a wave packet. I mean, I agree. Like, I'm not gonna say anything that contradicts mainstream science. So, mainstream science sometimes gets it right that light is a wave packet. It's a wave that seems to maintain its integrity. Like look, I'm not sure.
Wait, hang on.
Mhm.
So that makes if it's a light is physical, then
Light is physical. Everything is physical. If it's not physical, then we're not going to talk about it.
unmute yourself, Sea Lion. Clarify what I'm trying to say.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Correct. He says light's a wave,
Yeah.
and in that sense, wasn't the debate whether or not light was physical, or is this not part of it?
No.
Yeah, that's what I was getting into with Gregory, was if light is physical versus material, because Gregory was saying that what is material is the property of being matter, and therefore light itself is matter, which it creates some issues. But light would nonetheless be physical, in my view, in the sense that physicality is, to channel Gregory, physicality is the property of existing outside the mind.
Oh, geez, that's where you got that shit from. Fucking asshole. Okay, so then my question would be this: solar wind. Wouldn't that make no? Because that's just the solar exciting the particles that makes your solar wind. Am I right?
Solar wind is not photon, like photon radiation or light radiation. Solar wind is solar wind includes more stuff than just light.
Yeah. That's what I just figured. Yeah, it just came to me.
Right.
Yeah, solar wind is like charged particles that radiate off the sun.
Right.
Because of
But light itself has momentum, so light itself can push a solar sail. I mean, there's videos on YouTube where they actually have basically little aluminum foils.
So
they let
are you saying that I could hang a balloon, turn a flashlight on, and the balloon will move?
It does move theoretically. You can do.
Wait, I'm so confused. Hang on, I'm confused as fuck right now, because what you just said made me think that if I have a balloon and I turn my flashlight on it, the flashlight will move because light is physical.
The flashlight moves and the balloon moves.
No. Huh?
The light that comes out of your flashlight is pushing the flashlight a little bit back because light has momentum. So as the light bounces away from the flashlight, action equals reaction. So your flashlight is being repelled backwards. And that same momentum, as it impacts on the balloon, it causes the balloon to move backwards, to be repelled. Light has momentum. We see that in Maxwell's.
Wait. I'm sorry, Mr. Slave. Sea Lion, is that correct?
If Mr. Slave said it about physics, it's generally what I would say incorrect.
I'm sorry. No. Okay. I don't know you, Mr. Slave. I don't know you, so I don't know what to compare what you say to fact or not. And I'm stupid. So I don't know, but I'm very confused by what you're saying.
Okay, I'll show you a video. There's many YouTube videos where they conduct this experiment of solar, like sunlight moving.
That's a real thing. Yeah, light produces pressure.
Yeah.
So there's an idea to use like a solar sail as a form of space travel, where it would essentially like pick up it would be pushed along, and even though or you could use a laser as a form of propulsion with a giant sail. And the idea is, even though the impulse is very, very low at any particular time, it builds up essentially infinitely, right? And so over time, it actually approaches the speed of light. That's the idea anyway, but I think there's issues with the design.
Well, okay, because I'm confused even more now because I just typed in, does light have momentum or mass? It says it has momentum but no mass.
Correct.
So then how can it build pressure? How can
It's
is that that's the paradox, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't exactly know how that works, but like it does interact with matter, right? So when a photon strikes an atom, it has an effect on the atom. I don't know if that like effect, which is usually like changing the energy level, which is like I think how the photoelectric effect occurs, causes the pressure, as it were. I don't really understand that well.
But even if you agree that light, right, light moves an electron, that's all you need. An electron has mass, and light, right, electromagnetic radiation, right, right. So the way it starts, so
an
electron bounces
Damn,
up and
I'm
down.
confused.
So the way it works is that the way to create an electromagnetic wave is basically by moving a charged particle, like an electron. So imagine an electron going up and down and creating a vibration in the ocean of the electromagnetic field. Okay, so far so good.
Mhm.
Do you? I mean, there's a YouTube video for each topic. I mean, like you can just watch YouTube videos. That's what I do all day and all night.
Well, I think YouTube videos are a really good start, but if you want to have a full understanding of it, I think you have to actually dive deeper. Especially because on YouTube, every other upload can be something different. So which one would you verify to be true?
No, I just one of the advantages of YouTube is to watch experiments, people conducting experiments. So it's really a quick way to go through many experiments really quickly.
Wait, so if I look up on YouTube, I can search light pushing balloon.
I don't think there's a video of someone discussing that, but there is videos that I've seen of the rotating aluminum foil. Let me find that for you.
Yeah, that's like the easiest one. It's usually something that's like very small mass. I think SE Montreal has talked about this before because he's trying to like say something about I don't know, something. It's always hard to tell with him.
I am so confused.
Well,
let my confusion end. Science.
Yeah, light. Because we say light has no mass, so people think that it shouldn't have momentum because momentum is mass times velocity. So people think, oh, light has no mass. Of course, it has no momentum. But, well, apparently it has momentum with no mass.
Do you find it odd that you think the universe should be easy to explain, but yet your explanations are confusing me?
It's okay. It's okay to be confused because we don't have access to the lowest level. We can't see the quantum world, so we have to guess. It's like we're blind walking in a maze. Like walking in a maze is difficult enough if you're not blind. Imagine being blind walking in a maze, and everybody or a three-dimensional maze. It's very difficult. Imagine a huge maze of a million by a million by a million kilometers.
Yeah,
three-dimensional.
But you can just be smart and ask for help.
Maybe ChatGPT next version will help us. But for now, I'm making good progress. With every passing day, quantum mechanics makes more and more sense. It's becoming more mechanical. You can ask me.
Do you feel that you have a complete understanding of Newtonian physics?
Yeah, Newtonian is a piece of cake. Yeah, sure.
Do you believe you have a complete understanding of general relativity?
No, but I can have a conversation about a lot of predictions of GR. I understand, the philosophy, I have an alternative, a better explanation of gravity. GR is just an explanation of gravity, and it
I
fails
would
at
love to hear your better explanation.
right. So my explanation is
Boy, here it comes.
yeah.
What, did I just do something dumb? Should I have not have done that?
Oh no, it was bound to happen. This is the meat. This is the
Oh,
meat.
okay.
This is the meat of the Mr. Slave sandwich. Other than the
I'm excited.
Other than the other meat that we can't talk about on YouTube, but we will talk about on
Oh wow! Now I know why you guys get along so well.
Wait a minute, Sea Lion, you didn't tell me you're gay.
Yeah.
Ask me how I know.
Wait,
how do you know?
I thought you were a woman.
Who, me?
Wait.
Yeah, didn't someone say you were a woman? Who was that?
Oh well, no, he was trying to use that as an excuse to back out of the MMA fight, but he just decided his excuse is that he's a bitch. So it was easier to go with that route. And then Quad called him a bitch, and when Quad calls you a bitch in text chat, I mean, you kind of just have to put the internet, you know?
Yeah, he means it. He speaks for the internet. Yeah.
So Sea Lion, I'm assuming you're not lying when you're saying you're gay, but I mean the way I know when what?
Not lying.
So the way I was working off of the way you spoke about my meat, like a hetero dude would never say that. That's something a hetero would never say.
That's
You've
fair.
never been in a locker room before, have you?
Oh yeah, that's true.
In a locker. Wait,
I'm gonna-
wait a minute.
Wait, Sean. I'm
Yeah.
gonna make a prediction. No,
Uh-huh.
never in his life.
Okay, Sean, you're gay too.
Yes.
How do I know?
Well, I'm a lesbian.
You're gay. You're not gay.
I'm a lesbian.
Are
If
you gay
Yeah,
or
I guess that if I qualify myself as a lesbian, then I guess I'm gay.
No. Wait a minute. You're not gay. I could see your room. You're not gay. No, you're not gay.
Wait, what? Wait. Hang on. Wait, that was confusing. Hang on.
That's not a
wolf
gay.
hanging on-
That's
the
not
wolf,
a.
the wolf
No,
blanket hanging on my wall isn't gay.
no. This room is not gay.
The
This
kid
room.
toys, the trains. Okay, cool. Got
This room is not gay. You're not gay. Your shirt is not gay. Your wall, everything in this room is not gay. You're not gay. So
Okay, I'm not gay, but
you're not gay.
What?
Period. Your room. I don't care. Your room is not gay.
I concur with Mr. Slave. There's way too much that says not gay in that room right now.
Yeah.
it's only part of the room you guys can see.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's enough.
see,
It's
like,
enough.
other stuff.
I don't
Oh,
even
better. But
I don't
yeah,
need to
no,
see your room. Your shirt is not gay. That's the end of that.
Yep, that's true.
Oh, you know what? I get it now. Because Sea Lion, that one sweater, the Charlie Brown one, that's gay.
Okay. I don't even need to see your I don't even need to see your shirt. Your beard is not gay.
Your critique is kind of gay, though. If you think about it.
Wait, Sea Lion, am I right? His beard says not gay?
Yes.
Exactly, cat with the Ebola. Exactly.
See, it's not trimmed, it's not groomed. A gay guy would have it groomed to the nth degree.
You know, I was gonna shave.
No, it's not about
No, I don't
shaving.
really
It's
care.
not about. It's about grooming. It's about trimming. You're not gay. You're not. You're totally hetero. That's gay.
That is kind of gay. I mean, if
Oh my god! But that's a
let's
gay
see what-
room. You're in a gay room. You're in a non-gay room. Show me the rest of the room. Let me.
that is kind of.
I won't.
You're violating your gayness. Your shirt is not gay.
He doesn't want you to see the.
He's
fucking
at
shovel
home.
dildos.
I would not have guessed you're
Okay,
gay.
hang on. What would a gay room look like?
Meticulous. Everything. would
I'm gonna
be-
tell you right now. I can tell he's not gay because he has nothing on his walls, and I can also tell he's
So
not
he's
married
been lying.
because he has nothing on his walls.
Okay,
Go like this.
so
Do this.
So do I just
Do
have
this.
sex
Hang on.
with
Do
men
this.
just fun and easy?
See. Do this. See. Seal, do this. Put both your hands up. Yep, not married.
That doesn't mean
And
anything.
he spends too much time on the fucking internet to have a live-in girlfriend.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait,
See?
but Sea Lion, you're not gay.
I have sex with men.
Interesting.
I feel like
But you are top. Okay, here, listen to
you're
this.
not answering.
Listen,
No,
listen.
I'm not a top.
You're not a. You're not a top. Wow.
I feel like a lot is happening right now.
Oh my god.
Just so everyone knows, this isn't a Grinder dating app.
No,
I'm telling people in the chat. You guys continue your conversation. I don't want people to come in and think that's what's happening.
No. Look,
I'm confused. After the last stream, everything about Sea Lion it's up in the air. I don't fucking know. I personally believe that if you walked out that door, you would see just like a crate of money. When he goes to the bathroom, he wipes his ass with money.
Anyway, so what you just witnessed was just my analysis. This was a scientific analysis of gayness.
Oh, you're such a bachelor.
What is
You're a
that?
bachelor for sure.
It's a 17th century Fujian tea chest.
Jesus.
And then I also have this, which is it's not super nice, but and then out here, this is my favorite. It is you see that?
Yeah, of course. Wait,
So
the antique.
That is a solid teak root chair from the Isle of Java, crafted out of one continuous piece of teak.
Oh my god.
You know what? I believe you're going to Antarctica. You want to know why? Because you're the type of motherfucker that would be like, I just got back from a cave in Egypt.
Where do you live? Where is this? You live like in the wilderness?
Oh, this is
in
Lakewood,
America.
Colorado.
Wow. So
That's
you know
nice.
the guys
I wanna
from
go to
South
Colorado
Park?
so bad.
No. I know the guys from South Park. Bro. Do I look like that kind of person?
I think they're gay too.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I think yes, you do seem like the type that would know the guys from South Park. You are a mixed bag. I don't think there's anyone could say you're not gay. You were talking about getting pussy the other day.
Okay, I'm bisexual.
Today.
Bisexual.
Interesting.
That's not,
Oh,
no,
that
no,
explains
there's
a
no
lot.
such thing as, hang on, time out. There's no such thing as bisexual.
Why
You're
not?
just fucking what's it's called? You're selfish.
Okay,
Why
I'll
would
take
you?
it. I'm selfish.
It is what it is. You can't pick. You got to have one. You
Okay,
have your cake and eat it too.
Here's a piece of counter evidence. Can I show you? I guess I'll message it to you. Piece of counter evidence to me actually being gay. All right, you ready for it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I gotta find the photo.
Counter evidence
Mhm.
to you
I have
being
a very
gay?
photo of myself, yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Oh, he's gonna be in a dress. He's gonna be in high heels. I know it.
No,
That's I'm saving that for the Lady Cavendish Globe Science Drag Hour.
Wait, so what you're gonna show Sean is you with another guy?
No, because then I would dox the other guy, and that's not.
Oh,
Yeah, that's rude.
Especially in I would never expose another gay man to the fucking flat Earth community. Are you kidding me?
I feel like you're the type that has like a girl, and then like when she wants to come over, you're like, I gotta work tomorrow, baby.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So Sea
Let me
Lion.
ask you something. Quick question though, guys. What is the maximum number of dates that you think I've been on in one weekend?
Well, you're gay, so it could be 20.
10.
5. The answer is 5.
Yeah.
You're a slut. You're literally a slut.
No, he's actually conservative for a gay guy. Gays have.
Here you go, Sean. Here's my gay photo. Here's my affirmative evidence of being gay. Share it, please.
Oh yeah, that's gay. oh yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
This was on my gay trip to New York.
You want me to show it?
No. Oh, okay.
You want me to show this?
Yes. The stream.
You sure? Oh, jeez. You want me to show this? You sure?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to make a disclaimer. Anyone who suddenly falls in love with a sea lion or instantly is just just instantly feels sick inside, it is completely understandable after you see this. You sure?
Yeah.
You don't want me to blur anything out?
No, it's all good.
Okay.
The guy that doesn't even live in that apartment anymore. So
there you go.
There you go, guys.
Yeah, any guy that wears all white, but more importantly, then takes a picture.
Yep.
And then shares it with another guy. Evidence.
No,
We just did science, motherfuckers.
that's
We just
not-
did science.
I wouldn't say that's gay.
What is? You kidding?
Your pants are
Um,
not tight enough for it to be gay.
No, those are
He's
linen,
wearing all white.
those are linen pants, my dude.
Well, the fact
Unless
that
you're at a fuck party, that's not okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
time I wasn't. So
And then again, the other issue is more importantly than what he is wearing, is that he took the picture. And then even more important than that he sent it to me.
yeah. That is all. That is all a chain of steps that would not happen unless I was willing to. I don't know. Let's say engage in activities.
Did you know that gay guys have sex with women too? I didn't know this until I had gay friends, and then they told me. Like, basically, anytime a gay guy and a girl go out and they get drunk, if they don't leave with somebody, that's a gay pass. So all you out there motherfuckers with wives and they're like, it's my gay friend. The night she comes stumbling in, it happened.
Yeah. All right. Here's another fun one before we move on. The books that are on my desk. I have 5 books on my desk. You know.
I feel like you have like a dead body somewhere in that house. What kind of car do you drive?
Toyota 4Runner.
I think we already talked about this before.
Yeah. I
And
used
you're
to have
in-
another one, but I gave it to my sister.
Motherfucker, yeah, you definitely need to set that shit up for overland if you live in Colorado.
Oh yeah. Another.
And then I'm gonna hit you up next year because next year me and my girl are doing an overland trip up there. I think towards Junction.
Yeah, Junction. That's a good spot to go. There's some really good trails out there.
I
The
wanna
best
do
one to
Blackberry
do
Pass.
is the White Rim Trail around Canyonland.
Yep. I know the trail.
That's like a 5-day trip, I think, and it's fairly
Yeah.
But that's a
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Yeah, because the Black Bear one is from what I've heard is fairly short in the world of overland or off-roading, overlanding up there. I think it's just a bypass really down to town, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's what we want to do. Go up there and spend 2 weeks up there. Find caves and shit because I'm a spunker.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Canyonlands is my favorite place on earth, or one of them, other than Alta ski area. But yeah.
Anyway,
back to the topic.
Anywho, yeah.
What's the topic? Yeah. I'm distracted because I still have that picture on my one of the screens. You were just there. That's you. I won't show him the other ones. The other ones he doesn't have clothes on. It's fucking super weird. Okay, so back to Quantum being kindergarten easy.
I'm not saying that Quantum right now is kindergarten easy. Quantum right now, we don't understand it. Look, if you look at it with historical perspective, so like thousands of years ago.
I'm sorry. I'm only doing this because I fucked up and we took it way off track. You were telling me about the ether gravity.
Oh, yeah. So if you want to understand, so I believe in the ether as the unified field theory that unifies all the branches of physics under one roof and simplifies all of physics. Yeah. So it starts with gravitation. So the ether explains everything very simply. So the ether is, you can imagine it as this fluid that fills the universe. So the ether is that medium through which light travels, because light, we know, is a wave. Young proved using his double slit experiment that light interferes with itself. The only thing we know that interferes with itself, that creates a wave pattern, is a wave. Particles don't create interference patterns. We cannot explain Young's interference pattern, Young's double slit experiment. We cannot explain it unless we assume that the universe is filled with a fluid and that light as a wave travels through this fluid and then goes through two slits, interferes with itself, and creates the interference pattern. So this was the working assumption. Once Young discovered that light is a wave, basically they started assuming that the universe is filled with this, they called it the luminiferous ether. That is the medium through which light is waving. And it means that the universe is filled to the rim, or to the brim, with this fluid. Because we can look at the other side of the universe and we see stuff on the other side of the universe. The only way that stuff can arrive at my eyes is if there is a fluid filling the void between me and the other side of the universe. Therefore, the universe must be completely filled with this fluid through which light waves.
Okay.
So that's the luminiferous ether. On top of that, I discovered, as I was looking into Newtonian gravity, I discovered that if you take Newton's second law of motion, F equals ma, and Newton's universal law of gravity, or gravitation, that is F equals negative gmm over r squared, and you try to solve for the force that a mass is experiencing due to gravity, so you just say the force of gravity equals the force of acceleration, so ma equals gmm over r squared. The m's drop out, and you have a equals gm over r squared. So there is acceleration of whatever it is accelerating everywhere in the universe due to a point mass. So if you have an empty universe and there is a point mass at the center of this empty universe, like Earth, try to imagine. Wait, are you following?
Yes.
Do you want to ask questions?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. So let's talk about gravitational ether. So luminiferous ether, we proved that the luminiferous ether must fill the universe. There's no other way. That's the luminiferous ether. The next step is the gravitational ether. So you know what? Let me even ask you a question. So why does the apple fall from the tree and accelerate towards the ground?
Due to a force.
Right. But that's called begging the question. You're not answering the question. So
okay.
Why is there
because
a force?
there is a gravitational attraction between the two masses.
Why?
Earth and in said objects.
What's causing it?
Oh, we don't know.
Right. So, but if I put you, let's evacuate the universe of everything. Let's have an empty universe and let's create a space capsule. In the space capsule, I'm going to put a ground. Let's pretend let's put some soil on
one side of this space capsule, and let's put an apple tree and an apple in the apple tree. And now let's cut the connecting thread of, what do you call that connects the apple to the tree. Let's cut it. And I want you to do whatever it takes in order to simulate the force of gravity and cause the apple to fall and accelerate towards the ground. What would you do? Do you want me to repeat the question?
On Earth? On Earth?
No.
I would just cut it.
No. So right now we're in outer space. The universe is empty. It's an empty universe. All there is a space.
We're in a void.
We're in a void. There's a space capsule. In the space capsule, we pretend we put some soil against one side of the space capsule. We're going to pretend that's the ground. We're going to plant an apple tree in the ground. Here is an apple tree, and there's an apple in the apple tree. Now I'm going to cut the connection of the apple to the apple tree, and I want the apple to accelerate towards the ground. What would you do in order to simulate gravity so that the apple would accelerate towards the ground?
I would add a force to it.
No, I need you to do it. Tell me what to do, not tell me a story.
I'd put in. I'd do work and make it go in the direction I want.
Okay, but you're not allowed to be there, so it has to be
Wait,
some.
what?
You need to solve this. So I'm asking.
I am going to put.
Mhm.
I'm going to put the rocket or the capsule into a cylindrical spin that will create a artificial gravity.
Okay, that's good. But on Earth, right, we're trying to simulate gravity. So on Earth, we're not spinning. So, but it's a good solution. But let's put that aside.
Well, you said not. You said not. You said in the void of space.
Yes,
that
yes.
If we were performing interstellar travel,
Yes.
that would be one of the methods to
Yes.
simulate gravity.
Yes. But I'm trying to explain actual gravity. I'm actually trying to explain why the apple falls from the tree.
Oh,
towards-
you're saying you know the cause of gravity.
Yeah, but I want you to discover it for yourself. So I'm going
I'd
to.
rather you just tell me.
Okay.
But go ahead, continue.
Well, it's up to you. If you want, we could go through the.
Yeah, this is good.
Socratic method. Okay.
Yeah, no, we can just go through it. Go ahead.
Okay, so you have the space capsule. So you gave me one solution to spin the capsule in order to create artificial gravity. That's very nice. But I'm trying to create gravity as we see it in our universe. We know how to create artificial gravity through spinning, but the Earth, we're not spinning right now. There's no gravity created through spinning. Right now, gravity exists. We don't know why, and I'm trying to simulate it. So let's try and simulate it. So, besides spinning, what else could you do to cause the apple to accelerate towards the so-called ground?
Have the capsule be going up.
Good. That's very good, but also we know on Earth we're not going up. But it's a good solution. But let's put that aside. Come up, please, with another solution.
Does it have to be to the same effect, or just have the round effect?
I just want you to cause the apple to accelerate towards the ground.
I feel like you want me to say a magnet.
I don't want you to say anything. A magnet, if you would say, you can say a magnet, I'll tell you the problem with that answer. But if you want, you can. You should say whatever you want to say, not what you think I want you to say.
Okay. A magnet.
A magnet. Okay. So the problem with an answer like the magnet is we would still, right? We're trying to solve why is there action at a distance? How could the moon be attracted to the Earth when we know there's nothing between them? There's no rope connecting the moon to the Earth. So why is the moon attracted to the Earth? We're trying to, right? So the same question exists for a magnet. Why are two magnets having action at a distance between them? We're trying to answer the action at a distance question. Why is there action at a distance in this universe? Why do things seem to have actions at distance, like gravity and like magnets? So a magnet is going to be begging the question. I'm still going to have to ask you, okay, let's create a space capsule and you simulate a magnet. I still need you to simulate either gravity or a magnet. Doesn't matter. I'm just trying to make you simulate action at a distance in order to get you to where I want you to be in the mindset. So a magnet is not going to answer because it's going to lead us down the same rabbit hole. I'm still going to ask you, okay, but why are two magnets attracted or repelled from each other at a distance without touching each other? Do you understand?
I don't understand why, but I understand what you're saying.
You don't understand why?
Oh, yeah, no.
Anyway, a magnet doesn't work. Do you understand?
Wait. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sea Lion Prime, for the super chat, my friend. He says, "Kiss my mass."
Kiss my mass.
That's gay. He needs to remind us that he's gay.
Tell that to Demok, bro.
It's
Don't
gay.
tell Demok it's gay.
You know,
Demok.
gay men have this need to remind the universe they are gay.
It's a crazy part because, like, I don't think it doesn't make you gay, but like the allegation of gay, you're not helping. like understand, like nothing you've done is gay at all, but the fact that it's been alleged that you are, and if someone heard him say that he thinks you are, and then that's all they heard, and then for the rest of the stream was listening and watching, they'd be like, yeah, okay. Because as far as I'm concerned, that picture you probably were going out to slang. You were about to go.
It's like the ether
make
theory.
That thing all see through with stuff.
It's like the ether theory. It's like there's so much evidence for the ether, and there's so much evidence for the gayness of Sea Lion. It's like there's no counter evidence yet.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You know what the strongest
hang on,
evidence is? There's even
What's
stronger evidence because I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu too. So
Wait, what belt are
Wait,
you?
what? That's not. Stop that. That's not. That doesn't make you gay at all.
Are you sure about that? Because it seems pretty gay to me.
Wait, what belt are
Doesn't
you?
seem gay to me.
I'm only like a white belt, so
You're a white belt?
Well, it depends on what how you're asking. So, gi, I'm a purple, but no gi, I would be the equivalent of a brown.
Are you serious, Sean? Holy shit, that's awesome.
Yeah, dude, I've been doing this about 12 years.
Nonetheless, man, a lot of people do it for they never get to that level. So
Yeah, I usually stop around blue.
if
If they,
their ass whooped the whole time, yeah, that's fucking
Yeah,
impressive as shit, dude. Holy
that's
shit.
your job as a white belt. Just remember that.
Yeah.
You're our spaz. You're our spazzes, and you teach us to control people.
No, it's funny at the gym that I go to. I was known to be like very strong, but they always were like, would be like, yeah, you're so strong. It would be great if you could just learn not to use that.
Yeah. So here's the crazy thing. So I've been doing this for 12 years. The first 3 years, I never trained. I only did no-gi grappling tournaments. I learned YouTube, and I was able to pull off some pretty badass stuff. But the reason I was so good those first 3 years, because I literally I lost twice. 3 times in 3 years. But I'm very athletic, I'm strong, and I'm fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And same thing happened when I started training. It was a situation where he'd go, I'm trying to show you this technique, but if you power through it, you're not going to learn the technique. I went on a 2-year streak of losing because I consciously wanted to stop using my strength. And then once I started winning using only technique, my coach goes, all that strength shit, turn it on. And holy crap, you're able to use less strength, but everything becomes easier. Getting techniques, using strength when techniques aren't working. But it gets you out of that mindset that your strength is going to save you. It's very important to learn that.
Gotcha. Definitely, yeah, because it'll just work against you. It's just energy that you're expending.
Yep.
That's
yeah.
weird.
When I'd say 60% of my jiu-jitsu game is stopping you from doing what you want to do.
Yeah.
All my submissions and everything. I looked at jiu-jitsu kind of like how I look at debating. Remember I was talking to you about this, and I was telling you, we were talking about this morning, where it's like I only ask questions. Well, in jiu-jitsu, I basically want to know what you're going to do, and then I want to counter that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just life is a game. It's just all a big jiu-jitsu chess game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So we were talking about the ether, and I kind of had an idea of something. The way you were saying this, are you kind of giving the explanation of the ether? Because if you put two balls in a vat of oil, they would stay there, and you're saying that median is what suspends them in that location?
I'm saying I'm aiming for the opposite. I'm trying to get two things to get closer to each other. I'm trying to get the apple to move towards the ground. I'm trying to get you to solve how to move the apple towards the ground. So I want the apple to be attracted to the ground. It's going to be suspended in mid-space. That's not a challenge. If we put a space capsule in the middle of space, the apple is going to be suspended. Mm-hmm.
I feel like you're trying to invent something.
No, I'm not trying. I'm trying to use the Socratic method to bring you to the conclusion that I came to. But that's all.
Because the only other option I can think of, or there's two other options.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be the mass of those objects are going to do it. The rate is going to be different because of the masses.
So let's assume they're massless. Let's assume
okay.
the apple is massless. It's just it's a balloon apple. It's almost massless, almost completely massless. So the mass,
but it still has mass. It's still represented. We can't change physics to make the explanation.
Fine. It doesn't matter. Look, just get the apple to somehow accelerate towards the ground, however you want.
Okay, then I'm going to use my energy, and I'm going to create a force on that apple. And
how? What energy? What do you mean? We're trying.
Okay. Oh, my bad. You said I wasn't there. I apologize.
No, but you cannot use. You cannot be there, and you cannot use action at a distance. We're trying to simulate action at a distance. We're trying to solve how is the Earth attracting the apple without reaching out and grabbing it and pulling it towards the ground. How is it doing it?
By a force. I see. I don't know where we're going with it, because I have an understanding of this, and it's going to be mass attracts mass.
But how? Why would mass attract mass through a vacuum?
Due to a phenomena that I call gravity as my observational term.
I agree that there is gravity. I'm trying to explain how it works. I'm trying to explain to you how gravity works. Why an apple decides one day to start accelerating towards the ground.
It doesn't do that, though.
Okay, so what do you mean?
Over time, its little stem gets weaker, and then it can no longer support its mass, and that's why. That's ultimately why it leaves the tree.
But why is the Earth attracting the apple? How? It's not grabbing it. What?
It's mass. It's not grabbing it. It is not physically grabbing anything.
Yeah.
It's a physical manifestation. It appears to, but it's not.
Look, the Earth and the Moon, right? There's a complete void between the Earth and the Moon. How is the Earth attracting the Moon?
Everybody stop. Thank you again, Sea Lion Prime. Fucking hey, dude. You're fucking here. If Mr. Slaves drones on in the forest and no one's there to hear it, is it still insufferable to listen to? That's a paradox.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. We can come back to the quantum nonsense.
No, I want to stay with this Apple thing.
Okay.
Because intrinsically,
Mm-hmm.
if we'd either have to be here on Earth or in space. If we're in space and you want to then have this happen, then we have to add something. I've given you options to what we would have to do to make that happen.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to tell me what the cause of this interaction is, I would say at this point, just tell me what the cause of it is, and we can go from there. Because my fundamental understanding of gravity is going to always continue to be a force, and anything beyond that is going to be conjecture.
I don't disagree. I'm asking you for one level deeper. What's causing the force? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm asking you to explain to me what is causing what we both agree on. We both agree there is a force acting on the apple, causing the apple to accelerate. We both agree. The question is, no one is touching the apple. Usually you need to push a car to make it move. Usually somebody needs to push something to cause it to move. Why is gravity not needing anything to push? How's that working?
Okay, so you're trying to come to the conclusion of that there must be some median in between there causing this interaction, correct?
Yes. Something must
Would
be
it need to
between.
And it would have to be physical because of the descriptors that you've given me.
Yes.
Okay. How do you measure for ether?
Well, Michelson and Morley had it spot on, except for their device
They
was
failed.
Yes, because their device.
then-
Yes, by my calculation, their device was, I think, 1,000 times too small. They needed basically a 10-kilometer radius interferometer. They used, let's say, 10 meters. So they were 1,000 orders of magnitudes off.
Okay. I have Brainiacs in my chat.
Sorry.
So let me
three orders of magnitude, yeah.
For the Brainiacs in my chat, would you guys say that not would you guys say, are there any other tests that were out there for luminescent ether?
Yeah, there's plenty of them. They're all negative.
Because that's what I'm trying to say. Because if the only issue is that they needed a bigger one, then they still would have gotten a small measurement of ether. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, Michelson-Morley was repeated with a completely different and smaller interferometer design in 1926 and reproduced the same result. So Dayton Miller's results, when properly, here's the funny part, John. This is the ultimate troll. They say Dayton Miller is evidence of ether in the ether wind, right? Guess what the explanation is for Dayton Miller?
What's that?
The fucking Coriolis effect, bitch.
Jesus Christ.
The Coriolis effect creates what's called a quadratic Sagnac effect caused by differential time dilation to the arms of the interferometer as a function of the interferometer's position in the Earth's gravitational field relative to the rotational force that's generated.
Now, Mr. Slave, if you can come up with a recited poem like that, it may be more believable. I just don't get. The biggest issue I have is what you're saying is instead of it being this phenomena that we can only observe and describe its effects, you're saying that you have a physical meaning for what this is. Then I would say that if it would scope out to needing this big ass telescope to figure this out in space, I would say that that same physical product would be the reason why my lighter falls out of my hand into my desk. So we should be able to measure ether at that level as well.
So I said the Michelson and Morley's experiment was 3 orders of magnitude off. No one has repeated Michelson and Morley with a 10-kilometer radius interferometer. So
Well, the 1926 design repeated it, but they.
what's the size?
But hang on. But again, that's the problem. Okay. What I'm hearing you say is that you need this instrument that is this much big to be able to measure this. But the problem is, and that would be the situation of explaining the Earth and the Moon, Earth and anything other objects being locked together, essentially. If that were the case, that would mean that when we try to measure the rate of fall or the weight of something, we shouldn't be able to do it because it's at a scale that is too small to register this ether that is causing these things.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to find the. I don't understand, Sean, your question. Like, I don't understand. I mean, we can measure the gravitational influence between the Moon and Earth, right? I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, but we can certainly measure.
Okay. We can measure the amount that we can measure.
We can measure
it's one of those situations where if the situation is you explain point A and B, Moon, Earth, and what is in between them and what is keeping them together, and if it's not this observable effect that we describe and agree upon, then it would have to be the median, which makes it a very physical thing. That median would then encompass us here on Earth. What are we measuring, and what would we need to measure ether at my desk?
So the only way I know to measure it, basically there's 2 ways. The simplest, most straightforward way is using an interferometer, but it would have to be very big. That's one way. Another way is to use.
What about like at LIGO?
LIGO is not an interferometer. It's
no. I understand that, but it would definitely have to factor in ether, right?
No, the LIGO. No, I mean no.
Ether encompasses that tube, doesn't it?
Ether encompasses everything. This universe. The only thing that is so-called real is the ether. Everything we know and love is waves in the ether. All the elementary particles are waves in the ether. They are waves in the quantum field, but the quantum field is the ether. So all the
I thought space-time. I thought that was space-time.
I don't have space time. I have space. I don't need I have time. I don't have space time.
So ether is so basically you just instead of saying space time, you say ether.
No, I say space. I don't say space time. Space time is Minkowski's. Space time is a nice.
Watch this. I can show you that's what you're doing. Explain to me why the apple falls.
So the apple falls because ether right now is flowing. By the way, you keep touching your mic, so everybody hears loud bangs whenever you. I don't know who's doing that.
Hey,
Anyway.
Sometimes you can't keep it tucked in your belt, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm worried about
ever since you introduced me to that new genre of porn, I've just been obsessed, and I just can't stop. It's the combination.
Is he your furry guy?
No. That's a different guy.
Oh. Still not helping your case.
Yeah, well, okay. I did not. I've used the furry guy for purposes. He's a perfect server.
Jesus.
I love that there's no context.
I'll leave it at that. He's useful sometimes.
Okay, so if the ether isn't accounted for in science, how are we able to predict the way we do?
Oh, good question, Sean.
Wait, what's the question? I didn't understand that.
If ether is the yeah, go ahead. No, you're gonna. I already forgot it.
If ether is not accounted for by the current state of science, how are our predictions as good as they are?
Yes, that was good.
I mean,
Make a good team.
ether. Okay, so your premise is ether is not accounted for in science, but
correct.
For me, ether is accounted for in science. Maxwell's equations describe the ether. Quantum field theory describes the ether. Dark energy describes the ether.
Wait. So if I look up those terms you just said right now, they will express something about ether?
For me, yes. What do you mean? If you
no, hang on, because that's the problem. So, and this is it's not a problem. It's a just clarification because I honestly feel that the fabric of space, general relativity's explanation, is the same one you're holding to, but rather than say the fabric of space, you want to hold it as the ether. So that's why I asked the question. The question was based on this. Calculations for galaxies, our solar system, the universe, you name it. They all adhere to a certain mathematical prediction. And they use these predictions to come up with, to verify their theories and whatnot. If they did that and didn't account for the ether, then their predictions would be wrong. Now, you're now saying that they do incorporate the ether, and that's why I asked where I could source that. And you said for you it is. For me, again, I have to ask, is ether space-time, the fabric of space?
No.
Do they hold the same properties? Do they do the same things?
I mean, in GR, space is this space curves and bends and it's flexible. For me, the ether is must be incompressible fluid. It's an actual fluid that's incompressible and it has to flow in order to create gravity. So
you're trying to make general relativity more mechanical. You've already said that. So ether really is just that, just in a physical sense.
Yeah, it's just a fluid.
Undetectable.
Completely detectable. I have
perfect. Okay, so then that ether that is detectable should be detectable at my desk. How would I do that?
So you would build a 10-kilometer.
Hang on, stop. Super chat. Again, Sea Lion Prime, you're here on the fucking channel. Incompressible or incomprehensible?
Got it. I would like to review the refinement of the Michelson-Morley paper.
Okay.
What we're talking about. If you don't mind. Can I share my screen, Sean?
Yes, sir. You're able to, right? I think I have to add it.
If my boomer self can figure it out, yeah.
Present.
You can ask Cat with Ebola about my abilities as a Discord admin. All right.
Okay, there you go.
But thankfully, I've had more competent staff take over the process there. Thanks.
Smart.
Okay, cool. So this is, I think, something that is not mentioned. This is a paper in response to the original Michelson-Morley experiment, as well as Dayton Miller, DC Miller. Dayton Miller being one person, which is always confusing to me because it sounds like two. So basically what this says, let's just go to this. So on the classical ether hypothesis, the well-known theory of the experiment predicts a shift of the interference pattern proportional to the lengths of the path traversed by the interfering beams. Professor Miller used a large interferometer in which the light path was 65 meters long. However, they made criticisms of the issues that would be present in a interferometer of that size,
reducing in the current work the light paths to 4 meters, and the required sensitivity being maintained by a particular arrangement, sealed metal case containing helium.
We lost your screen.
Yeah, you're
Weird. That was weird.
God, you were right, Cat.
Where was he located, Dayton Miller? Where did he conduct the experiment?
The Mount Wilson Observatory and one other location.
Again.
Where is that?
It's back up.
Oh, by the way, this is the book that Robert Sungenis wrote about against flat Earth, which is why
Oh,
he
wow.
won't. It's why he doesn't kick it with the Ether Boys. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So let's see.
Okay, look, 65 meters is nice, but it does. By my calculations, he should still get a null result.
Yeah, well, this one is only 4 meters, and my point is that these are also showing a null result, and this is a null result of the detection of Miller as well as Michelson-Morley. So this gets really technical, and then there's all this detail around calculating the fringe shifts under the assumption of an ether. Then it says the theory of Michelson-Morley is given too often in the discussion here, but turns out that as the apparatus is rotated through a right angle, the interference pattern should be shifted as if by a change of the length of one path by a fraction of a wavelength, whose maximum is this thingamajiggy.
Cosine squared shouldn't show up. I don't know. The point is, look, what is he trying? What is he assuming is the speed of the ether horizontally? That's my question. Did he say what he's looking for? What is S?
Ether would be stationary as per Michelson-Morley. But this also mentions Dayton Miller, so I need to read this more carefully in that regard. But because what they say is this. Basically.
Yeah, I looked at Mount Wilson. I think is in California.
Yeah.
So
it's the famous observatory in LA.
So it's very close. I mean, it's relatively close to the equator. Anyway, I would say the Earth is moving at 300 meters per second, basically. So you're looking for a 300 meter per second. You need something of 10-kilometer radius to be rotated. I don't think you can get away with anything smaller.
Well, I would like to see those calculations. I mean, everything works out as far as I can tell here.
What are they assuming in the paper you're reading? What are they assuming is the speed of the ether? What are they trying to detect?
I think they're trying to detect movement relative to a stationary ether, as in Michelson-Morley.
That's impossible. If you're assuming the ether is not moving, then an interferometer is not going to help you detect it.
Yeah, but if you look at the original Michelson-Morley paper,
Michelson and Morley assumed 30 kilometers a second.
Yeah, that was the orbital velocity of the Earth.
Yeah, so that's what they were looking for. That's why they thought they could get away with a 10-meter interferometer. But
yeah,
since
if you look at the fun, right, the theory is,
I don't care about, honestly, with all due respect, I don't care about their theory. They didn't have a theory.
This is their theory. Michelson and Morley didn't, but this is the key thing that I think is missed in discussion of this paper is what the actual hypothesis was. On the undulating theory, according to Fresnel, and that's the theory of the Fresnel luminiferous ether, and thereby the ether drag that would be entrained by a body moving through the ether. The ether is supposed to be at rest, except in the interior of transparent media, in which secondly is supposed to move with a velocity less than the velocity of the medium in the ratio blah, 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 based on the index of refraction. These two hypotheses give a complete and satisfactory explanation of aberration. The second hypothesis, notwithstanding its seemingly improbability, must be considered as fully proved, first by the celebrated experiment of Fizeau. The experimental trial of the first hypothesis forms the subject of the present paper, meaning the ether being at rest.
Then how will a interferometer help you if the ether is at rest? I honestly don't understand that.
Because the ether is entrained through space as per the Fresnel drag theory.
I don't know what to tell you. Moving fluid appears to drag light along so that light traveling in opposite directions to the fluid flow would have different velocities. What velocity are they trying to get? That's the question. What? Just tell me the size. Tell me the size of the arm of the interferometer. If it's,
well, I think that you can build a variety of different interferometers that would meet the requirements. It's a question of the sensitivity to the fringe shift, and that can be derived as a function of the interfer. Like if you look at this here, there's a derivation, a full derivation of the fringe shift as a function of the length of the interferometer arm.
Sure. Look, you could either. Okay, I didn't publish any papers, but there's multiple ways. The question is, what is the sensitivity of the equipment?
No, we'd have to dive into that in more technical detail, but that can be derived as a function of the arrangement of the interferometer and the length of the light.
No, it's usually okay. So the question is, what type of light were they using? So if you're using visible light, then let's say a 10 meter. If you're using visible light, you need 10 kilometer arm. If you're using
What's the source of that calculation?
I'll show you I mean, there's videos I made. I can go through them again. Anyway, but you can use smaller wavelength like X-ray, and then you can reduce the size, or you can go with gamma rays, and you can further reduce the size. I think you can even go down to 1 meter interferometer if you use gamma rays, but then I don't know how you're going to get your hands on that. That's one solution. Another solution is to build a 10-kilometer radius, but just by folding up fiber optic, like optic fiber. So you can have a 10-kilometer optic fiber back and forth one way and back and forth in 90 degrees. And rotate.
I don't know. I need to see the math for 10-kilometer. I mean, Dayton Miller didn't seem to think that was required. Michelson and Morley didn't seem to think that was required.
No. Michelson, look, I've gone. Yeah, we can go through the calculations anytime you want. If you want, we can do it right now.
Sure, do it right now.
Do it right now. Okay. So let's pull up the equation for the interferometer, right? There is an interferometer equation. Let's pull up any YouTube video and we'll get the equation from there.
Oh God, the realm is trying to say that his tetanus has a particular Hertz frequency.
Tetanus?
What the fuck? That is so bizarre. My tetanus is C sharp. How did you determine that? What was Hallie suggesting? He kept asking everyone if they had tetanus, and I had no idea where the fuck he was going to go with it because it's just. Have you ever had him on your panel, Sean?
Rome? No, but I've talked to him many of times. He's been around a long time. I used to call him the numbers. I call him the numbers guy.
Yeah.
He just makes just random fucking numbers. He just throws them in like the way like Witted word salads. He number salads.
Oh yeah, he does.
And then it's weird because he's like concave, but he's not.
He's a realm.
It's like a spaceship Earth. I don't even know what you call it. Have you ever seen it?
No. He doesn't usually
Yeah,
talk about that too much.
You remember that movie, Last Navigator? The kid with the spaceship?
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
He figured.
Yeah.
He told me how he figured out the frequency of his tinnitus. He hummed the note.
Wow. Yeah, I see that. His concave, weird-looking Earth looks like that ship.
I posted a link in the chat to a video. I'll give you the timestamp.
Okay.
Okay.
Appeal to YouTube fallacy, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right.
Let me find the equation. Oh my god.
Do I need to play it or just you just?
No,
want to
I'll
see it?
give you the timestamp. I just need the. It's towards the end. I mean, he develops the equation. That's not it. Let me open it.
Because I think the problem is that the interferometer was flawed in that it would never be able to detect under special relativity. It can never detect orbital movement except for the radial component of orbital movement, which is almost impossible to detect.
Wait, what? What did you say?
Under
Yeah,
special
for real.
relativity, the Michelson or any
Under what? Under what?
You cannot detect translational or absolute velocity using interferometry.
Why not?
It just doesn't work. It's harder to explain, but basically the only reason the Sagnac effect which is essentially a similar effect to what's happening in like a Michelson interferometer, the only reason that that produces a fringe shift that is measurable in the way that it is because of the constancy of the speed of light. Now, the ether drag hypothesis or ether wind is a way to try to explain the observed necessity for an anisotropy of the speed of light. But the issue that you have is that we have now shown experimentally that absolute motion is not measurable with interferometer. The only motion that is measurable is rotational motion. And to explain why that's the case has to do precisely with special relativity. When you have a translational or absolute motion relative to an interferometer, that translational motion does not affect the speed of light. There's no additive effect in the direction of motion.
Why not?
Therefore, there's no fringe shift that is established because there's no additive effect of the waves overlapping each other. It's only in rotational motion that we observe the Sagnac effect, precisely because the speed of light is constant. And as we rotate the interferometer from a certain reference frame that is centered within the interferometer, light has to travel in a longer distance on one side and a shorter distance on the other. And because the light can't speed up, it must move at the same speed in both sides of the loop. It combines in a way that produces a fringe shift. Hence, you can only ever measure, and this is how the ether boys in Witsit will try to trip you up, is they will try to bait and switch to say that you can't measure any motion. And it's a tricky script that they use, but basically the truth of the matter is you would never be able to measure absolute or translational motion with an interferometer, and it's precisely because of special relativity that that's the case, because there's no additive velocity of the speed of light. The only reason when you rotate it, it produces a fringe shift is that the rotation effectively causes one side to contract relative to the other. The path length is slightly smaller on one side than it is on the other side, but the light can't go faster in the longer direction, so it can't catch up. Therefore, there's a difference in the timing of the two beams of light arriving at the point of the detector, and that causes a measurable fringe shift in the interference pattern.
Wow.
Yeah.
So basically you're saying that even at 300 meters per second, a 10-kilometer interferometer is going to be
experiencing length contraction just by a little bit, but that is the little bit of the waves that I'm trying to measure. So I'm never
Yeah,
going to
well,
measure an interference.
you will measure an interference only in rotation because of the difference in lengths on the two loops. Because of special relativity, as you add to this the velocity in that direction, and I'm not sure if this would change as you reach relativistic velocities.
No, it's nothing. You don't need
but-
relative. Even at 300 meters per second, over a 10-kilometer arm, you're going to get a few micrometers of length contraction, but that's enough to throw off those few micrometers of the wavelengths that you're measuring. So you're never going to accomplish to measure. An interferometer is always bound to fail.
In the translational direction, but I'm not sure that your explanation is 100% correct.
No. My explanation is 100,000% correct. Now I'm gonna sit down. I'll do the calculations. This is very interesting. I never thought about, because I thought at 300 meters per second there's no special relativistic effects, but over a 10-kilometer arm, we'll see the numbers. It might be that I'm going to get a micrometer, and that's going to throw me off.
No, I don't think that that's the case, because the key distinction is between the lack of a measurable effect on the speed of light in an absolute translational motion versus a rotational one.
Why do you keep saying rotational? I mean, we rotate the interferometer just to get the two paths to, to change, the length to change. I mean, not the length, but the time.
That's the rotation of the Earth would be accomplishing that. When you look at the orbit, you can decompose the orbit at any point in time into a translational component, which is an absolute velocity vector, and a rotational component, which is an angular velocity vector. The angular component, amortized over a 365-day period, is extremely small.
I'm running the experiment over. No. I'm running. My experiment is supposed to be run within a few seconds. You do the complete rotation over a few seconds. You don't need over even 1 second. I don't care. You do the rotation very quickly. The question is,
all you're going to be measuring, as per special relativity, is not an ether, but rather a measured difference in the time taken to traverse two different paths, one of which becomes effectively longer by the rotation of the apparatus. And that difference in length, though small, because the speed of light is constant in all reference frames, produces a relativistic fringe shift, which is the only correct physical interpretation and prediction of the Sagnac effect. And I can provide you with a paper.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. Special relativity comes out of the ether. You don't need to prove to me anything. So I'm completely on board with SR, but I never thought to consider the length contraction of the arm in my detection. So I'm gonna look into that. Anyway.
Okay. I posted a paper that you can read that goes through. It goes through. I just posted in the general chat. It's called Sagnac effect, correct and incorrect, and it goes through all of the correct derivations and all of the incorrect ones, and basically describes the application of special relativity.
This is so incredible. I mean, this interferometer experiment, because even Michelson and Morley, their equipment was just below the tolerance that is expected. They had a 0.0005 whatever tolerance, which is just half of an order of magnitude below what they needed to detect a signal. So they should have detected noise, and I kept getting like it bothered me all the time. Why are they at least not getting proper noise? But that could be an explanation. It could be that that any like an interferometer will always fail in detecting the ether. It could be a fool's
A
errand.
quick question from the chat to you, Mr. Slave. What does mechanical mean here?
When I say mechanical, the universe is mechanical, meaning the universe is like a bunch of billiard balls. At the end, the universe is, there's cause and effect that a baby can see and understand. If a baby could see the way the electron interacts with a photon, a baby will understand it. It should be understandable to you, me, anyone, if we could see it. But because we can't see it, and, it's... who knows what kind of billiard balls we're talking about? They're spinning and bouncing. It's like we don't know what's going on there. So we're having a hard time figuring out what's going on at the quantum level. But the quantum level is not the ultimate. There is one more layer, the ether layer. But the ether is mechanical, and the quantum world is waves in the ether, which are mechanical. And of course, the universe is mechanical. The universe is completely understandable. The universe is not weird.
Well, it's understandable, but it's not
Understood.
intended to be a certain way. So let me share my screen again, because this one is important. I think that you have to read this paper in order to understand the Michelson experiment and why we would not have an expectation of measuring an orbit. And because, especially if you ever decide to debate the ether boys, they're going to grill you on this. They will say that we should be able to measure an absolute motion, and we can't with interferometry, thus the Earth doesn't move. And it's sneaky the way that they sneak this in. But here is a great paper. So this is by G.B. Malkin. Because the other thing that Alan has said is that there is no relativistic derivation of the Sagnac effect, which is not true. So he gives the correct explanations. Sagnac effect in special relativity, Sagnac effect in general relativity, computing the Sagnac effect for electromagnetic waves in anisotropic media, and then main results. Then he gives conditionally correct explanation. This is what I was talking about, the quadratic Sagnac effect, which is partially correct in some situations. Sagnac effect in quantum mechanics. Again, this has to do with the Coriolis forces.
Wait, what are you discussing now? I don't have a question right now. I mean, I need to go through the calculations and see if, or the thought. I need to go through this. Go ahead.
Start with this paper because, like, for instance, here, Sagnac effect, and this is all the incorrect explanations.
I usually don't read papers. I usually start from first principles and I just think through things, and I only look elsewhere if I am unable to make progress.
Sea Lion, I suggest you read this in a recording, then we'll upload it.
Oh yeah,
watch.
What's cool? I want to make a video on this topic with Tapioca. Excuse me, Tapioca Weasel. And Jesse has actually done some of his own interferometry, so I think it would be a really useful video to have, because this is a
absolutely
very niche and difficult to understand topic. And yeah.
So there's a second test experiment that I can propose, that I have proposed. And that has to do with a vertical accelerator, a vertical particle accelerator.
A virtual particle accelerator. Okay.
A vertical particle accelerator. Yeah, not a virtual.
Wait.
Vertical.
Is that different from a regular one?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a ring collider, right? It would go up and down.
It just goes down.
So it's like a particle yeeter.
Okay, so a drag strip looking CERN.
It could be like the space yeeter, Sean, perhaps.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The space yeeter, yeah, the one that does the loop-de-loop and then sends it up in a vertical direction. That would
Okay.
No. So you just build a vertical take usually a particle accelerator is a circle, but sometimes you can have a linear particle accelerator. So this is going to be a linear vertical particle accelerator.
Okay.
But I think it can be very short. I think you can house it even in your home office. So this vertical particle accelerator, all you need to do.
Wait, hang on. Did you just say the particle accelerator you're talking about would fit on your desk?
I mean, the original particle accelerators were tiny. Of course, they used to fit in a home office.
Oh, really? I
Yes.
didn't know that. I only equate a particle accelerator with CERN.
I mean, the bigger they are, the more energy they can impart onto the colliding particles, and then you can just break them further and get, more subatomic phenomenon. But the original ones, was the home office. Like it could fit on your desk. You could probably build one at home.
Yeah, tabletop particle accelerator, no big deal. Well, let's have Jesse build it for us. He's good at that.
I want one. I want one for my shelf.
Jesse, if you're watching the stream, you gotta. I'll just tag him that you need to build it.
He's gonna need to mass produce those.
I'm gonna go.
He's gonna want one.
Are we gonna stay for longer? Because I need to take a break.
Actually, no. I'm gonna end it in probably a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
I got stuff to do, so no, it's all good. All good. Actually, I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Slave. Earlier, we kind of got off to a rough start, but I absolutely do appreciate you coming in and explaining it, and I do hope you come back. I mean, I have enjoyed this.
Oh, thank you. I enjoyed it because usually when I look to talk to people, usually it's very hard because smart people behave like babies when they are in large groups. So,
Say that, Mr. Slave. Is it the feedback that you received on your manuscript?
Oh,
I think his analysis on that is absolutely spot on. I think when you get a bunch of really smart people in one room, they all start ego flexing. They're like, "Oh, I'm smart." No, man, I'm smart. And you're like, "But I'm smart." And they're like, "No, but I'm smart." And then you're like, "Oh."
But it's not even I'm smart. It's like they're babies. It's you can't talk to them. It's either they're impossible to talk to. Impossible. I couldn't get it. Like having this conversation with you now. That's like a conversation. I'm not asking for much. I'm just asking.
Oh yeah,
to talk.
I agree.
Yeah,
and that ultimately is why I do these streams a lot, is because the big forum is a good place to start these things. But like, what happens is like you try to get in depth with somebody, and then NASA Shield comes in and ruins it because he doesn't know how to shut the fuck up. And then so then you're able to like just branch off and come to a panel like this, and then it's more intimate. It's more, you don't have to worry about if Joe Schmo is gonna jump in out of nowhere and tell you about his fucking cat. So yeah, no, it makes it easier and better to have the conversation. I absolutely agree with
Definitely.
that. You have a YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, I was gonna get you a link. Give me a second to get you a link.
Awesome. And I'll throw that out there. So what I do at the end of every stream is I basically give the people on the panel, everybody stop. Everybody stop. I need to start using this. Instead of doing all that stop shit, I'm just going to do this. Actually, I don't know if I can use it anymore. Hang on. Because
Let's go, Flo.
I'm going to start doing that because that mutes everybody, and I keep forgetting that. But Sea Lion, thank you for the super chat. I absolutely appreciate it. He says, "Who is the worst Glober, and why is it NASA's shill?" He can't have a conversation. He's a liability, and there is nobody worse. And believe it or not, many of groups have come to this conclusion. It is not a just me opinion. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It is what it is. And what's crazy is he's old as fuck. Like he's dirt old.
I know.
Like dirt old. Like last night, that shit was funny as fuck. Mr. Slave and Nas kept jumping in their conversation, people. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Out of nowhere, Mr. Slave goes, I can hear your teeth. I was like, oh my God, because I heard it too. You heard him click. Am I wrong? It's like, I heard it.
How many thousands of years old are you?
Yeah, he's got to be. I honestly think I'm pretty sure he's late 60s, 70s.
Are you kidding? Late 60s? No,
he's old.
He's got to be late
fucking
80s, 90s.
old.
He's 100. You
No,
don't
he's
need.
not.
Well be.
No, Blue is, I think, the oldest person on the server.
Blue does not have age. Him and God decided that they weren't going to give him an age. It just worked out better that way.
Yeah.
Love you, Blue.
Yeah, we love you, Blue.
Yeah. Blue engineered the first wheel.
You know who also loves Blue? Bevites, because they keep
jeez.
they can't stop talking about it.
Oh, you have
Talk about it over there.
Hey, remember when I was telling you about like the different attributes of Globers and shit? And like I was talking about how Blue is like the nice one and he explains very well and all that shit.
Yeah.
The negative side of Blue, that's the asshole Blue, as I call it, the warranted one, is because of those guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's always done the oven mitt thing on his uploads and stuff, but then had the good way of conversating. It's those guys, those Bev fuckers, that gave any clearance to his brain to go, I now have to be assholes to these assholes.
Yeah.
So it's definitely warranted, but they are the ones who are at fault for anything like where he gets like, it's because of them. It's because I didn't mean asshole if you're out there, but I didn't mean like an asshole. But I mean, you could be an asshole to him. But like I said, it's warranted. How would you say that without being an asshole?
Wait, Sean,
being the asshole saying it.
You know the Dave Chappelle sketch, the World Series of Dice, where he's introduced Leonard Washington. He says, "Papa don't take no mess, and neither does Leonard." That's
yeah, there you go. That's the best way of saying it. Perfect.
wait, Sean, you're in your late 50s.
Late 50s.
Damn, motherfucker! I'm in my early 40s. Does that look like fucking fifth? Man, what the fuck? You want me to see me do some push-ups real quick? No, man, I'm 43 years old.
Okay, but you're
And
turning.
when I cut my hair,
Okay.
when I cut my hair tonight, all this gray goes away.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, the gray throws it off. Maybe because the sunlight, so it's extra gray. But okay, yeah, because you don't have any.
No,
wrinkles.
it is. No, when I cut my hair,
Okay.
I instantly go back to my 30s. If I shaved my goatee, holy crap, I'd look like I was 15. It would
Okay.
look weird. I would look fucking weird. But I digress. So you have a YouTube channel. Oh, so at the end of my streams, what I usually do is I give the panelists 30 seconds. I was going to say minutes, 30 seconds to a minute to like just promote your channel, get out a final point maybe. That way, before we wrap it up, everyone gets that information. And I actually already have your YouTube channel, and I'll put that in the chat for everybody.
Okay. So 30 seconds about my channel. I'm basically streaming a couple of hours lately, like a couple of hours a day. I'm just streaming me studying physics and debating people and talking to friends. It's very similar to Destiny. Like I learned it from Destiny. Destiny does everything on stream. He studies, he researches, but then he takes it off stream. But I don't know if it's he leaves it on for paid subscribers or something. But for me, everything I leave on, so you can see all my my progress as I'm progressing through studying advanced physics.
Cool.
Nice.
There's a great quote by Gary Vee that he says, "Document, don't create." I think
Good.
Yeah. So just want to give a shout out to Mr. Slave for YouTube decided to recommend his channel to me, and he's been a good sport despite being fresh meat and gangster. And had some very helpful edits to his initial manuscript, which hopefully he'll take into consideration, and he'll learn the lesson not to share open manuscripts on Google Docs with a Discord server he doesn't know. Lessons we learned all. But it's been a great sport, and I think we actually made some progress on the stream in terms of talking about the interferometry and stuff. So hopefully we can just keep having good conversations in the future.
You got any
join the Globe Gangsters, whether you're globe or flat. If you are a flatty, yeah, they sometimes it's like sharks in a feeding frenzy, but we try to
It's like piranha.
You don't have any debates or anything scheduled?
Alan and both Alan and Shane, I think. Shane is supposed to debate on gravity, but oh god, I don't want to do that one, honestly. To be honest, like it's just going to be like an avalanche. But the one with Alan on quantum mechanics is he just took up on his debate challenge on that one. And then I'm trying to get Alan and Shane to agree to a blind debate on their cartography thing, but so far they have been unreceptive. So
offer them $20. Let them know I'll pay it. I tell you, that's what I'm going to do.
I've set the bar too high already with Shane, so $20 is going to cut it.
You fucking can't feed the animals. All right, guys. Globe Gangster description will be in the description. Or what did I say? Globe Gangster server link will be in the description momentarily. I'm over there right now getting the link. I need some type of notepad that I can just pull up. All right. It will be in the link by the time the stream ends. I am going to do the fun part where I remove your ass. All right, people. I actually really enjoyed today. I got to actually have a good conversation with Mr. Slave. Actually, a conversation. That was actually the official first time we had a conversation. We had conversated earlier, but like he was saying, in a room full of vultures, it's kind of hard to have this a one-on-one. I actually absolutely appreciate Sea Lion Prime because I keep telling you motherfuckers I'm stupid. So a lot of the stuff he had to clarify for me and help me out to understand. And the same goes for Mr. Slave. He helped me out a lot too, because there's some stuff I didn't get that they did explain. This also furthers my point with my whole gravity as a force thing. Because if you were confused by what was happening, there is no reason to ever try to use it as an explanation. And I can tell you right now, I have yet to meet a person who can explain. That's not true. I have actually met a lot of people that can explain general relativity. If you can't explain these concepts clearly so that I understand it, you're not giving me a reason to ever want to give a fuck about general relativity in the sense of using it wise. And again, a lot of the stuff we were talking about is just based on calculations being trusted prior to yours, to your idea, I guess you would say. But hey, to each their own. I'm trying to think if there's anything off my head. I'm looking at my little notes right now. No, I think that is it for today. I don't have anything planned, luckily. Last week, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Last week, I stretched myself real thin. I decided to do. I think I was involved in counting mine at least 8 different panels last week. It was too much. I won't be doing that shit again. I definitely stretched myself thin. I had fun. I enjoyed it. I definitely liked getting back out there. I used to do that all the time, but as for just deciding to do it in 1 week.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that, but I had no choice. Let me share this. Anyway, I gotta go. Let me just ask them, what is Sean's channel? I don't even know what Sean channel is. What is Sean G's channel. And let me copy this and ask this guy. Because he never gave me his channel. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go now. Or I'm gonna go. I think you can hear me. Alright, bye bye.